Hello, everyone. This is the Theodore Schubot Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and yes, it has been a very, very crazy week indeed. A lot to talk about. We're going to be talking about Psyops, or psychological operations, the information wars. We're going to be talking about Israel bombing Qatar. We're going to be talking about Turkey's response to Israel and how the strike on Qatar can lead to a deeper escalation between Israel and Turkey. And then we're also going to be talking about European militarism. We're going to be talking about the radicalization of Western society, specifically Western European and American society. Let me know if the music is too loud. I don't want the music to be too loud. But I'll say hi to all of you guys. Let's see here. Hello, Gypsy Bird. Glad you're looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to it. We're going to have a good stream. We're going to have a fun stream. We're also going to be talking about Asia, Japan, specifically Japan pursuing nuclear weapons. This is a pretty big deal. Germany becoming the most powerful military in Europe. This is also a pretty major phenomenon that is happening. Hello, Master Driver. Yes, party at Ted's Place. This is how we in the 21st century enjoy our Fridays. We go on live streams and we have fun. We are living in the Matrix and it's great. Some really crazy comments on there. Yeah, last video blew up. I didn't even expect it, to be honest with you guys. I did that video. I edited it really quickly. And I uploaded it, and I was expecting the video to get like 1,000 views, maybe 2,000 views tops. And that was it. I didn't really expect for the video to get this many views. So it is very interesting. We have 45 people on the live stream. It's pretty good. Some crazy comments. Yeah, a lot of crazy comments. We're getting a lot of Hosberists popping up on the comment section, and they're just there to obfuscate and muddy the waters and just misrepresent what the video actually said. And then also, you had people calling me anti-Semitic and all this bullshit. It's insane. Hello, Trevor Green. I hope Ted doesn't forget to turn on the live button. Nope, I did not forget this time. I made a mental note that I would not forget, and I did not. Hello, Sweet Body Fit. Hooray, men and women of culture's favorite pastime. Friday night live stream with some theologic. Absolutely. Glad to have you on, sir. Hello, Alexis Corral. Just searching for truth. Hello from Winnipeg, Canada. Hello, sir. I've been to Canada. I was in Alberta for 2 weeks. Very nice place. Kind of reminded me of England. Hello, Prince Zechariah. Hello, sir. Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday to you too, sir. I hope you all had a productive week. You too. You think they are trying to do this for a civil war? Possibly, yeah. I think they want to... We'll talk more about it, but just to give you a summation of what I think that this was to radicalize American society, further radicalize American society, because radicalization has already been commenced. The process of radicalizing American society has been going on for years. You could say that it's been going on since 2014, 15. But I think that, and I did not mention this in my video, but I will on this live stream. I think what happened recently, the tragedy that took place recently, is going to do two things. I think it's going to radicalize American society. It's going to radicalize American society to the point of the idea of making men more militaristic, more militant in their ideologies is going to become much more popular. And also, Israel has already been using the murder of Charlie Kirk as a way to stoke up anti-Palestine sentiments. And we'll talk more about this. So this is already happening. But you have, for example, the governor of Utah, Mr. Cox, saying, hey, we found the bullet casings from the rifle that was reportedly used to murder Charlie Kirk. And on the casings, you have these little messages such as, hey, catch fascist. You have some transgender ideology being expressed on some of these bullet casings and things of that sort. You also had one bullet casing that had the words Bella Ciao, which is a very famous anti-fascist slogan. So it's already being portrayed and framed as a leftist terrorist attack against a major American right-wing conservative figurehead. So what is that going to lead to? It's going to lead more and more people, especially more and more young people, to say, well, Charlie Kirk, and you already see this rhetoric online. You have people saying, and you're going to be hearing more of this, but people are saying Charlie Kirk was one of the moderates, right? Charlie Kirk was one of the moderates. And a moderate was murdered by a leftist. So what is the point of being moderate? We should become more radical. And this is the psychological effect of this murder that we're already seeing. This is a part of the ripple effect that emanates from this tragedy. And it's only going to get deeper, and it's only going to spiral more and more out of control. People are going to become more radicalized in their right-wing ideology. People are going to become more radicalized in their way of thinking. And the idea that the days of moderation and dialogue are over is going to become more and more popular. This is the dangerous world that we are transitioning into. Political violence has been getting more and more popularized, more and more glorified. We saw this with the murder of the health insurance CEO, Mr. Thompson, who was murdered by Mr. Luigi Mangione. And all of the worship, all of the reverence, all of the cult-like glorification of Luigi was very, very explicit and blatant. And we were seeing a lot of this. And I said, guy, and I said this years ago, I said, guys, get ready for Joker politics. And by Joker politics, I'm talking about glorified political violence. And I said this years and years ago. And then what happened? Recently, you had the murder of the CEO. And then I said, on the night that it happened, or the day after it happened, I said, you're going to see the rise of this Joker politics, what I call Joker politics. So political violence, the glorification of political violence is already here. It's already been here for a while. And with the murder of Charlie Kirk and the framing of the story that says that he was murdered by this left-winger is going to radicalize the right. And it's going to popularize this idea that the day of being moderate and embracing dialogue is over. That's the danger that we're entering. This is also going to be used for political reasons by the Republicans, by the conservatives. And what do I mean by that? Well, let's talk about this, since we're already here in the stream. So, for the longest time, we have been hearing about woke politics, right? The woke left. We've been hearing this from Zionists. We've been hearing this from pro-Israel people like, what's his name? Constantine, whatever the hell his name is. Constantine Kitchen, whatever the hell his name is. That guy. Oh, Kessin. Sorry, Constantine Kessin. Yeah, that guy. Ben Shapiro. All of them, right? The entire conservative activist establishment for years has been talking about the woke left. That's the enemy. The woke left is the enemy. And Zionists have been especially huge in pushing this narrative that the woke left is the enemy. And it's the woke left and their Muslim allies who are going to destroy the West. This is the biggest enemy. This is the biggest threat to Western civilization and all that stuff. And the thing is that wokeism was being pushed for years, right? We went to Target, we went to the grocery store, we saw some woke bullshit being pushed on us. They were pushing fat female models who nobody was interested in, unattractive. I remember, listen, I was born in 1990. All right. I remember going to the malls and everything was Victoria's Secret models. Women looked good. That was what was expected. That was the standard, right? You went to the store and you saw the models, the posters of the models on the walls in the stores, in the shopping stores, in the shopping malls. It was all good-looking women who were physically fit. And then 2010s, mid 2010s or so, they started pushing this whole fat model, plus size model idea. And it's just, no one likes it. Everyone's sick of it. The thing is that woke marketing has never been popular. It's never been popular. Transgender people reading to kids in libraries, pushing trans characters in movies and video games, pushing weird woke stuff in TV shows, the wokeization or the wokenization of the Lord of the Rings and Star Wars, which really, really pissed a lot of people off. Just all this stuff, it's never been popular. Never. So companies are interested in one thing. This is the conventional wisdom. Companies are interested in one thing, and that's their bottom line, money. So if their priority is money, then why was woke marketing being pushed for so many years? Even with the fact that it's very unpopular, and it's been very unpopular. What's up with that? I have always believed that woke marketing, wokeism, all this stuff was a psyop. I believe it's still a psyop. I remember back in, I want to say 2016 or so, there was this video that went viral, and it showed this black lady who's doing a presentation in some room somewhere. We don't know where this room is. I don't know where this room is. And there is a crowd, very small crowd of white women listening to her. You can look this up. And she has this poster, she has this presentation, and on the presentation, it says, white people are devils. And she's screaming like a lunatic, white people are devils, and she's just going off like a crazy person about how white people are devils. And I remember seeing that, and I'm thinking, what is the purpose of this? What's going on here? The fact that this video has gone viral, so many people are talking about this. What is the purpose of doing this? Especially given the fact that the majority of Americans are white, so why are you calling the majority of Americans devils? What's the whole point? It's a psyop. It's a psyop to radicalize people. It's a psyop to get people interested in the various things that lie within the spectrum of what you would call right-wing ideology. Masculinism. We got to be men, right? The left are trying to feminize us. We have to be tough. Because think about it. If you are the Pentagon, let's say you're the Pentagon, and let's say that you're in charge of the military, and you want to make sure that America's military culture is healthy. What do? A lot of young men are not interested in war. A lot of young men are not interested in fitness. They're fat, they're tubby, they're flabby, they're lazy, they're indifferent. And you see that the biggest problem for the U.S. military has been recruiting, lack of recruitment. Seriously, you can look into this. Tim Kennedy said this when he was on the Joe Rogan podcast years ago. He said that the number one problem in the U.S. military is recruiting young men. That's the biggest problem. They don't want to join the military. And who can blame them? Who the hell wants to join the military? You want to go fight in a trench somewhere in some bum-ass town in Ukraine somewhere? You want to go fight in a trench in winter in some village called... You can't even pronounce the name of the village you're fighting in. What? And then you got Russian drones hitting you, and Russian snipers are trying to kill you. And who the hell wants to go through that? Nobody. Who the hell wants to be in the mountains of Iran? Who the hell wants to be in the Zagros Mountains fighting Shiite militias who are going to ambush you like they did to American soldiers in Afghanistan? Nobody wants to go through that. So what do you do? Okay, a lot of people hate the military. A lot of people are critical of the military. Now, who was at the forefront of criticizing America's military culture? The left, liberals, etc. The conservatives, Republicans, neocons, these have been the people who are very pro-military. The thing is that after the Iraq War, or during the Iraq War, after the second Bush administration, a lot of people became very disillusioned with the military. A lot of people became disillusioned with the Pentagon. A lot more people started using terminology like the military-industrial complex. Do you trust the military-industrial complex? And a lot of people started following these liberal types who were critical of the military. So you're the Pentagon, you're trying to get more recruitments, and you're desperate. So what do? What you do is you start presenting this image of the left that is completely unpopular and unsustainable, and you make people believe that there is a war on masculinity and we have to be tougher. And we start propping up influencers who are going to tell you to stop being a fat, lazy bum. And you have to get your physique. And you better start learning how to use firearms. And you better start honoring the military. So this wokeism, what it did eventually, and we can see this in real time, but what it did eventually was it sparked a backlash against the so-called left. And people began to glorify masculinism, militarism. We have to have a tougher military. Why do you think they have Pete Hegseth as the Secretary of Defense? Military guy, muscle guy. He loves to work out, training. He's a badass. He's got the Deuce Volt tattoo on his body. He is there to make the military appealing. And Pete Hegseth is all about militarism. That's his whole ideology. It's about militarism. Now, I want to show you guys an article that I was reading. It was published by The Atlantic, which I subscribe to. And, The Atlantic, not everything they write is true. Not everything they write is wholesome. But, you have to use the filter that's in your head and learn what you can from them, because they can be very educational. But they put out an article here. This is one of their more recent editions. They put out an article here about the radicalization of the military in the United States. And it talks about Pete Hegseth. And the author of this article, by the way, is Mike Nelson, who is a former U.S. Special Forces Army captain. And he made some interesting observations that I still remember. One is that Pete Hegseth likes the idea of tolerating and giving leeway to war criminals. Oh, yes. So, for example, there was a guy by the name of Clint Lawrence. I talked about him in one of my recent videos. Clint Lawrence is a war criminal. You can look him up. You can read the Wikipedia article on his criminal case. It's very interesting. And he was serving in Afghanistan as a soldier. And he was leading, I don't know what the correct military terminology is, but he was leading a group of soldiers. A unit, a squad, a platoon, I don't know. But he was leading some soldiers. And as he was leading them, as he was doing his job in Afghanistan, his men spotted 3 men who were riding on motorcycles. And one of the soldiers says, "It looks like these guys are coming towards us. Can we take the shot?" There was no reason to shoot these people. They were not posing a threat. They were not showing weapons or anything like that. They weren't pointing weapons, but they were just riding on their motorcycles. Clint Lawrence says, "Yeah, shoot them." One soldier opens fire on them, misses, and the 3 men run away. They run away and they run towards some Afghan National Guardsmen. Because when the Americans would patrol, they would usually have Afghan National Guardsmen nearby. So they ran towards the Afghan National Guardsmen, and these Afghan National Guardsmen gestured to them to leave. So the three men left. They were walking away, and as they were walking away, Mr. Clint Lawrence had his men shoot these three guys and murder them. Well, Clint Lawrence was found guilty of doing a war crime, and he was sentenced to, I think, 20 years in prison. He only served about 5 or 6 years of his sentence because Donald Trump pardoned him. The thing is that Pete Hegseth was one of the guys who was lobbying or who was pushing for the pardoning of Clint Lawrence. So then what happened? This guy gets released. And he is embraced by people like Sean Hannity and his ilk as a hero. As a hero. And so what message did that convey? What message did that send across? The message that it was sending across was, you can join the army and you can murder unarmed people. You can join the army and there's not going to be a whole lot of restraint. The rules of engagement, they don't really mean much. Because the U.S. military, and this is not, I'm not trying to bash soldiers who are good people, but this is my observation. The U.S. military wants to attract psychopaths. They want psychopaths in their ranks because it's the psychopaths who are going to be more than willing to carry out atrocities, war crimes, unlawful actions on the battlefield. And that's what they want. And if they start prosecuting people for war crimes, that's not going to be very marketable for the people who want Call of Duty to become a reality. For the people who want to kill people with drones as if they're playing a video game. This is the reality. And there was an interesting quote that this article presented about Mr. Hegseth. So I'll read to you guys some excerpts from this article here. So it says here that Hegseth is positioning himself as the tribune of the common soldier whom he will protect from ladder-climbing careerists. And it says here, as a Fox News commentator, Hegseth campaigned on behalf of 3 American service members accused or convinced of war crimes. Eddie Gallagher had been accused by his fellow SEALs of killing a wounded teenage prisoner. Acquitted of murder, he was convicted of posing for photos with the prisoner's body and demoted. He later seemed to admit on a podcast to a role in killing the detainee. Matthew Goldstein, a former Green Beret officer, was charged with murder for allegedly executing a released Afghan detainee. The paratrooper officer Clint Lawrence was convicted of ordering his soldiers to kill Afghan civilians. Goldstein and Lawrence both maintained that they had acted legally. These suspects were turned in not by woke Pentagon officials, but by other warfighters. So they were the people who testified against Clint Lawrence were other soldiers. But that didn't matter. Nevertheless, during Donald Trump's first term as president, he pardoned Goldstein and Lawrence and reversed Gallagher's demotion. In effect, Trump and Hegseth have taken an extreme position that the way to support American troops is to avoid second-guessing anything they do. Don't question the actions of the soldiers. Don't question anything. Don't question the military. Don't question the military-industrial complex. If soldiers are carrying out war crimes, they must have a good reason in doing so. They must be right. The victims must be the bad guys. Do you see what they're doing? Do you see what they have been doing for years? They're priming us to commit atrocities. What do you think this whole Israel thing is about? This slaughtering, the wholesale slaughter of the Palestinians, making Gaza into a slaughterhouse, into a butcher's house. Israeli snipers shooting children in the head, in the testicles, in the chest. Shooting grandmothers, Israeli soldiers forming kill zones and then competing between each other over who can kill the most people. Israelis double tapping people, hitting a building and then slaughtering the emergency responders. We saw this in real time. Israeli soldiers opening fire on starving Palestinians as they're queuing up for food outside of these evangelical Christian-ran aid distribution centers. Who runs those aid distribution centers? Pastor Johnny Moore, a good evangelical who loves Israel. And anytime someone questions the Israeli narrative that says that Israel is doing nothing wrong, what are we told? We're told to believe the Israeli government. Believe the government. And it's a classic case of, oh, we have investigated ourselves and we have declared ourselves innocent. They don't want you to question the military-industrial complex. Don't question Israel. Don't question the Pentagon. They're priming us for this. So look at what this article further says. It's very interesting. The suspicion that senior officers care more about appeasing... Okay, I'm going to skip this part here, but there's one part that I want to read here. It says... there's one part here that I don't want to miss. But basically, what Pete Hegseth said was that the days of wokeism are over. This is what Pete Hegseth said. He said the days of wokeism are over. And I can't find the exact quote, but I remember it's on the article. He said the days of wokeism are over. We're going to make the military stronger. And it makes you wonder what the entire purpose of wokeism was in the first place. It was never popular. It was never good for marketing. It was never good for making money. So why in the hell did they push it? What's the purpose? Are these people that stupid? Are they that oblivious? Are they that naive? I don't think so. The people who run these companies are very savvy when it comes to making money. They're very savvy when it comes to marketing. They know what they're doing. What's the point? What's the purpose of this? I think the purpose was the response. That's what I believe. I think that you can tell, not every time. Some things just are the way they are. But I believe that you can tell the motivation behind something based on the response that something gets. So, for example, terrorism. Terrorism has been used since forever as a means to gain a certain response. For example, you can go back into Byzantine history and read about how there was a German general in the Byzantine military who started a riot in Constantinople just so that he could squash the riot and then try to take over the city. Terrorism is something that is used to get a response. This is the purpose of terrorism. During the 1990s, for example, Mr. Hashim Thaçi, the leader of the Bosnian independence movement against Yugoslavia, actually murdered Bosnians to then blame it on the Serbs, to get NATO to do a military intervention on the Serbs. So certain actions that seem very reckless, that seem very out of the ordinary, that seem very strange and bizarre, are done to gain a certain response. And wokeism got a certain response. What was that response? To hell with the left, to hell with the feminists, to hell with we need masculinism. We have to stop being lard asses. We got to be fit. We got to be strong. And we got to be strong like these military guys, people like Pete Hegseth. They're trying to make militarism more appealing because they have had, for years, the Pentagon has had a lot of difficulty in recruiting young men. And what's one thing that has been quite problematic, quite omnipresent, so to speak, amongst the American male youth? Overweight, obesity. A lot of young men have been overweight. That's a problem for American society. When you go to Russia, one thing that the Russians have been very keen on pursuing is a physically fit society. You can go back to the days of the Soviet Union and before that, and you will see that the Russians have always had this insistence on young men being physically fit. You can go read old Soviet literature on why it's important to remain trim and lean and to lift kettlebells. And if you go to Russia, or if you just go on YouTube, you can look this up. The Russians are really big on kettlebells and kickboxing and martial arts and judo, and that's always been a huge part of the Russian culture. Why do you think fighters from Russia like Khabib dominate the UFC? They dominate martial arts because they have that culture. Whereas in America, we used to have a big culture like that, but we sort of spiraled downwards into a lack of motivation to be physically fit. And so we've had a lot of fatties, a lot of fat people. We got young guys in their late teens, in their 20s, and their lard asses, and they don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do because honestly, they've been conditioned. And really, to a great extent, it's not entirely their fault because they've been conditioned to believe that Doritos is actually real food. And so what happened? RFK comes in. People like Jocko Willink become famous. People like David Goggins become famous. People like, there's a bunch of other ones. I don't remember all their names, but Tim Kennedy. A lot of these guys got famous. And one of the things that made them very marketable was their insistence on physical fitness. You cannot have a militarily ready society without physical fitness. It's impossible. If you got a bunch of lard asses and flabby guys, I mean, that's no warrior culture. It's impossible. You can't do it. You can go back, for example, the ancient Romans talk about the ancient Celts and how the ancient Celts were. And there was this part of Celtic culture where the young men's waists would be measured to see if they were overweight. And if their waist got a little bit beyond what the required limit was, they would be shamed for being a little bit too flabby. And so there was a lot of stress on being trim and fit. Why? Because these were warrior people. And they knew if you're going to have a warrior culture, you can't have a bunch of fatties. So America is going through a massive transformation. This is what I'm seeing. Or it's at least attempting to orchestrate a massive transformation of the American society. Fitness, militarism, the troops. The Iraq War tarnished the image of the U.S. military. The Iraq War, which was pushed by Zionists, everyone who pushed for the Iraq War were Zionists, without exception. There wasn't anyone critical of Israel pushing for the Iraq War. That just didn't happen. Every single one of them. Didn't matter if they were Jewish, didn't matter if they were non-Jewish, didn't matter if they were Gentiles. Everyone from Richard Pearl to James Woolsey and Michael Bolton and all these guys, John Bolton, not the singer, John Bolton, all these guys were all Zionists, and they were all pushing for the Iraq War. And a lot of soldiers came back from that war totally disillusioned. They saw their fellow soldiers getting cut in half by IEDs, and they saw what the U.S. did to Iraq and how they devastated the whole country based on a lie. And they said, wow, the Pentagon lied to us, the military lied to us, so we don't trust it. So what do you do as America? Right? You're in a very desperate situation. You see Russia rising up. You see China rising up. You see these other regional powers trying to rise up, Iran, Germany, Turkey. And you realize, wow, America has become kind of a joke. We're known as a fat country, lazy, stupid country. Europeans laugh at us. Chinese people laugh at us. Japanese people, South Korean people laugh at us, right? We've become a laughingstock for the world. So what do you do as America? You have to go through an entire cultural transformation. What do? You push fitness. That's where David Goggins comes in. That's where Jocko Willink comes in. That's where these people come in. You get Pete Hegseth. You push Maha. Make America healthy again. That's RFK. RFK got famous in the 2020s because of what was happening, what the government was doing as a result of the COVID crisis. RFK blew up. He was known before. He was around before. RFK has been politically active for decades. That guy's been around for the longest time. The thing is that most people didn't even know who the hell he was until 2020, 2021, 2022. He started out as a critic of the COVID policies. He started out as a critic of the vaccine policy. And that's how he became famous. He blew up. Most people didn't know this guy existed before the COVID era. And then what happened? Russia invades Ukraine. He starts criticizing NATO policy. He gets even more popular. But RFK is now the figurehead. He's now the spokesperson for the American Health Department, so to speak. And he's pushing this idea of MAHA, making America healthy again. Why? Because Americans have not been healthy. Because we've been fat, lazy, eating processed, chemically created foods like a bunch of lab rats. And it has been detrimental to our health. We're eating freaking dye, red dye, and all sorts of other shit. It's not good for us. That shit is not good for us. I don't care what anyone tells me. It's not good for us. But why are they doing this? Because they know you cannot have a militarily ready society that is lazy and fat and unhealthy. How do you further radicalize the American population? Well, you don't want people joining the ranks of the left because that would mean criticizing the military-industrial complex. We can't have that. You can't get people, you can't encourage people to join liberal circles because that would mean criticizing Israel. That's our big major ally in the Middle East. And it's also one of our biggest buyers of military technology. Can't have that. Why do you think we give billions of dollars every year to Israel? So they can buy our toys. So they can buy our weapons. So what do? You get people to go to the right-wing side of things, the conservative side of things, because the conservative world is where people tend to be pro-military. And think about it. The killing of Charlie Kirk, the murder of Charlie Kirk, whether you think it's a conspiracy or not, whether you believe the official narrative that says that this Robinson guy is the shooter or not, it doesn't matter. The reaction is going to be radicalism. The ripple effect is going to be we have to radicalize more. We have to be more against the left. Because the left are who? The left are the people of being unfit. They are the people who... Remember all these articles that were coming out for a while saying that being fit was a right-wing ideology, or that being fit and lifting weights was a part of right-wing ideology? Remember that? Do you guys remember those articles? I remember them. There were all these articles saying, well, if you're going to the gym, you might become radicalized. And then what was the response to those articles? The response to those articles were, I'm going to go to the gym more. I'm going to get even more fit. I'm going to lose weight. The left has encouraged me to lose weight. So it got the opposite reaction of what the article was posing itself to want. And I think that the reaction that those types of articles were getting was exactly the whole purpose of the articles. The whole purpose of the articles was to get that very reaction. In other words, reverse psychology. Think about this. If I get mad at you, and I'm in an argument with you, and I say, damn it, get the hell out of my presence, you're going to be like, no, I don't want to. No, I'm going to stay here. That's reverse psychology. If I want you to stay, I'll tell you to leave. And if I want you to leave, I'll tell you to stay. Reverse psychology is very effective because what reverse psychology does is it plays with our sense of individuality, and it goes against our sense of autonomy. One of the most precious things that we as individuals hold on to is our sense of autonomy. We do not want to be controlled. We don't want to be slaves. So if someone tells you to shut your mouth, what are you going to do? You're going to keep talking. If someone says, I want you to be a complete lardass and to shove your face with muffins, you're going to be like, fuck you, I'm going to become fit and jacked. And perhaps that's the reaction that I wanted the entire time. I believe that all these articles that were coming out saying that the gym is right-wing and all this stuff, I think all those articles were psyops. I do. Because no one in their right mind really believes that going to the gym is some sort of right-wing thing. I've been exercising on and off for over a decade. I've never really believed that it was a part of a right-wing thing or a liberal thing. I just believed, and I still believe, that it's just what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be physically active because being overweight sucks. I've been overweight before. It sucks. Doesn't feel good, especially in the mornings when you wake up. It sucks balls. So what happens also, right? How do you further radicalize, or how do you further orchestrate this transformation, or this attempt at doing this major transformation of American society? Well, you get someone who is extremely popular amongst the right. And this someone is Charlie Kirk. This is just my speculation. This is just me pontificating, making observations. But Charlie Kirk was the moderate. He was the guy. He wasn't radical. He wasn't violent. He never pushed for racism. In fact, he argued against Fuentes. He argued against the white right-wing identitarians. He said that America is a country where all people are embraced if they're here legally, and if they become citizens, it doesn't matter what their color is, right? This is what he was saying. And I remember a video from years ago of Charlie Kirk arguing with one of these American identitarians. I forgot his name. And this identitarian said, well, do we really want to allow for legal migration or legal immigration from left-wing societies, or societies that are socialistic, like maybe, I don't know, Cuba or something, Venezuela? And Charlie Kirk gave him a really good argument. He gave him a really good question, a rhetorical question. He said, okay, so you don't want to allow for people who are in socialist societies to legally immigrate here, right? Yeah. Okay, so would you be okay with allowing people from Portugal to immigrate here? Because if your whole problem is just that you don't want socialists coming here, and your fixation is not on race, then you should be also against Portuguese people from immigrating to the United States. And he got the guy with that question because it showed that his issue wasn't really socialism. His issue was he didn't want non-whites coming to America, because he didn't really have a problem with Portuguese people coming here, because Portuguese people are white, or they at least tend to be white. So he was good at debating. He was not a radical. He was not a Nazi. He would argue with Nazis. Was he right about everything? No. Did I agree with everything that he said? No. But he was not a fanatic. That's one thing that I cannot say about Mr. Kirk, is that he was a radical or a fanatic, or he was an insider. So what happens? He's dead. He's murdered. He was murdered, and he has become a martyr. So what does that do? It sends out the message that moderation doesn't work. And now you have the governor of Utah, Mr. Cox, saying, well, one of Robinson, they're saying that the shooter is some guy with the last name Robinson. Who knows what new installments will be added to this narrative, but they're saying it's this guy named Robinson. Okay, fine. But the governor of Utah, Mr. Cox, comes along and he says, well, we spoke to one of the family members of Mr. Robinson, and this family member told us that Mr. Robinson didn't really like Charlie Kirk. Didn't really like him, didn't really agree with him. And they supposedly found bullet casings from the rifle that was reportedly used to murder Mr. Kirk. And on the bullet casings were found ideological statements like Bella Ciao or whatever, which is some old anti-fascist Italian term. And some transgender stuff was found. And there was one casing that said, hey, fascist, catch. So what is this leading to? What is this going to guide people towards? It's going to guide people towards the conclusion: moderation did not save Mr. Kirk. And moderation will be our downfall. We have to become more radicalized, tougher, stronger, more right-wing, more nationalistic. And that is going to boost American nationalism. And American nationalism is very, very helpful if you're the Pentagon. If you're the Pentagon, the thing that you want the most is nationalism. Because with nationalism, militarism becomes more appealing. And so if you think this is all coincidental, fine, maybe you're right. Maybe it's all coincidental. Doesn't really matter, because we're seeing the reaction. And the reaction just so happens to benefit the very people who are congregating around Mr. Kirk. The nationalist, the righties, the militarist, people like Hegseth, Trump, Netanyahu in Israel. They're all glorifying Mr. Kirk. They're all saying, oh, he was such a great man, and he was such a great friend of Israel, he was such a great friend of America, etc., etc. And it just so happens, again, this could all be coincidental, but it just so happens that Kirk's murder benefits the agendas of all these people. Now, again, this could all be coincidental, but there is an old Latin rhetorical question that I really, really find quite helpful in situations like this. Qui bono? Qui bono? Who benefits? If you can find out who benefits, then maybe you find the motivation. Just saying. It's like a story that you read where someone's wife is found dead. And they don't know who killed the woman. They know someone murdered her. They could look at the body. They can see the trauma on the body. They can see signs of struggle, right? They see all this stuff. They know this person was murdered. This woman was murdered. Who is the suspect? The husband goes to the funeral, weeps his heart out. Oh my God, I love this woman so much. And you see him screaming and crying, and he's the loudest one in the room. And surely you believe that this man had nothing to do with it. He loved this woman so dearly. But then you find out that this same husband took out $250,000, $500,000 from the trust fund that belonged jointly together with him and his wife, that belonged to him and his wife. He takes $500,000. He buys himself a really fancy suite somewhere in, I don't know, Nevada, maybe. Miami. Makes you wonder, the death of this woman, and we've seen stories like this. These stories have happened. Let's not pretend that this doesn't happen. It does. But you see stories like that and you think, cui bono? Who benefits? Who benefits? Cui bono? Just so happens that the guy who is screaming and crying the loudest in the funeral is also the person that benefited the most from the murder. 9/11. Cui bono? Cui bono? Who benefits? Who benefited from 9/11? The Pentagon? Halliburton? Lockheed Martin? They all got something. They went to Iraq. The oil companies were very interested. Cui bono? Just so happened that Dick Cheney was the executive director of Halliburton, one of the biggest oil companies in the world. And they really didn't want Saddam Hussein, who was a Soviet ally, Russian ally, to have any sort of control over that oil. Just so happened that the Pentagon made tons of money. Just so happened that all these big defense companies made tons and tons of money. Massive amounts of money because of 9/11. Cui bono? Who benefits? Who benefits? Who did 9/11? Who did 9/11? Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda was used by who? The U.S. government. For what purpose? To fight the Russians and to fight the Serbs in the Balkans and in southern Russia, Chechnya, the North Caucasus. And it just so happens that the very group that the United States was backing as a proxy was also the same group that did 9/11. And that terrorist attack, which is very questionable, I mean, just the buildings going down is very questionable, But that terrorist attack led to all this mess. The Iraq War, Syria. And Israel had been pushing for the overthrowing of Saddam for years and years and years, and they didn't get what they wanted until after 9/11. And John Bolton made a trip to Israel, and he spoke to all these Israeli politicians, and he said, oh, don't worry, after we take out Saddam, we're going to take out Assad. And the Israelis were very happy to hear this. They got their pretext, 9/11. And it just so happened that right after 9/11, Netanyahu did a speech, and he said, I'm very glad, I'm very happy about 9/11, because now America sees what Israel is going through. Now they know the enemy that we, Israel, has been going through or has been facing up against for all these years. The Israelis were happy because they were going to get what they wanted, which was the overthrowing of Saddam Hussein. And they tried to make this connection between 9/11 and Saddam Hussein to justify the Iraq War. And of course, the American people fell for it because they were still traumatized by watching those towers go down. And the people fell for it. But it was all a lie. It was all a lie. And it was done for the military-industrial complex. And it made us question the whole 9/11 narrative. And it made us wonder if 9/11 was actually an inside job for the benefit of Israel and the military-industrial complex. So what did that do? It tarnished the image of the Pentagon and the U.S. military. So what are they doing now? They're saying, oh, America first. We're all about America first. We're not about Iraq. We're not about foreign wars. We're about America first. And that's appealing to a lot of people because now they're being told they're going to serve their country and they're not going to serve foreign interests. This is a big marketing point for the military. And they're trying to get the people to trust the military-industrial complex again. You can't do that with people joining the left-wing faction. You can only do that by getting people to join the right, to join the nationalists. So they create wokeism. They get this response that's for masculinism and right-wing ideology. And my phone is ringing, and no one is picking it up. Hold on one second, guys. Oh, never mind. It stopped. So then what happens, right? Charlie Kirk is murdered. And literally minutes after he is murdered, all these Israelis start talking about how our enemy is America's enemy. And the murder of Kirk is the result of this left-wing terrorism, and the threat to the world is the Palestinian/Islamo left-wing alliance. And what are they trying to frame here? What are they trying to push for here? Think about this. The same damn thing they were pushing right after 9/11. What did Netanyahu say right after 9/11? He said, I'm glad that this happened because now Americans realize the enemy that we, Israel, has been facing for all these years. Our enemy is now your enemy. In other words, we can now use you as our proxy to go against our enemy. The Palestinians, the Muslims, Saddam Hussein, whatever. And what 9/11 did was it bolstered Zionism. It did. There was an explosion in Christian Zionism after 9/11. I remember, I lived it. I saw it with my own eyes. I remember all the Zionist events at the churches, and I wasn't like an activist at that time. I was still in middle school and high school. But I remember seeing it with my own eyes. John Hagee and Pat Robertson, the 700 Club, they were all about pushing that Zionism. And 9/11 was used as a catalyst, or it was used as propaganda fodder to get people to jump into that narrative, right? To join and subscribe to that narrative. Why? Because there was this framing of the narrative, and that was Israel's enemies is our enemies, and the people who did 9/11 are the very people that Israel's been trying to warn us about, and the very people that Israel's been fighting against for all these years. And what are they doing now with Kirk? Our enemy is your enemy. And isn't it interesting? Do you think that it's just a coincidence that Kirk was murdered the day before 9/11? It's not coincidental. I think they're following the same damn playbook. That's what I believe. Let's see here. Hold on. I'll try to read all your guys' comments. Hold up. We have a bunch of people here. Let's see here. You think they are trying to do a civil war? Okay, I already answered that one. Hello, Billy Bob. Hello, Susan. Hello, Miriam Youssef. Smash that like button. Yes, I don't like to say this because it sounds like I'm begging, but nonetheless, it does definitely help the stream when you guys like it because it gets the algorithm to push the stream to more people. So that will definitely help the stream. Don't forget to tap the like button. Yep. Hello, Theo. Hello, Goose Hunter. Hello, all good people. It's time for some Theology, a live stream by Theodore Schubat about geopolitics, history, religion, food, movies, and everyday life. Absolutely. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Alexis Corral. Hello, Abwan Kenobi. Peace to you, sir. You're coming from France, I believe. You got the French flag there. Bonjour. Hello, Layla Foles. This week your videos were top-notch. Really appreciate that, Layla. Goose Hunter, okay, hello. Ronald Jackson, they said they caught the shooter 33 hours later. Yeah. Yeah, supposedly that's the shooter, right? We're supposed to believe everything. The video of the shooter escaping off the roof into the parking lot is suspicious. Yes, no student fleeing, just a guy strolling through campus. Yeah, it's very strange. Very strange. Hello, happy Friday, and God bless you all in Jesus' name. Appreciate that. Proverbs 3:16. Let's see here. Chris Gallardo, what's up, Holmes? Great video yesterday. I think it was Dancing Israelis that got Charlie. People are noticing, right? Noticing. Hello, Rusty Shackleford, Solid Snake 85. Do you think the Charlie Kirk assassination? Okay, I already answered this. Suspect in custody. Yeah, that's what they. I mean, we're supposed to believe everything, right? And the government told us that the vaccines were healthy. The government told us that the knee really did kill George Floyd. It was the knee. It wasn't fentanyl that killed George Floyd. What else should we believe? Let's see. The whole 9/11 narrative was 100% true. Absolutely. It was just 19 guys, and the two planes really did, or the three planes really did bring all those buildings down, including Tower 7. And yes, the buildings went straight down because of just the planes, right? They went straight perfectly down. They didn't go down at an angle or anything like that. No. They went straight down perfectly. And that was all those 19 cavemen. Absolutely. Just so happened that those 19 guys were Al-Qaeda, and Al-Qaeda was a CIA asset. Just saying. But we're supposed to believe 100% the narrative. Absolutely. I am right there with you. I believe everything the government tells me. I do not question anything. Absolutely. Pretty soon I'm going to be joining the military because America told me that if I join the military, I'll be fighting for freedom and my country, and I believe that also. So I'm going to be joining the military soon, guys. I'll be getting out of YouTube. I'll be taking a break from YouTube to serve America, and I will be happy, more than happy, to fight in the streets of Jerusalem against Netanyahu's enemies, because Netanyahu is a man of Yahweh. He is a man of God. No, not God. God is a Germanic word. Yahweh. We only use Hebrew terms when we speak of religion. He's a man of Yahweh. I will fight and I will risk my life for the glory of Israel, because Mike Huckabee says that Israel is blessed by God. And if we don't bless Israel, then we're not going to get the blessings of God. And what better way to bless Israel than to fight and die for Jerusalem and to fight and die for Netanyahu's son to be able to sniff cocaine off the backs of strippers and boast to his friends about how his father gave bribes to some oil tycoon. No. The government is right about everything. Absolutely. And Israel is not slaughtering civilians. Nope. Israel is doing the right thing. They are fighting terrorists. That's correct. So I believe everything the government tells me. Do you think the questions being asked during the assassination was a coincidence? That's another interesting question. I mean, the guy brought up school shooting or mass shootings, and then the guy dies. I mean, it's very strange. Hello, Theodore. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you, Joferlo Valcartel. Are you Chilean? I think you're Chilean. Professor Theo, thank you for that, Billy. Oh, what part of Alberta? My permanent home is in Alberta. I was right outside Calgary. We're talking like 15-minute drive from Calgary. New sub after the Charlie video. Very cool-headed analysis given the chaos. Appreciate that, sir. Yeah, you see, the last thing that I want to see in this country is civil war. And I think I actually want to show this to you guys. So yesterday, I was looking at X and I was seeing, okay, what does X want to feed me today? And I was looking at my X feed and I noticed there was a lot of Israelis talking on X. And I wasn't searching for these people's videos. X was just recommending them to me. X was just recommending to me these videos. And I noticed there were a lot of videos, and I've never seen this many Israelis on my feed. I've never seen this many Israelis pushing stuff like this on my feed. But I saw an abnormal number of Israeli videos, and all these people were talking about Charlie Kirk. And they were saying things, they were using radical rhetoric, such as, when is enough gonna be enough? How long are we gonna allow this to go on? When's the line gonna be crossed? When is enough gonna be enough? And I'm like, what are you implying? And there was this one guy who was walking down some street as he was filming himself talking. Clearly, this guy was filming from Israel. I know Israel when I see it. Like, that's Israel. Maybe Miami. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain it was Israel. Clearly, the speaker is Israeli. When is enough gonna be enough? When is enough gonna be enough, right? What are they trying to imply? And then all of a sudden I saw this Israeli who I've never seen before. His name was like Avi something. And what was he saying? He was saying, this is terrible. It's time for America to go against Qatar and Turkey. Or Egypt. I think he said Egypt. Literally trying to push for war. Rabbi Shmuley was on X. I didn't see him on my feed, but I saw him later on. Rabbi Shmuley was on X, and what was Rabbi Shmuley saying? Guys, it's such a tragedy, guys, what happened. It's so terrible. And this is the left. This is the pro-Palestine Islamo left that did this. You see, it's the Islamo left. And then he asked people for money. He wants hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of dollars so he can buy some new equipment and buy some new stuff or whatever. And it's like, you're using Charlie Kirk's death to make money. I mean, really, these people have no they have no shame. They're shameless, and these people, they have no moral limits. There is no, their absence of principles knows no bounds. See, they're doing exactly what they did after 9/11. After 9/11, there was this term that became very popular that said, we're dealing with Islamo-fascist. And they use this term incessantly. You don't hear this so much because I think it kind of got outdated. But back in the early 2000s, 2010s, that era, there was a lot of talk about Islamo-fascism and Islamo-fascists. And you had Robert Spencer and Pamela Geller, and you had all these, what they call counter-jihad, right? The counter-jihad movement. The counter-jihad movement was a massive, massive movement that exploded after 9/11. I'm very familiar with the movement because my father was sort of part of it, but then he got delusioned with everything and realized that it was evil. Again, we're all growing in this life. And they used to use this term all the time, Islamo-fascist. And Islamo-fascism was described as the alliance between the left and the Muslims, or the left and the pro-Palestine activists and the Palestinians and the Muslims. And they're trying to do the same thing now. I'll give you guys some examples, all right? This was an article that was published just recently. This was published, I want to say yesterday, by the Israeli newspaper Haaretz, which is a great newspaper, by the way. It really informs you about what's happening in Israel. Great newspaper. I highly recommend that people read the news coverage that is provided by Haaretz, and also the commentary on the news that is provided by Haaretz. It's very, very informative. But it says here that the Israeli leaders found a martyr in Charlie Kirk for their struggle against the global left, right? Kirk's killing offered right-wing Israeli politicians a chance to fold an American figure into their struggle against the world, casting Israel's critics, the left and Muslims, as common enemies under the banner of Judeo-Christian values. You see this? So it says here, within minutes, okay, I'll make this a little bit bigger because this text is kind of small and I don't like it. That's better. Within minutes, political figures began sharing prayers and so within minutes after the murder, political figures began sharing prayers and reactions to the news from Utah. But what stood out in this case wasn't only the speed at which the reactions came, but also the corners they came from. Very interesting observation. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu mourned Kirk as a lion-hearted friend of Israel, who fought the lies and stood tall for Judeo-Christian civilization. Again, very convenient for Israel. Israel's foreign minister Gideon Sa'ar, Israel's foreign ministry and lawmaker Benny Gantz, mourned him as a representative of the Judeo-Christian values that unite Israel and America, or some variation of that. Other right-wing Israeli politicians rushed to weaponize the tragedy, using it to stoke fear, amplify Islamophobia, and fold Kirk's assassination into their broader anti-left agenda. Now, I want to add something here. In Israel, to be called a leftist, they actually have a Hebrew term for leftist. And to be called that term is an insult. It's not just about being anti-Palestinian or anti-Palestine. It's also about being anti-left. And in Israel, you have the leftists in Israel who tend to be more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause. Those Israelis are painted as leftists, enemies of Israel, enemies of the Jewish people. And so the Israeli cause, or the right wing, I should say, the right-wing Israeli cause, is not just about being anti-Palestine. It's also about being anti-left. So they know that if they can amplify the anti-left sentiment in the Western world, they can try to use that as a way to gear people towards the anti-Palestine crowd. And they can say, well, your fight is our fight. And again, they did this after 9/11. The same damn thing. Our fight is your fight. Your enemies are my enemies. We're in this together, America. They're doing the same damn strategy. This is it. And so what they're trying to say is, in order to fight against this left-wing evil, we have to go against the Palestine cause, and your enemies are my enemies, Mr. Right-wing American. The thing is that it's not going to work. That's the thing. It might work to a certain degree, right? I'm sure it's going to work to a certain degree. I don't think this is going to work, because what was the messaging of Charlie Kirk? One of the messages of Charlie Kirk was America first, not Israel first. So people are going to, and there's already tons of people on Twitter/X, YouTube, who are looking at these videos, these recent videos of Charlie Kirk saying, I am America first. I am not Israel first. I'm America first. And so people are going to say, well, he was America first. And the left wing, the enemies of Charlie Kirk, whoever they are, they're not America first. They're globalist first. Or maybe they're Israel first. We're going to be even more America first. Charlie Kirk wanted to talk about Epstein. He wanted to talk about, the Mossad's connection to Epstein and all this stuff. He wanted to talk about Israel's undue influence. He talked about the Jewish donors who fund left-wing ideas and left-wing causes. And so people are they're going to listen, and they already are to a great extent, but people are going to start listening even more to these recent videos, and they're going to say, man, to honor the death of Charlie Kirk, we have to be even more like Charlie Kirk. We got to be even more America first. We have to be even more insistent on knowing about Epstein, learning about Epstein, and getting the government to expose Epstein's records, right? We have to be even more nationalistic. So what this is doing is it's intensifying the radicalism. Israel is using this to try to get people to be more pro-Israel because they say Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel. So to honor the death, the martyrdom of Charlie Kirk, you should also be pro-Israel. This is what they're trying to frame here. Is it going to work? Sure, to a certain extent. But people are also going to bring up Epstein. People are also going to bring up the fact that Charlie Kirk was starting to become more critical of Israel. People are going to bring up the fact that, and they already are, but people have been bringing up the fact, and they're going to do this more, that Charlie Kirk was attacked by Zionists. And he was accused of being an anti-Semite by Zionists solely because Charlie Kirk platformed and he moderated a debate between Josh Hammer, who's a hardcore Zionist, and Dave Smith, who is a Jewish guy who's very critical of Israel. And I watched that debate. It was a great debate. Josh Hammer got hammered. But the fact is that, and this is what Charlie Kirk himself said, that Charlie Kirk got attacked not by critics of Israel, not by people who are America first. He got attacked by Zionists for hosting and moderating that debate. And he said, I'm being called an anti-Semite. I'm being attacked for this. People are already referencing this video. They're already referencing that. And they're saying, wow, look, he was already getting attacked. What's going on here? And then you have Harrison Smith saying, I know a guy who's close to Kirk, and he told me Kirk is afraid of the Israelis. He thinks that they could actually kill him. Kirk was getting closer to Tucker Carlson. He was getting closer to Candace Owens. He was getting closer to that crowd, Dave Smith, and you could see, this is my own observation, but I think his pro-Israel stance was starting to break. And I think that he was starting to notice exactly what I started to notice when I was 27 years old. When I was 26, 27 years old, I really began to notice the whole Zionist thing, all that stuff, 25, 26 years old. I really began to notice a lot of these things. And so I used to be really pro-Israel. I was raised to be Zionist. I was raised to be super pro-Israel. I went to Zionistic events when I was a lot younger. And I was in that same camp. I was in the same camp as Charlie Kirk. And what I noticed, what I observed in seeing Charlie Kirk's criticism of Zionists and all that was the things that I also began to see, or the things that I began to see myself when I was a Zionist. And my position, my Zionistic paradigm began to slowly crack. So I began to notice the same things with Kirk. And I'm like, give that guy a few more years and he's going to become like a Tucker Carlson. That would be my prediction. So my theory, my speculation is the martyrdom of Kirk was basically the hitting of two birds with one stone, or three birds with one stone, really. And that is, you can use his death to try to, well, let's just rewind a little bit here. Let's rewind back a little bit here. He was cracking. He was still pro-Israel, but he was cracking. So him being killed before he could potentially become a Tucker Carlson meant preventing that sort of thing happening. Preventing that sort of thing happening while also simultaneously using his death as a way to get people to become pro-Israel and to gear people away from the pro-Palestine crowd, because the pro-Palestine movement has been growing precipitously in this country. The other stone is you create a distraction. The left and the right hate each other even more. You exacerbate those tensions. You increase American nationalism. And instead of people talking about Epstein, they're talking about what happened to Kirk. But the thing is that that's not stopping people from talking about Epstein. The thing that this whole tragedy is going to commence is the amplification, the intensification of American nationalism. Mark my words, it's only going to get bigger. And as American nationalism intensifies and grows, other countries are going to notice, and they're going to say, you know what, we should also be nationalistic even more. And it's going to create this conflagration of nationalism in the Western world. You'll see nationalism growing you'll see nationalism intensifying even more in other Western countries like Sweden, like Norway, like Germany especially, now that, you know, the second biggest party in the German parliament is the AfD, which is a nationalist party. And the polls show in Germany that the biggest party, or the most popular party right now in Germany, is the AfD party. So the nationalists in Germany, they could be AfD. They could be maybe a different party that's going to come and eclipse the AfD in the future. We don't know. But nationalism is going to be the biggest thing in the Western world. And what happened to Charlie Kirk, as tragic as it is being used as propaganda fodder to make that intensification of nationalism happen. That's what you see. And the Israelis believe, well, if American nationalism against the left can increase even more, we can use that as a proxy. I believe it's going to backfire. And this is my speculation, but I believe that this is going to backfire on the Israelis, because people are going to say, Charlie was America first. Damn it, we're going to be America first. Not Israel, not globalism, not NATO, America first. And it's going to spiral against the Israelis and against the globalists, the people who want to maintain the post-World War II global order and all that stuff. This is my my prediction. I'll read your guys' comments. But hold on, let me read the rest of this article, and then I'll go to your guys' comments. So it says here that other right-wing Israeli politicians rush to weaponize the tragedy, using it to stoke fear, amplify Islamophobia, and fold Kirk's assassination into their broader anti-left agenda. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir said now this is the framing that they want. The collusion between the global left and radical Islam. They're doing the 9/11 playbook. The collusion between the global left and radical Islam is the greatest danger to humanity today. By the way, Ben-Gvir is a genocidal Jewish fanatic who wants to purge the West Bank of Palestinians. He wants to purge Gaza of Palestinians, and he wants to bring back the settlement movement in Gaza. This is what Ben-Gvir wants. This guy is an absolute fanatic, a murderous fanatic, and he's telling us about terrorism. This guy's a terrorist himself. And so it says here that Diaspora Affairs Minister Amichai Chikli, another fake-ass name, implored Jews and Christians, Americans and Israelis, to ensure that freedom prevails against the sword of Islamist fanaticism and the neo-Marxist tyranny hiding behind a liberal mask. You see, this is the framing that they want people to go by. Yeah, it's the left. The left killed Charlie. The left is pro-Palestine. Therefore, we have to be against Palestine. If you're pro-Palestine, you're just like the people who murdered Charlie. That's the conclusion that they want people to come to. The Americans, the militarists, the Pete Hegseth types, they're gonna use this to try to get people to become more militant, more right-wing, more nationalist. Yeah, more nationalistic. Because if you're more nationalistic, you're more America first, you're more pro-Trump, and they can use you. They can say, well, we have to fight the left, so we have to, we have to become a little bit more tyrannical. That's what we need to do. So let's become a little bit more tyrannical. They're going to go after criminals. I don't have an issue with going after criminals. Criminals should be arrested and brought to justice. But I fear they're going to escalate this whole thing into arresting innocent people. You said what about Israel? You said what about America? You said what? You criticized America? How dare you? You're not patriotic. You're just like the left, who are a bunch of terrorists. That's the danger that we are facing here. That's the danger that I fear. This is what I fear the most. Why would Netanyahu, this is a good rhetorical question here from this article, why would Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and other figures on the Israeli right rush to memorialize an American ultra-Christian pundit who also floated conspiracy theories against Jews? Why would the central Israeli city of Netanya rush to name a Charlie Kirk plaza by Thursday afternoon? So Charlie Kirk, when it talks about conspiracy theories against Jews, what it's referring to is Charlie Kirk talking about Jewish donors backing up liberal or left-wing / progressive causes. And it's a good question. Why in the hell do you name a whole plaza in Israel after Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk Plaza. Very strange. It's kind of like there's this story that I read. It goes back to the whole cui bono question. There's a story that I didn't read this story, but I saw this. I was watching one of those murder mystery shows. And it talked about this guy who murdered his fiance. And it said that this guy was the main suspect, but he was trying to prove that he wasn't the one who murdered his fiance. So what did he do? He goes to the funeral for the fiance, and he does a mock wedding in the fiance, and he posthumously marries the woman to show how much he loved her. And all that did was it got people to become more suspicious. Like, what do you got to hide here? Really? A wedding at a funeral? That is very strange. Very strange behavior. So he does this posthumous funeral. So minutes after Charlie Kirk is murdered, there is Netanyahu. There is Ben-Gvir. There is all these Israeli officials. There is the Israeli government naming a plaza after him. What's going on here? What's going on here? And the Zionists were attacking Mr. Kirk. So all of a sudden, he's this big friend of Israel. Very strange. And it says here that his death offered Israeli figures a chance to fold an American figure into their narrative of global struggle, casting Israel's critics, the left, and Muslims as common enemies under the banner of Judeo-Christian values. President Trump, from behind his desk in the Oval Office, offered not solace but incitement. For years, this is what Trump said, for years, the radical left has compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis. This type of language is directly responsible for the terrorism we're seeing in our country today. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that disturbing? So you're saying that if I believe that a certain influencer is bad, and let's say I think someone is a fascist, and I think this guy's a fascist, right? And that guy gets killed. You're saying the government's going to come after me and say, you're responsible? According to Mr. Trump, the people who were calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi are directly responsible for his murder. That is scary rhetoric. It is. You're talking about restricting free speech. Because if calling someone a Nazi is incitement to murder, then that means calling someone a communist is incitement to murder. Because remember, for the longest time, conservatives have been talking about how communists killed more people than the Nazis, right? The Nazis killed 11 million people. Well, the communists murdered 30, 40, 50, 100 million people, right? If you take Stalin and you take the Khmer Rouge and you take Mao Zedong and Fidel Castro and all these communists, they killed a lot of people. They killed more people than the Nazis did. So if I call someone a Nazi, and that is considered an incitement to murder by Donald Trump, then I am directly responsible for this murder, then that means I should be arrested for my opinion. And you could say, well, yeah, that's great. I mean, it's, you could say, well, yeah, we've had it up to here with Democrats calling us Nazis. Absolutely. This is what needs to be done. Okay. Well, it goes both ways. Because if you call Democrats communists, then that is also, by this logic, an incitement to murder. Because didn't the communists kill more people than the Nazis? So if I call a Democrat politician a communist, I am saying that this guy is Stalin. And that this guy is a murderer and he's like Hitler. And if someone murders that Democrat politician, I am directly responsible according to Mr. Trump's logic. You see how dangerous this is? You see how dangerous this whole thing is? You see how this whole thing can spiral out of control to the point where your freedom of speech could actually be restricted because of this? Do you see this? And don't give me this bullshit that that this can't happen. Because for the longest time, conservatives have been saying, well, every time there's a shooting, the Democrats use this to restrict our speech. They want to use this to restrict our speech, and they want to use this to take away our guns. Well, you don't think Republicans can also follow that same strategy? Now, remember, when Donald Trump got shot in the ear, they were saying, well, this is because all these lefties have been calling Trump Hitler all this time. This is the reason why. And so what are they saying? They're saying that calling Trump Hitler or comparing him to Hitler is incitement to political violence. Well, guess what? They were calling Obama a Muslim. Donald Trump said that Obama created ISIS. They were calling Biden a communist. Donald Trump called Biden a communist. So if violence happened to Biden, then that means Donald Trump would be responsible. That means that all the conservatives who called Biden a communist would also be responsible. And they would be accused of being directly involved with said political violence. Do you see how dangerous this is? Do you see how political violence or the murder of a political figurehead or a political activist is being used and has been being used and gets used as a way to promote more despotism, more radicalism, and they're using this whole nightmare with Charlie Kirk, they're using it as a way to radicalize people even more. The Israelis are using it, and the Americans are using it. Yeah, this is not good. Not good at all. And you have all these righties on Twitter and on Facebook saying, enough is enough. The days of dialogue are over. Well, what the hell are you trying to say? The days of dialogue are over. What are you going to do? The days of dialogue are over. I mean, this is very disturbing rhetoric. The days of dialogue are over. So what's the new day then? If the days of dialogue are over, what new day are we entering? The day of what? What are we entering here? Joker politics? Are we going to become like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker here? What's happening? The days of dialogue are over, and you have all these Israeli provocateurs on X saying, when is enough enough? When is enough going to be? I'll show you guys the videos in a little bit here. Because they want us to kill each other. They want us to become more radicalized. They want us to become more militant. They want us to become more violent. They want this. So they can push this agenda of radicalism, this agenda of violent, unhinged nationalism. You could say, Ted, how do you know this? I've been saying this since 2017. And I'm going to keep on saying this. Go look up Operation Gladio. Go look it up. NATO orchestrated... I'm just going to say this. They orchestrated violence. NATO orchestrated massacres in various parts of Europe. Go look up Operation Gladio. It was a CIA Operation MI5, CIA, other Western intelligence agencies were involved, Turkish intelligence, Italian, all these various NATO intelligence agencies were involved, and they were orchestrating massacres in Europe. Go look up the Bologna massacre. In the city of Bologna, a bunch of people were slaughtered. They put a bomb in a plaza, boom, blasted the bomb, a lot of people were killed. It was a whole massacre. Look up the Brabant killings in Belgium. Look at the Brabant killings in Belgium. You had masked men with shotguns walking into random grocery stores and just mowing people down. This happened in Belgium. Mowing people down. The murderers were never caught. Never. Isn't that strange? The murderers were never caught, and they did this to numerous grocery stores in Brabant, Belgium. Just go into a grocery store, bam, 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 with shotguns, just blasting people. The whole purpose of these massacres was to get people angry. Angry with who? Angry against the left. Yes, you can look this up. That was the whole freaking goal of these massacres. It was to get people to think that the massacres were done by leftists to make people more right-wing. Now, why would NATO be interested in making people more right-wing? The whole purpose was to get people to hate communism, because we were in the middle of a Cold War with the Soviet Union. That's what all this wokeism shit is about. Wokeism is about the same damn thing. Wokeism was supposed to make people, right, on paper, wokeism was supposed to make people more left-wing, more progressive, but it had the exact opposite effect. And perhaps that reaction is exactly what the whole point of wokeism was in the first place. It was to make people more radicalized, telling people to go to the gym, telling people that going to the gym is right-wing. Well, you know what? F you, I'm right-wing. That's the whole purpose of this stuff. So NATO has done terrorism to get certain reactions. October the 7th, and even Charlie Kirk himself said this, that October the 7th was allowed by Israel. Another reason as to why the Israelis didn't like him. He said October the 7th was allowed by Israel. For hours, Hamas terrorists, Hamas as they call them, they were allowed just to do whatever the hell they wanted. Shoot people, kill soldiers, the whole thing. And for hours, there was no reinforcements. No soldiers were coming in to fight the bad guys. Hours later, they popped up. What the hell was going on? What the hell was happening? What's going on there? That was allowed to happen. Why? Because Israel wanted to have the pretext to do a certain policy. And you're seeing the policy now, which is to clear Gaza of Palestinians. That was the purpose. That's why they allowed it. There were women in the IDF whose sole job it was to observe Hamas from across the border with Gaza. And they were observing Hamas doing their training for weeks. And they were observing the Hamas for so long that these women even remembered the names of the combatants that they were surveilling. Like, that's Muhammad, that's Ahmed, that's whatever, that's Mahmoud, that's this guy, that's whatever. They were reporting their findings to the superior officers. And do you know what one of these Israeli women was told? She was told, stop telling me about what Hamas is doing, or else I'm going to throw your ass in jail. She was threatened with jail time for warning the Israelis about October the 7th. You believe that? And then there was all of this surveillance footage because, Israel's got this multi-billion dollar security fence between Gaza and Israel. It's the most fortified security fence in the world. Even freaking Charlie Kirk himself said that he visited the wall and he said, I've never seen a wall as secure as the wall between Gaza and Israel. Never. He himself said this. It makes you, all of a sudden these Israelis love this guy. Right. Yeah. I don't believe that for a second. The Israelis don't love anyone who talks this way. But there was all this surveillance footage of the October the 7th attack. And what happened? A lot of that surveillance footage disappeared. Yes, you could look into this. A lot of the surveillance footage just vanished into thin air. What happened? But, you know, we're supposed to believe the official narrative of the Israeli government because the Israeli government has investigated itself and has determined itself to be innocent. Right. The fact of the matter is that things like this are orchestrated or they are allowed to happen to get a certain response or to get a certain pretext to do something or both at the same time. Usually we're talking both at the same time. Go look up Operation Northwood. The CIA went to JFK, John F. Kennedy, and they said, hey, Mr. President, we have this great idea. We're going to murder Americans and then blame the murders on the Cubans. And JFK said, I ain't signing on to that. Nope. I'm not going to murder Americans so you guys can do your little Psyops scheme. Yes, JFK told the CIA off. JFK did not want to sign on to this. So the American government was literally willing to kill its own people to get people to hate Cubans. And what are they doing with Mr. Kirk's murder? What are they doing? They're using it for an agenda to get people to hate on other people. Muslims, liberals, whatever. And believe me, guys, be smart. America has the most armed population on Earth. The armed populace is bigger than any military in the world. You guys want a civil war? Whoever wants a civil war in America is of the spawn of Lucifer. Because if there is a civil war in this country, it will make Syria look like Switzerland. It'll make Syria look like choir practice. Because look how many freaking guns we have. You think you want a civil war? Really? You want a civil war? If you want a civil war, you should be sent to the front line in Ukraine. Because we don't need people like you in this country. We don't. We don't. You want to fight in a war? Go fight in the trenches of Luhansk somewhere. That's where you belong. And you have a lot of chuckleheads out there who think war is glorious and cool, and they're like, I'm tired. Oh, I've reached my threshing hold. I've reached my boiling point. I've had enough. And all these people talking like this are overweight. You guys can't even do a sprint up a hill. What are you talking about? But they're talking about going to war. Yeah, they should be sent to Ukraine. Once that first bullet passes by your head and you hear that little and you feel that wind hitting your ear, it ain't Call of Duty. I'll read your guys' comments. But the thing is, terrorism, murders, political violence, all these things, these have been used since forever for certain purposes, for certain agendas. We have to keep this in mind. We have to keep in mind that governments do terrorist attacks to get people to think a certain way. Great point. Look up. Let me show you guys this real quick. Hold up. Let me guys just show you guys something here. Hold up. Real quick. All right. Let me show you guys something here. Have any of you guys ever heard of something called the Lavon Affair? I'm going to show you guys real quick, okay? This is something that Israel was trying to do back in, I want to say, the 1950s. The Lavon Affair. Very interesting story. Very revealing story. I was right, 1950s. Check this out, guys. This is something that Israel wanted to do to push America to go to war against Egypt. The Lavon Affair was a failed Israeli covert operation, codenamed Operation Susanna, conducted in Egypt in the summer of 1954 as part of a false flag operation. A group of Egyptian Jews were recruited by Israeli military intelligence to plant bombs inside Egyptian, American, and British-owned civilian targets, cinemas, libraries, and American educational centers. The bombs were timed to detonate several hours after closing time. The attacks were to be blamed on the Muslim Brotherhood, blame the Muslims, Egyptian communists, blame the left, unspecified malcontents or local nationalists, any threat to Israel, with the aim of creating a climate of sufficient violence and instability to induce the British government to retain its occupying troops in Egypt's Suez Canal zone. They also wanted America to go to war against Egypt. And so it's history that the operation caused no casualties among the population, but resulted in the deaths of 4 operatives, so 4 of the Israelis ended up dead. The overseer of the operation allegedly informed the Egyptians, after which 11 suspected operatives were arrested. 2 died by suicide after being captured. 2 were executed by the Egyptian authorities. 2 of them were acquitted at trial, and the remaining 5 received prison terms ranging from 7 years to life in prison. This is not... Listen, to say that Israel or the U.S. is willing to murder people and to attack America itself for the purpose of getting a specific reaction is not far-fetched. We actually have historical precedents for this. The Lavon Affair, we have Operation Northwood, Gladio. I mean, it's all there. Like, oh, this is all just conspiracy theory talk. Oh, I believe everything that the FBI says. Listen, if someone has, let's say this. If someone has a record, a criminal record, of stealing TVs and pawning them, and that person tells you, I am innocent, and I never did any of those things, and you let that person sleep in your house, and then the next morning, this person's gone, and you find the TV gone, and you say, this dude stole my TV. And some guy says, nope, he's innocent until proven guilty. You can't really prove anything because, you don't know if he actually stole the television. You have no proof. You're just assuming that. You say, listen, this guy's got a record of stealing TVs and pawning them. And I believed him when he said he was innocent, and this guy screwed me over. I mean, who's the tool? Who's the tool here? Just look at the record. The record is there. I don't need a paper that says, actually, no, this was done by the CIA and Gladio and NATO and Israel may have been behind it. I don't need a paper to tell me that. I just look at the record. We look at the history. And we know by the history what this country is capable of, or what this country is willing to do. Listen, Israel was bombing Jews in the Middle East and then blaming it on the Muslims to get Jews to come to Israel. Yes, you can look into this. They are willing to kill their own. The Bosnians, when they wanted independence from Serbia, murdered other Bosnians and then blamed their murders on the Serbs to get NATO to bomb Serbia. This is not far-fetched here, guys. It happens in other countries. You don't think they're doing the same sort of psychological operations in the United States? Absolutely they are. Absolutely. And they're already framing this as it's a left-wing thing. They want to destroy the left. We have to destroy the left, guys. I'm going to try to read your guys' comments. I've been neglecting the comments for too long. Let's read the... Trevor Green says, I agree with you. The heated rhetoric from the right-wingers is very, very troubling. Like, yeah. People are eating it up, falling right into the hand. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. Ronald Jackson. Oliver Barden says, good content. Are you familiar with the Don Bosco prophecy involving a blue moon in May? I'm not. I have to look into that. I have some weird ache on my jaw here. I don't know where it's coming from. It says here that more moon nonsense, only blue and not blue. Yeah, there was the blood moon, and now there's the blue moon, and I don't know. That's the new thing, having messages on the bullets. Yeah. Let your dad know I've been studying, have some questions and ideas about his teaching, and looking forward to seeing him on with you. Now your thoughts are always spot on. Appreciate that. I'll let him know. Let's see here. The surveillance state requires that there be subjects for it to surveil. This even would seemingly justify and vindicate people calling for more ubiquitous satellite-based surveillance. Yep. Absolutely. And who's America working with? Who's Israel working with? Palantir. Palantir is doing what? They're surveilling the Palestinians in the West Bank. Palantir is being used by Israel to find targets for slaughter in Gaza. Gaza is nothing but a testing ground for American and Western military technology. The Germans have been the second biggest providers of military technology to the Israelis, right after the Americans. And the Germans are responsible for which genocide? Oh, the Holocaust against the Jews and the Poles and the Russians and the Gypsies and other peoples. And this is the very country that right now is the second largest contributor to a genocide. Are we supposed to be surprised? Are we supposed to be surprised, guys? Really? I'm not. Gaza is nothing but a testing ground for people like Peter Thiel, for Palantir, Peter Thiel's company. And Peter Thiel is a homosexual German eugenist. So it doesn't surprise me that he is watching his technology being used to slaughter people. They're all eugenists. They're all anti-human. And what did Peter Thiel tell the New York Times recently? He said, well, the human race is not really my biggest priority because he's anti-human. He thinks he's going to live forever because he's wealthy and he can pay for whatever. He can pay and purchase the blood of youths, and he injects himself with the blood of young people, and he thinks it's going to keep him alive. The guy's a literal freaking vampire. He's just taking blood. I need the blood, guys. He wants to farm humans for blood like we farm cows for milk. He wants to farm blood, this guy. He's a psychopath. These people are sickos. They're Satanists. And he thinks he's going to live forever. The Gazans, they're not really worthy of life. They're not like me with my superior genes and my superior, what's it called? Transhumanist ideology. I'm going to live forever. The Gazans, they can be used as test subjects. How does India play into all this? India is the biggest Zionistic society in the world. They have 1 billion plus people, which means they can create literally armies of millions of pro-Israel bots on Twitter/X to flood Twitter/X with pro-Israel comments pretending to be from Israel when they're actually from India. And that can actually help Israel's cause. It could help Israel's cause. Extremist or radical events justify further need for this panopticon. They killed the perfect guy for that. The guy who talks. They want people to stop talking. That's right. Yep. And that's exactly what people are saying. Kirk was a guy, he was a man of dialogue and a man of peace. Well, the time of dialogue is over because dialogue didn't really work, did it? And all the people who are talking this way are provocateurs. Don't listen to them. They're dangerous. They want to push people to do radicalism, and don't fall for it. Do not fall for it, guys. Do not react. Do not fall for it. If you do, you're going to end up contributing to the destruction of your own country, because a civil war in America will destroy the country. And you're talking about literally at least millions of people dying. The next generations have no chill. It's going to be bad. Yeah, what is this? 1960s America? Well, yeah, 1960s was an era of political violence. You had MLK and JFK and all that. I'm further right than Charlie. I honestly felt the left-right tensions were starting to cool off. Israel was the bigger fish to fry. Let's see here. Fantastic news, dude. Being constantly on the move. Okay, you guys are talking to yourselves. Whatever the hell his name is just fine for that guy. Yep. Theo and chat. Hello, Scoob1337. Let's see here. When malls were actually worth going to. Yep. New sub here. Very interesting last video and put things into perspective. It got me thinking. Appreciate that, Chell. Let's see here. Naomi Campbell and Linda Evangelist time. Also blackmail. Yep. Moles were great in the 80s. Yeah, they were. Well, they were. I wasn't alive in the 80s, but I was alive in the 90s, and they were awesome in the 90s. Let's see here. I had the surgery that did a blah, blah, blah. Hope that surgery goes well for you, sir. I'm walking through my campus, and I just saw a poster with Luigi Mangione, and the text on it says, "Revolution against the billionaires," something. Really? That's bad. Hit the like button. Yeah, hitting the like button does help the stream. Let's see here. Want to go fight a country that didn't attack us? Absolutely, yeah, that's what they want. I work out hard, but because if I didn't, I would be forced to flirt with people my own age. Damn. Whether it was Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan or Iran or Gaza or even Venezuela, this is reminiscent of the CIA's well-known support of Gloria Steinem's career. Interesting. I didn't know that. I almost fell for that guy. Which guy? Mr. Leo. Then there was also, if you don't enlist, you're not a real man. That's right. By the way, if you were drafted to Vietnam and you refused to fight, you were not a coward. You were smart. Like Muhammad Ali was not a coward. They were accusing Muhammad Ali of being a coward. Listen, you can't be a professional boxer and be a coward. You ain't gonna be a pro boxer and be a coward. That's not how it works. You gotta have some serious balls to get into the ring and fight guys who are just as good as you, or if not better than you at boxing. Muhammad Ali was no coward. He was intelligent. And he was absolutely right. And of course, folks don't like talking about politics. Political violence is by far the worst form of violence. Yep. Let's see here. Disgusting. Leo. Okay, sorry. Who were you talking about right now? Let's see here. As if spellbound, not tied to violence, making martyrs out of madness. Yes. Have you seen that video of that guy's testimony on Bernie's YouTube channel? I don't know what you're referring to. It's kind of crazy because teens used to lie about their age to join the military, and so many men used to volunteer because they thought they'd be cowards if they didn't. That's correct. Edward Gallagher, same thing. The man is a true warrior. Too much war for too long. PTSD. We had similar case in the army unit of the Czech Republic and Afghanistan, and our current president, Petr Pavel, just gave them amnesty 2 months ago. Ooh, damn, the cancer is spreading. Taking cues from the most moral army. That's right. Israel's genocide of the Palestinians will be used to justify future genocides. Mark my words, that is what's going to happen. Because, you see, the Armenians were ethnically cleansed out of Nagorno-Karabakh with the support of Israel and the United States and Turkey. And I think that the Israelis saw that and they said, you know, we can do the same thing. We can do the same thing. The Azeris did it. We can do the same thing. And when third world countries do genocides like Sudan, people tend not to care because we think, that's the third world. Who cares? Third world is going to be third world. That's how people think. It's a sad reality. It shouldn't be that way, but that's how too many people think. But what I'm talking about for the future is genocide being done by the first world, which is a lot more. A genocide being done by a first world country is done a lot more efficiently because it's done with technology. It's done with surveillance technology. It's done with AI surveillance gathering data technology like Lavender in Israel, Palantir. And so what is being done in Gaza is really a genocide that is being done by a first world country. And for the first time since the Holocaust, we are watching a first world country do a genocide. What's ironic is that the last genocide done by a first world country, before this one, was done by the Germans, and the victims were the Jews. And right now, we're seeing the first genocide being done by a first world country since the Holocaust, and the genocide is being done by the Jewish state. And it's being done by a state that was created as a response to the Holocaust. It's all quite ironic, really. And so we're seeing, all right, a genocide being done by a first world country using first world technology. How does this look? Germany is watching. Germany is the second biggest contributor to this. What else is happening in Germany? Nationalism is exploding. And a lot of Germans want to remove the foreigners out of Germany. They want to get rid of the Syrians. They want to get rid of the Africans. They want to get rid of Iraqis. They want to get rid of certain foreigners. They want to purge Germany of certain foreigners. And it just so happens that Germany is the second largest contributor after the United States to what Israel is doing in Gaza. So the Germans are watching. And if Nazis ever take over Germany again, and I think they will, sadly enough, I think that these future Nazis are going to say, well, the Israelis did it, so why can't we? The Israelis did it with America's blessing, so who the hell is anyone else to tell us what to do? And they're going to use Gaza as a reference point, as a moral reference point. Yeah, the future is bleak. Let's see here. I am bothered by the warrior ethos that is pushed by Hegseth. Yep, that's correct. Hegseth pushes this idea of bringing back the warrior ethos. And this ideology is spreading into the Western world. You have the Nationalist Party in Germany, the AfD, saying, we have to listen to Pete Hegseth and bring back the warrior ethos. America, as I've already said, is a trend setter. And the trend that America is setting is nationalism, nationalism, nationalism. This is the trend that America is setting. This is the trend. Just as America started and commenced the trend towards eugenics in the 20th century, America right now is setting the trend for nationalism in the 21st century. Reminds me of the warning from Wisdom 2, let strength be our law. Excellent observation, Mr. Trevor Green. Absolutely. There is a verse in the Bible, Catholic or Orthodox Bible. You're not going to find this in your conventional Protestant or evangelical Bible, but there is a book of the Bible called the Book of Wisdom. It is the Wisdom of Solomon. I highly recommend that everyone read the Book of Wisdom. It's not too long, and it is quite edifying, and it's quite educational and informative. It says in the Book of Wisdom that the wicked, evil people are a certain way, and it describes how wicked people talk and how wicked people are. And it says in the Book of Wisdom that the wicked say, let strength be our law. That's what it says in the Book of Wisdom when describing the evil ones. And what did Charles Darwin promote? Survival of the fittest. Herbert Spencer, survival of the fittest. Francis Galton, survival of the fittest. And that survival of the fittest ideology, that worldview, really, really shaped the militarism and the eugenics of the 20th century. And that way of thinking literally led to the deaths of countless lives, tens of millions of people, World War I, World War II, all that stuff. And so what is Hegseth talking about? What is the AfD? What are all these nationalists talking about? Strength, strength, strength. And what is that going to lead us to? The same shit that it led the world to in the 20th century. You know, there is a saying that I heard from a great professor named J. Rufus Fears. I used to talk to him on the phone. He used to be a professor in Oklahoma. He taught Greco-Roman history. One of the, if not the most educated person I've ever talked to. He's read Latin, I think Greek, he knew some Arabic. I mean, he was a very educated man. I believe he was in the University of Oklahoma. And I used to call him up because I used to watch I watched all of his lectures on YouTube, and I watched so many of his lectures. I watched all of his lectures actually on YouTube. And so one day I thought to myself, this was back in 2011, 2012, 2013. I told myself, I want to talk to this man. So I looked him up, found his office number at the university, and I called him up, and he picked up the phone, and we talked for a while. And him and I had future conversations. We had other conversations on the phone, and we would discuss very intellectual things. We discussed history and the Bible, and a very kind and educated man who never acted impatient. Never said, I'm busy, I gotta go, I'm a professor. He was a major professor at a major university who would actually take the time to talk to random people on the phone. I mean, really a great guy. Really a great guy. And he wrote this article, I remember many years ago. He passed away, sadly. He had heart issues, and but he wrote this article, and he said something that I have never forgotten. He said that the men of the 20th century were avid readers. People in the 20th century read a lot more than people in the 21st century do. And he said that even though a lot of people in the 20th century read books on history, they weren't able to prevent World War I nor World War II. People in the day of Napoleon were avid readers. They read history, but still, these people being highly educated in history did not prevent them from starting the Napoleonic Wars. And he said the conclusion from this is that we do not prevent history by reading history. Because the greatest lesson from history is that men do not learn from history. Even though we may read a lot of history books, we still do not learn from history. Because a lot of the times, I would argue that most of the time, people read history for one of two reasons or all of the above. They read history because they're just fascinated by it. They have no intention of applying history to the present, which is the worst. It's the worst mindset to have when reading history, because reading history without applying it to the past, reading history not in light of the present, is useless, right? To read history not in light of the present is useless. It's a waste of time. You're just reading history because you're fascinated by it. And then you have people who read history for a political agenda. They read history, and then they will begin to manipulate history, or they'll begin to exaggerate a certain historical narrative or a certain historical fact to justify some sort of agenda in the present. They could say, well, Hitler really did make the economy in Germany really, really good. So, I mean, there's that. He was a great guy, and let's try to make Hitler look good. Let's try to sanitize Hitler's image, right? People have an agenda. Most of the time, people either read history because they just want to read history, or they read history because they want to manipulate history. Very few people read history to actually learn from it. J. Rufus Fears, the professor in Oklahoma, he read history and taught history for the purpose of learning from it. And, for example, he wrote this excellent article on why America was failing in the war in Afghanistan. And he said, what happened when Alexander the Great occupied Afghanistan? He married the daughter of one of the leaders of Afghanistan. He built ties with the people there, and he allowed the elites, the elite class in Afghanistan, to manage Afghanistan, to give them a sense of power, and by that, to prevent rebellion. And he said that the only person who actually successfully managed to occupy Afghanistan was Alexander the Great, because he didn't impose himself excessively in Afghanistan. He married the daughter of a nobleman. He allowed the nobles to manage it. He gave them a sense of governance and power, and thereby prevented rebellion. And he said the other empires who occupied Afghanistan didn't do this. The British didn't do this. The Soviets didn't do this. And the Americans sure as hell didn't do this. And it was from J. Rufus Fears where I learned the axiom that Afghanistan is the place where empires die. Well, that is true for the most part. And America lost in Afghanistan. It lost the war in Afghanistan. Supposedly, the Americans were there to get rid of the Taliban. And what happened in the end? Those American soldiers, and God bless them, I'm not bashing them, I'm not making light of their deaths, but those American soldiers, with all of their training, were not able to defeat the Taliban. And they were not able to fully handle the reality of having to go through entire mountain canyons with the reality that they could be ambushed at any point. Now, it's not their fault, because Afghanistan is a place that has a certain terrain and a certain topography that makes Afghanistan very difficult to control. How the hell are you supposed to know when you're about to get ambushed by a bunch of guys in their pajamas and they're firing rockets at you and you're in the middle of a mountain canyon? I don't give a shit how much training you have. It's going to be very difficult to prevent that, and it's going to be very difficult to try to fight that. That's why everyone who fought in Afghanistan came back and said it is terrifying to fight in Afghanistan for that sole reason. The topography is not on your side. And so what happened at the end of the Afghan war? There was Donald Trump in Doha meeting with the Taliban to give Afghanistan over to the Taliban. After thousands of Americans died, after tons of Afghan civilians were killed, after trillions of dollars were lost, America gave Afghanistan over to the Taliban. Maybe that was the intention the entire time, or maybe America got its ass whooped. And then America left Afghanistan in 2021 and then told Turkey, hey, Turkey, maybe you can kind of be NATO's representative in Afghanistan. And Turkey said, oh, very gladly, because Turkey wants to revive its Neo-Ottoman Empire. Well, it wants to revive its empire in the form of a Neo-Ottoman Empire. The fact is that America lost, and the American empire is declining. It's declining. It's declining internally. It's declining externally. You have a huge amount of distrust towards the military, huge amounts of distrust towards the government. We have a lot of crime problems. We're seeing the U.S. government use the freaking military to control crime. These are all signs of instability. These aren't signs of stability. These are all signs of instability. Political violence is now being glorified. These are all signs of instability. We are a long way from the early 2000s when it was all hoorah, hoorah, God bless the troops, let's go bomb some country. We're far away from those days. And so America is declining. So what we are seeing is America in the throes of its decline, trying to do one last massive effort to show that it still has what it takes. And so what are we doing? We're trying to radicalize our own society. We're trying to radicalize our own society. And I don't need conspiracy theories to prove this. Just look at what Pete Hegseth has been doing. Go just look at this nationalism stuff that Trump has been pushing. They're trying to radicalize us so we can be hoorah, hoorah, America. And just give it to the Russians and give it to the Chinese. Yeah. Quite bad when there are no baby faces in the war, only heels. I think Gallagher did like 5+ tours, but don't quote me on that. All right. Sounds like the Mongol conquest of Baghdad. I remember the Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq. Yep, the inhumanity clear as crystal. Absolutely, absolutely. And what happened in Abu Ghraib, that was leaked out. People weren't supposed to know about that. And again, that contributed to Americans being more and more untrusting towards the military-industrial complex. So what is America doing? They're saying, We're about America first, guys. Join the military for America, for America's borders, for America first, to fight crime. That's what they're doing. They're trying to bring back, they're trying to give America Viagra. Right now, for years, since probably 2008, America has been flaccid, and Trump is trying to give us some Viagra. That's what's going on. And I think as tragic as it is, I'm not trying to use Charlie Kirk's murder for some political agenda, but other people are. And they're trying to use what happened to Charlie Kirk as Viagra. They want to bring a spark of nationalism into the United States. That's what they want to do. Just like Gladio. If millennials fall for the Pentagon propaganda, I am going to be disappointed. Yeah, I will be. Same thing happened in education. They don't want you to question anything. Read the textbook and absorb it by memory. Yeah, absolutely. And being tested on it, so no critical thought. Absolutely. Yep. I've been through the American public education system, and I can tell you that is exactly how it is. And if you do not, in the American public education system, if you don't fit the mold of what they see as the ideal student, they say that you have autism and they throw you right into special education. Don't ask me how I know. Don't ask me how I know. Hey, Theo, just saw your videos from the bushes. Haha, love them. I appreciate that. J1 Metch. Abu Ghraib was the perfect example of what propaganda does to the human psyche. Yeah, and these American soldiers were willing to torture these men and sexually torture them and make all these men strip naked and make them get on top of each other and make them very uncomfortable and just mentally and physically torture people. And they thought it was funny. They thought it was funny. And they didn't feel sorry for their victims because, well, why? It's the same reason why the Nazis didn't feel sorry for their victims. Same reason why the Israelis don't feel sorry for their victims, because in their minds, they're justified and they're dealing with animals. And the victims are animals and the victims are barbarians. We've been doing the same thing with the Russians. The Russians are orcs and barbarians. Therefore, we have a right to kill them. The Economist playbook is real. That magazine is literally a script. The Economist playbook. The magazine is a script. You're talking about The Atlantic versus The Economist? Is that what you're trying to say? I would argue that The Atlantic is definitely connected to some NATO stuff. I mean, listen, guys, listen. Let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Look at what it has right in the beginning of this. Right in the beginning of this. Let me see something here. Hold on. Check this out. Look at what it says right in the beginning of the magazine. It says, Ingenuity. Introducing the world's smallest bipedal robot. Autonomous, agile, and fast. Carnegie Mellon University. All right, that sounds like some CIA spy shit right there. Right? And then, oh, this is the scariest thing on this magazine is this. Serving the U.S. government since 2003. For over 2 decades, Palantir has stood alongside the U.S. government and its partners, delivering mission-critical solutions. Literally an ad for Palantir in the Atlantic magazine. So yeah, Atlantic magazine? Absolutely, it's nefarious. But doesn't mean you can't learn from them. Doesn't mean you can't get an idea of the agenda. Because let me tell you, the Atlantic, a couple of years ago, published one of the most insightful articles I've ever read. It's called The Jewish Golden Age is Over. Go read that article. It's really good. And it talks about how the pro-Israel sentiment that has dominated American society since the 6 Days War in the 1960s are coming to an end. Yeah, it's all coming to an end. A really insightful article. So I wouldn't just gesture off or reject everything that the Atlantic says because they're the Atlantic. I'm sure the Economist is also. I'm sure the Economist also has some nefarious sponsors. Let's see. Pushing wokeism is like a reverse of the Alinsky's principles from Rules for Radicals. Interesting observation. Let's see. Guantanamo Bay also. Yes. Which article author is this? I know you said the Atlantic, but that's all I caught. So the article I was reading about Hegseth was written by a guy named Mike Nelson, who is a former Special Forces captain. What about a pandemia? I'm just saying pandemic. Oh, that's coming. That's coming. I'm afraid we had that with COVID and freaking Octagon, whatever the hell it was called, and that was a nightmare. COVID was a psychological nightmare because you didn't know what was going to happen. You didn't know, like, going to the grocery store in the heat of COVID, like in 2020, in the spring of 2020, was horrifying. There were people, like employees all over the place, making sure that you didn't get more than one of each item, and you only get one. You only get one. I felt like I was in a third world country or something. It was very strange, very surreal experience. I'm glad it's over, but I'm afraid it's going to come back. And a fusion is complete between the war on drugs and the war on terror. I actually reversed it. I don't know why I said war on drugs first. That's weird how my eyes can work that way. 24 hours and 1 day ago, it's another example. You think this is all scripted? I think some parts of it are scripted, yeah. I was in the Marine Corps during that time. We almost went to Bosnia. That's scary. That rings true. As sick as it sounds, it's got to be a lonely place to be committing war crimes. If that entity can normalize this degree of cruelty, then it lessens the culpability aspect. That is correct. And, there was an interesting fact of history that you can read about from the Nuremberg trials. There was a Nazi. He was one of the leaders of the Nazi German eugenics program. I forgot his name. I'm trying to look it up real quick, but he was one of the leaders of it. And he was tried in the Nuremberg trials for being in charge of Germany's racial hygiene policy. And one of his defenses in the trial was, "We learned this from you, America." Because America, in 1921 or 1922, America had a very famous Supreme Court case called the Buck versus Bell Supreme Court case. If you haven't read about it, I highly recommend that you read at least the Wikipedia article on it. And what happened in Buck versus Bell was that the Supreme Court said that what the Supreme Court said was that imposing mandatory sterilization is not unconstitutional. This is what the U.S. Supreme Court said, which goes to show you that the Constitution is just something that you wipe your ass with. It don't mean shit. The Constitution is just a piece of paper. It's a document from the founding fathers, who were all Christian, by the way. Really, they were all heretics and Freemasons. But the Constitution is just, it's a statement that people manipulate to justify whatever they want. Well, it's unconstitutional, says who? Says the Supreme Court. Well, it's constitutional, says who? The Supreme Court. Okay, what does that mean? So, the government or some psychiatrist has deemed that this person is unfit for having children. This is what they used to do back in the day, in the 20th century in America, back in the mid-20th century. Some psychiatrist has determined this person unfit to have children. Okay, so what do we do? Well, we have to prevent this person from having children, so we literally have to neuter this person. We have to spay this person like a cat. Well, that sounds like you're encroaching on that person's constitutional right. No, it's actually not encroachment, because the Supreme Court has stated that it's completely constitutional. Oh, okay, well, it's kosher, so we can do it. Hitler read about Buck versus Bell, and he said, we should do that here in Germany. So the Germans got inspiration from the U.S. Supreme Court. The Americans are trendsetters. This is what I mean. So then what happens? The Germans take the American eugenic policy, put it on meth, not on steroids, on meth, and murder millions of people. Then the Nazi who was in charge of all this gets put on trial, and what does he say? He says, "We learned this from you, America." And you know what? He was right. He was saying that the Americans are hypocrites. He said, "We learned this from you, America." And he was right. We helped create the Nazi monster, just like we helped create the Israeli monster. With our worship of Israel, with our evangelical Zionist Christianity, we promoted Israel and we made it into a religion. And that empowered the hardliners in Israel. We helped to create this monster. Body positivity, same thing. Yep. Why else would Trump rename Department of Defense to Department of War? Yep. I forgot to mention that, but that is absolutely true. Yep. Why are they making it into the Department of War? Because they're all about war and militarism. So they make the Department of Defense into the Department of War. Charlie Kirk gets murdered. And now they're saying, hey, this is the left. And all the lefties who were bashing Kirk and calling him a Nazi are responsible for his murder. We got to get tougher on the lefties. Oh, and this Department of War stuff, this is a part of true American ideology. This is a part of the true American spirit. To be a true American, we have to be for war. You see how all this is playing out? Not coincidental in my eyes. Is that why RFK got chosen? Exactly. That's what I believe. Exactly. It's here. Good soldiers and good cops don't want psychopaths in their ranks. The higher-ups view psychopathic individuals as useful. Absolutely. Absolutely. Plain and simple. Let's see. Sean Ryan. Yep, that's another one of these influencers, like special forces. Why do you think you've seen all these since 2017, 18 or so? We've been seeing this explosion in podcasts being done by former military guys, military veterans, special forces guys, Navy SEALs, and all their videos get pushed by the algorithm so much. Well, why do you think that is? Making the military cool again. That's why. I agree, you're missing the food pyramid that was taught in school here in the U.S. Recommended 11 grams of grain per day for children, which is insane. Huh. I think the food pyramid, from what I understand about it, I think if you actually follow the food pyramid, it's actually not bad. The old school food pyramid, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think eating, as far as weight gain goes, this is my opinion, I don't think carbs are the big enemy. I don't think eating rice is the big enemy. I don't think eating whole grains like rye is the enemy. I think the big enemy, this is my opinion, and this is from my own experience as someone who's been working out on and off, and someone who has been overweight and has gotten overweight and lost weight and all that stuff. The number one contributor to lard ass is snacking junk food, snacking between meals, and drinking soda pop all the time. That's my opinion. I think that is the number one contributing factor to lard ass. I think that if you, I got the Elden Ring music playing in the background. Great soundtrack. I think that if you ate some beef stir fry, Chinese style or Japanese style, and you had it with some white rice, and you had some broccoli on the side, Chinese broccoli, bok choy, kale, also stir fried on the side, and you ate that, and then that satisfied you, and then you didn't eat anything until you were absolutely hungry, and you didn't do any snacking in between, and you didn't do any snacking before your next meal, I think you're going to lose weight. I think you're going to be fine. And if you're already slim, you would maintain your physique just by eating that way. I don't think rice is the big bad guy. I don't think bread is even the big bag. Now that bullshit bread that they give to us in American grocery stores that just so happens to be able to sit on the shelves for weeks and never get moldy because it's full of chemicals, that shit is fucking poison. But if you bake your own sourdough bread and you use things like rye and you use things like spelt and whole grain flour, and you're making your own sourdough starter, and you're making sourdough bread, and there's no chemicals in it. I mean, you could get fat off that if you just ate an excess of calories and you were just like eating slice after slice after slice of sourdough bread and you were smothering butter on each one. Yeah, you would gain weight. But if you had a couple pieces of sourdough bread with butter as your breakfast, and that's enough calories to sustain you for some hours, and then you didn't eat until you were really hungry, you didn't do any crazy snacking before that. And by snacking, I mean chugging down potato chips and Doritos, not eating apples. Eating fruit doesn't get you fat. I think that you would be fine. Like, it's all about maintaining your calories, and if you want to lose weight, go on a calorie deficit. And if you want to maintain your weight, just don't go beyond 2,000 calories, and don't eat chemically filled shit like that white bread they have in the American grocery stores. It's disgusting. Actually get real sourdough bread. And also, if you have the time, make your own sourdough bread. If you're a married man and your wife is interested in making sourdough bread, do not discourage her. Have her make sourdough bread, because that shit is way better than any bullshit you're going to buy at your local convenience store that's been sitting on the shelves for weeks and just so happens to never get moldy, which is quite suspicious. Anyway, that's enough on that topic. Department of Homeland Security, the de facto Department of Defense, which is now the Department of War, which is quite ominous. So do you think Goggins and others are plants? That's a good question. What is a plant, right? Now, when we say plant, does that mean that the person knows that they're being used for an agenda? Perhaps the person does know. I'm going to give you my own experience. I'm going to give you a story that's an anecdote from my own life, just to tell you guys my perspective on this. So my father used to be a really major Zionist figurehead. He was really big in Zionist circles, very big in pro-Israel circles in the United States and in the United Kingdom. My father would go on these super long speaking tours. There were times when my dad would be gone for an entire month, and then he would come back for a few more days, and then he would be gone for weeks more, maybe another month more, and then he'd come back. Maybe he would stay for a week, and then he'd be gone for another month or 2 months or whatever. He was super busy, super active. Now, did my father really believe in the things that he was saying? Absolutely. I know, because I lived with him. He absolutely believed in what he was saying. He absolutely believed in the cause that he was representing. Now, was it a coincidence that my father was being invited to speak at all these huge Zionist events? Was it a coincidence? No. The people who were organizing the events, did they have their own agendas? Absolutely. They were using my dad to promote pro-Israel sentiment and Zionism. Is it a coincidence that people who were in the CIA, people who were in the military-industrial complex, people who worked for Boeing aircraft, for example, talked to my dad? Is it a coincidence that Boeing would invite my dad at events that Boeing would organize? Is that a coincidence? No, it's not. My dad didn't know this, but they were using my father to promote Zionism, to promote pro-Israel sentiment, because the military-industrial complex and the pro-Israel world are absolutely intertwined, and they are absolutely interconnected, because Israel buys our weapons, and the military-industrial complex has Israel as a major customer. So, of course, Boeing would invite my dad. Now, my dad would come home and say, wow, I spoke for Boeing. This is awesome. They're really interested in my message. This is amazing. Did my father know about the agenda? No. Did I know about the agenda? No. And then I began to read books. And then I began to read The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. And then I began to read more and more. I began to learn a lot more things. And I began to tell my dad, Dad, there's something going on here. There's something nefarious that's happening here. There's something evil at hand here. This is not just about going against Islam and criticizing Islam and supporting Israel. There's a whole other agenda here that involves weapons, and it involves nationalism, and it involves Jewish supremacist thought and all this weird shit. And when my father became critical of what was happening, what happened to the speaking engagements? They dwindled. What happened to the funding? We were getting funding from this Jewish billionaire couple. This Jewish billionaire couple had a connection with Steve Crowder. Yes, Steve Crowder. And then I began to realize that all these famous speakers, Crowder, Schmouder, whatever, they were all, not all of them, but a lot of them were in the same circles. And they were all being funded by people who were also in the same circles. It wasn't a coincidence. And one day I told my dad, I said, Dad, we have to criticize the gay agenda. And this was back in 2013. Long time ago. Ancient times, 2013. Those were the days back in my day. 2013 was one of the most pro-Sodom days in all of American history. I mean, Sodom was just going crazy. And I told my dad, I said, Dad, they're going after Christian bakers. They're going to Christian bakeries and they're saying, make me a cake that approves of Sodom. And then when the bakery refuses, they sue the bakery for money. They persecute the bakers. This is wrong. My dad agreed. We started talking about it. And then one day my dad gets a phone call from this billionaire couple lady, the wife in the couple. It was a husband and wife. And she says, she's a Jewish lady, very pro-Israel. And she says, well, I'm not funding you to criticize Sodom. I'm funding you to be pro-Israel. And I'll never forget this. This lady said, if you want the money, then you better stop. And my dad said, no, we will stay to our principles. We will expose the sodomite agenda. There was a certain Hosberist, I will not give out any names, but there was a certain Hosberist who was in our circle. He was very well connected to us. And I remember getting a very nasty email from him in which he told me to stop my rants, that was the word that he used, to stop my rants against the gay agenda because we are going to lose the Zionist money. We're going to lose the shekels. So when someone sends me an email like that, and I know this person personally, I will call them because there's something in me that says that writing an email is kind of weak. Call them. Talk to them. When you hear a person's voice, it does something to the chemistry in our brains. So I called this person and I said, listen, what is the issue? And he says, we're going to lose the money. And he was very irate. He was not cordial at all. He was very irate. We're going to lose the money. We're going to lose the money. And I said, is money everything to you? What about principles? And you know what he told me? He said, I'm talking to an idiot. And I said, F you. And I hung up the phone on him. That's what happened. The money stopped. And that whole experience made me realize, wow, there's a whole agenda here. My father was being used. He will admit to you that he was being used. Now, did my father say, well, I know I'm being a plant. I know I'm here to promote Israel. That's what I'm here for. I'm getting this money to do. No. My father believed everything he said. He was 100% sincere. And he thought that the money was coming to him because the people who were funding him or the people who were making the donations really believed in his cause and really supported him and really liked him. And then he realized that they were just using him to promote a certain narrative. Once he deviated from the narrative, even by just a little bit, he was gone. That's why I said in my video on Charlie Kirk, I said, when it comes to the Zionists and the pro-Israel people, when you deviate from their narrative just by a centimeter, boom, you're done. My dad was still pro-Israel at this time. He just wanted to criticize the gay agenda. That's it. And if the money kept coming, if they never bothered with us, if they just said, hey, yeah, if you want to criticize the LGBT movement but you're still supporting Israel, that's fine. We don't care. My dad would have never become disillusioned. My dad would have been like, yeah, these are our friends. I'm pro-Israel. These Israeli people are our friends, blah, blah, blah. But the attack, the sudden hostility from these people made us think, like, what is going on here? And that was the rude awakening, so to speak. And that's why I say Charlie Kirk was going through a similar process that I was going through, that I went through in my mid-20s. He was going through a similar process. He started talking about the Jewish donors. He started talking about the Zionist donors. And then he said, and in fact, I have the video here on X. Hold on, is the stream working? Oh, okay, yeah, the stream is working. So, in fact, there's a video that you can see, and I'm pretty certain I have it here. Yeah, here it is, where Charlie Kirk is talking to, what's her name? Megyn Kelly. And he says, I'm pro-Israel. He says, listen, I'm pro-Israel. I support Israel. But because I moderated a debate between Dave Smith and Josh Hammer, and Dave Smith is a critic of Israel, and Dave Smith slaughtered Josh Hammer. He hammered Josh Hammer, play on words, in that debate. The Hosperists, the propagandists, didn't like this. They don't like they just wanted Charlie Kirk to platform Josh Hammer so he could tell people to support Israel. That's all they wanted. They didn't want Dave Smith to be there because they knew that Dave Smith would destroy Josh Hammer, and he did. And they were upset at Charlie Kirk for platforming that debate. And Charlie Kirk said, I have people accusing me of anti-Semitism simply because I moderated a debate between Josh Hammer and Dave Smith, who is Jewish, by the way. But I'm being accused of being an anti-Semite. He's going through the exact same thing I went through. The exact same thing. I was accused of being an anti-Semite because I started criticizing Israel. Even by a little bit. I was being accused of anti-Semitism by people who I knew, by the way. Zionist people who were in my own circle. People who I knew personally were accusing me of being an anti-Semite. Just because I criticized the Israel lobby, the pro-Israel lobby. And I quoted John Mearsheimer's book in a few YouTube videos many years ago. So I can almost guarantee you that if Charlie Kirk, God rest his soul, was still alive and he would be allowed to live for years into the future and live a long life, he would eventually reach the same conclusion that I came to. That's what I believe. And I think the Hasburists were like, this dude's cracking. He's not our friend anymore. And I think that a lot of these crazy pro-Israel people, I think they were pretty happy about the news. Because they said, now we can use this. Just like Netanyahu said that he was glad that 9/11 happened. And what happened after 9/11? The Zionists said, now we have our pretext to get the Americans to go to Iraq. Not coincidental. Not coincidental. Not in my opinion. That's my own perspective, speculation. I agree. You're missing. Okay, I already read that. Let's see here. Wokeism has been very popular, though, within spheres of educated powers, universities, city governments, and or other highly educated fields. I think. Okay, hold on. I just want to go back. So going back to your question, Mr. Leo, do you think these people are plants? I think that these people are being used. David Goggins is a total fitness fanatic. And he loves doing it. I mean, literally, you can't be an actor who hates being fit and be as jacked as David Goggins is. The guy absolutely loves doing what he's doing. He absolutely believes in what he believes in. I totally believe the guy is sincere. But I think that the algorithm, the powers that be, they wanted him to become popular to promote fitness. I think that people like Jocko Willink have been used to promote the U.S. military. I've never heard Jocko Willink criticize the Iraq War. If he has, let me know. I've never seen it. I think that I think a lot of these veteran types are used to promote fitness and promote the U.S. military. Do they know they're being used? Probably not. I think they're absolutely sincere. But what I mean by being used is the algorithm, the powers that be, they push these people into popularity. So then people say, oh, wow, I really like this guy. Maybe I'll join the military to be like Jocko. Maybe I'll join the special forces to be like Goggins. I want to be like these guys. It's very effective marketing. That's what I believe. Do I think these people are not sincere? No, I don't. Because my father was 100% sincere. I know that because I lived with him. 100% sincere. He believed in all that stuff. He did. He used to tell me to believe in that stuff. He would tell me to believe in that stuff. Because he was sincere. He didn't realize he was being used. Just like a lot of jihadis don't realize that they're being used as proxies when they go out and fight some government that the U.S. doesn't like. Look at Syria. Look at Iraq. Yeah, so that I hope that answers your question, Leo. Just searching for truth says wokeism has been very popular through though within spheres of educated powers. Yes, it's popular within the academics. So again, this goes back to what I was saying about people being used. Do they know they're being used or not? You have woke activists who truly believe in wokeism. They're mentally ill, whatever. They're demonic. They should be in mental institutions, whatever you think. They really believe in that stuff. But I think that the powers that be took their agendas and said, all right, here is this insane, mentally ill, unhinged agenda for everyone to see. And we're going to now use wokeism as a representative for progressives and the left. Here it is. Go for it. And that got people to hate the left. And it got people to become more right-wing. It got people to... anything that wokeists tell people to do, people will do the opposite. Could that be a coincidence? Maybe. I don't think it is, but maybe it is a coincidence. I don't know. Celtic fat shamers. Yeah, exactly. Goggins is weird. He's a little bit too excessive. What up, fam? What up, Master's Driver? Sean Ryan is kind of cool. I mean, listen, I like his interviewing style. Let's see here. Operation of Special Plans feeding false intel reports comes to mind. PNAC. Ooh, yes, PNAC. Project for a New American Century. Absolutely. Yeah, PNAC years ago, years and years before 9/11 in the 1990s, PNAC, which was just basically just a group of Zionists, they were telling the U.S. government to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Now, you could say, well, maybe 9/11 is just totally coincidental, has no connection at all to this, this grand theory. You could be correct, but it's very difficult to believe that assertion given the fact that they actually tried to link 9/11 with Saddam Hussein to justify the war in Iraq, even though they knew damn well the whole thing was a lie. So the fact that they dishonestly used 9/11 to justify the Iraq war makes you think, it really makes you question the whole official narrative surrounding 9/11. Yeah. Does anyone believe you can run 20 miles after running 80 with broken legs? So I'm guessing you're talking about Goggins. Maybe Goggins is a genetic anomaly. But I think Goggins tries to run 10 miles a day or something like that, which is, to me, I think that's absolutely dangerous for your body. I think I do. We got a crowd, yeah. Yeah, we do. And who knows, maybe the size of this audience will remain, maybe it'll stay consistent, or perhaps by next week this whole thing is just going to dwindle to 30 viewers a stream or whatever, 30 concurrent viewers. But who knows? I think this is great. But who knows what's going to happen? But I think it's great. Let's see here. Here we go. We got the Israeli sensation in the house. We got the Hosberist in the house. 2,000 calories is BS. I don't think so. I think 2,000 calories is, I think if you go under 2,000 calories, you'll lose weight. And I think that if you eat 2,000 calories a day, you will maintain. You're not going to gain, but you're not going to lose, right? That's from my own experience. You're not really going to gain weight. You're not going to lose weight. If you go 3,000 calories, right, and that's more than what your body needs, then you're going to gain weight. It's about everyone varies genetically, but the thing is that if you eat an excessive amount of calories, right? If you eat more calories than your body needs, you're going to get fat. If you eat less calories than your body needs, your body is going to burn fat to get the energy that it needs. That's just the simple formula here. Let's see. Fat soluble toxic chemicals need fat deposits to be stored away from sensitive organs. Fat deposits serve as a safety barrier. It's the chemicals just as much as the addictive salts. Interesting point. For a woman who worked out, it's enough. Part of the issue too is that a lot of jobs, all you do is sit down all day. Yeah, a lot of sitting. That's why we should be active to a certain extent. Car dependency. Yep. Sitting on the way. Yep. When I was in Italy and when I was in Spain, I did a lot of walking. And one thing I realized is a lot of Italians are fat because of all the pizza they eat. But Spanish people are the thinnest people I've ever seen. I didn't see a single lard ass when I was in Spain. I was very impressed with Spain. I'm like, man, no one's fat in Spain. Let's see here. What year did you tell your dad that? About the Israel lobby? I began to tell my dad about the donors and all that stuff. I want to say in 2013, 2014 is when I began to really have this awakening. Now, again, it didn't come in its totality. It didn't come with its full with a full realization, but the seed was sown, and I began to really think. But I would still be pro-Israel, right? But I began to think like there's something going on here, right? People who are raised to be pro-Israel, when their pro-Israel paradigm begins to crack, it usually doesn't happen overnight. It happens gradually. That's one thing that you have to remember. So people will say, well, Charlie was like still pro-Israel. Yeah, but he was cracking. And once you start going down that rabbit hole, you really don't stop. That's the thing. What a Chad. Yeah. Appreciate that. But the Saudis, okay, we have the Israeli, what I like to call the Hosborous deflection that's going on right now. So if you talk about what Israel does, they start talking about other countries. So we have UV here. And UV is, I mean, is he going to start telling us about Hamas? I don't know. We'll see. But he says, but the Saudis buy lots more of USA arms in USD value. Same with Japan and Qatar and UK, for that matter. Literally, no one was talking about Japan. No one was talking about the UK. We were talking about Israel. Listen, almost the entire Hasbara ideology depends on something called deflection. If I bring up Israel, you bring up Hamas. Hamas. If I bring up spending on Israel, you bring up the spending on other countries. If I bring up aid to Israel, you bring up Egypt. If I bring up Israeli snipers killing people, you bring up some other army doing war crimes. If I bring up Gaza, you bring up Sudan. If your worldview depends on deflection and talking about the wrongs of others so you can justify the wrongs of your country, then you have no morals. Your morality that you think you have is circumstantial morals, and it basically comes down to E2, U2, tu tambien, to use the vulgar Latin form of it. U2. These other people, so Sudanese people are killing civilians. Why can't we also kill civilians? That's not really moral, and that's not really principled, and that is vacuous of justice. So I don't really pay much time to such arguments because they're meaningless. If I'm talking about Sudan, which I have talked about Sudan in the past, if I'm talking about Sudan, do any of these Zionists come to me and say, yeah, but we should also talk about the wrongdoings of Israel? They don't do that because their whole purpose of bringing up Sudan is to deflect from what Israel is doing. It's like when I bring up the crimes of the Vatican and some Catholic comes and says, yeah, but Protestant ministers have also touched children. So now we're talking about Protestant ministers. So now you want to deflect from the crimes of your religious institution. That's the strategy. Anyway, moving on. On this day of September 12th, 1683, Poland led a combined force that led to the defeat of the Ottoman Empire. Yep. You are correct. Base dad. Yep. Appreciate that, sir. One time a rabbi told me he would crucify Christ. I totally believe you. I'm not even going to question you. Was it Robert Spencer? No, it wasn't. I'm not going to give names, but it was not Robert Spencer. You should have said, yes, you are an idiot, and then hang up the phone. Yeah. Well, can't change the past. Boomer parent has led some of us astray. Well, listen, a lot of the boomers were raised to believe that by their parents or whatever, by their ministers. So we have to, I think we should be understanding and not vicious, with people. That's what I believe. Charlie just recently started being critical. They took him out just in time while also blaming Fuentes. Now Kirk is going to be the great champion for Israel. That's the strategy. That's what I believe the strategy is. Stream is working just fine. Awesome. Thank you. Just making sure. Dave Smith is a good guy. He's very knowledgeable. He's a very good debater. Now, guess who is taking Kirk's position? Ben Shapiro. I've heard this from numerous people, but I was wondering, I haven't actually looked in to see if this is true. Let me see here. Ben Shapiro, Turning Point. Let's see. Is this true? Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro's California event postponed. But is he taking over Turning Point? I don't know. The assassination. I'm not seeing anything about who's taking over Turning Point, so I'm just going to wait to see who's going to take over Turning Point. I think if Ben Shapiro takes over Turning Point, it'll be way, way too weird. It'll trigger a lot of awkward questions. But if someone can send me a link proving that, I would appreciate it, because I'm not seeing anything saying that. How many times did Russia defeat Turkey? Every time. Tel Aviv, Ted Cruz do not change their worldview no matter what. They don't, because they're evil. I think that what's happening in Gaza right now is an amazing gauge. It is an amazing gauge by which to determine one's moral compass. Gaza right now is the greatest gauge by which to determine one's moral compass. Now, I understand if someone was pro-Israel in the 90s, or even in the early 2000s. But with the way that the internet is right now, with the way, the fact that everything is filmed or almost everything is filmed, the fact that you have all these articles showing Israel's war crimes, talking about Israel's war crimes, the fact that all of these Israeli soldiers have come out testifying to Israel's war crimes, the fact that we have numerous videos showing Palestinians being shot outside of these aid distribution zones. If you are pro-Israel right now, in the midst of all this evidence, then I'm going to have to question your moral compass, really. Let's see here. The comments on that Dave versus Hammer video are crazy. Yeah. Sort by recent and the amount of what looks like bots calling him anti-Semitic. Yeah. Israel's got a really big apparatus in which they can actually create endless armies of bots to post up comments, to flood social media with certain comments in order to try to manipulate people's beliefs. Man, you can look into this. Look up Team Jorge. In fact, I was planning on talking about this for the stream. A bit of a tangential side note. If you want an informative documentary, check out The Century of the Self by Adam Curtis. It talks about the origin of Psyop, focus grouping, in advertising industry. I'll have to check that out. The Crowder story would make a good YouTube short. Candace Owens on her final goodbye to Charlie also talks about some eerily similar, where she says she knows he was coming to some conclusions that she came to. Interesting. I need to watch that. I didn't know that. The Dancing Israelis. Yep. It doesn't matter if people accuse Nick. People aren't going to believe it. You're right. They won't. Most people, including leftists, agree with Nick about Israel. Nick is going to be the main leader. That is true. Nick is going to rise more and more. I remember seeing Nick for the first time in 2016, I want to say, and he was nowhere near as famous as he is now. Nick Fuentes is bigger now than he ever has been, and he is going to get bigger. And what happened to Charlie Kirk is going to help bolster his image as a new face for the right. Because people are going to say, we have to be more radical, we have to be more America first, we have to be more nationalistic. That's Nick Fuentes' whole perspective. He is a Hitler fanboy. Keep that in mind. Which means liking Hitler is going to increase. Hitler is going to be making a comeback. I said this back in 2016. No one believed me. You're seeing it already. And it's going to get worse. Mark my words. It's going to get worse. It's going to be very ugly. I'm telling you, it's scary. It's very scary. The future is scary. Jocko is a nut. The shooter almost missed as well. Probably aimed for the head, but hit the jugular by chance. It clipped his bulletproof vest. I wonder what he would have said. I don't know. I just finished your video on Charlie Kirk and Israel, the one where you are hiding in the woods from the Mossad, as one commenter said. All right. I can't believe how asleep the West is. Sean Strickland called out David Goggins as a fraud and a grifter. Well, I think Strickland is a provocateur. I think he likes to provoke, and that gives him a lot of clout. I shared it with my family. You are very educated on this subject. I appreciate that, Mr. Van Diesel. Hammer knows not whether it builds a cabinet or a chair, only that it hits the nail. Absolutely. That's from Mr. Shackleford. Hold on a second. I missed the comments here. I'm trying to read all of your guys' comments, but there's also some articles that I want to cover for this live stream. What do you think the goal of the Zionist is? Do you think there is some spiritual motive, or is it simply geopolitics and imperialism? That's a really good question. I think it's both. I think that there is a spiritual war that is happening, and it is occurring behind the geopolitical facade. So if you take things strictly as a secularist, right? If you look at everything through a secular lens, yeah, everything is money in geopolitics. Everything. And geopolitics is all about money. That's correct. Absolutely. Geopolitics is all about money. It's all about resources. Resources is all about money. You know, why did America back the Chechen Jihad against the Russians in the North Caucasus? because America doesn't want Russia, or did not want Russia to import Azerbaijan's oil. Azerbaijan borders with the North Caucasus, and Russia had a pipeline going from Azerbaijan through Chechnya, through Dagestan, and then it ended in the Russian port city of Novorossiysk on the Black Sea. So America said, we don't want Russia to take that oil. We want all the oil for ourselves. We want to prevent Russia from economically thriving because we want to get rid of our competitor. Halliburton was behind this push because Halliburton is an American oil company. It's one of the biggest oil companies on earth. They wanted to prevent Russia from becoming a competitor in the Caucasus. So they backed the Chechen Jihad to prevent the Russians from using their pipeline. Now you could say, well, this is all about money and geopolitics, but remember what the Bible says. It says that all evil comes from the love of money. The love of money is the root of all evil. So there is a spiritual component in this. And Satan, and I do believe in the existence of Satan, for those of you who are new here, Satan uses people's greed to his benefit. So Satan hates humanity. And Satan wants human beings to kill each other as much as possible. Satan hates humans. Why does he hate humanity? We can get into a whole dialogue on that. But Satan hates humanity because Satan knew from the beginning that God would become a man through the incarnation in the womb of the Virgin Mary. And so Satan has made it his goal to destroy as many humans as possible because we were made in God's image. And Satan was the most beautiful of all angels before he fell. And he wanted to be worshipped. He didn't want mankind. He didn't want this creature made in God's image to be important on earth. He wanted to be important. He wanted to be the object of reverence. And so he went to war against humanity, and that began in the Garden of Eden. So he wants us to kill each other as much as possible. How does he do it? He uses our greed. And if you go to any genocidal war in history, you will see that greed was at the core of a lot of the motivations of a lot of the people who were doing the genocidal war. So you look at, for example, the German invasion of the Soviet Union. You know, what was the main motivation? What was one of the main motivations? It was to steal the resources from the Russians, to steal the oil from the Russians, so that Germany could be independent resource-wise, so that the Germans could have this massive empire controlling Russia, and they could take all of the oil and all the other resources, and Germany would be a part of the German Empire, it would be a part of the Reich, and the Slavs would be either exterminated or enslaved to serve the Germans. This was the whole agenda of what the Germans called the Ostplan, or the General Plan Ost, right? The plan for the East, the general plan for the East. The general plan for Eastern Europe was to slaughter the Slavs and enslave the survivors and repopulate Russia and Ukraine and Poland and Belarus with Germans. And that's why they called the Slavic lands Lebensraum. Was there a financial, or was there a money, was there a greedy motivation in this? Yeah, it was to steal all the resources, steal everything. Yeah, at the end of the day, it was just thievery, professional, organized thievery. But there was also a very evil component in this that went outside of money. Because even when Germany was losing the war, even when it was very clear that Germany was going to lose the war, the Germans continued on with their extermination of human beings, Jews and Slavs and other peoples. So they could have said, hey, a lot of these Jews have money. We can use them to make money. We can use them for our industry and for our economy. They didn't do that. They decided to kill these people because it wasn't just about money. There was also a purely anti-human agenda that was at work. So is there a spiritual component? Absolutely there is. You know, like the fanatic hardliners in Israel, they want to get rid of all the Palestinians. Is there a Is there a greed component in this? Yeah, absolutely. They want to take the real estate, take the natural gas that's off the coast of Gaza. Absolutely, all that stuff. But there's also a religious or an ideological component to this, where they believe in creating Lebensraum for the Jewish people. And they believe that they need to purge Gaza and the West Bank of Palestinians so that the Jews can have living space, or Lebensraum. And that's what they want. So there's a financial incentive, yes. There's a greed component in all this, yes. But there's also a racial component. There's also an ideological component. And they also want to build the third temple. Why do they want to build the third temple for? Because they want to usher in their Messiah, the coming of their Messiah. That's what they want. So there's a religious aspect to this. So absolutely, yeah, there's a geopolitical aspect. Yes, there's a greed aspect, but there's also a spiritual aspect. And what the devil does is he uses our greed to do his will, to kill as many people as possible. Kill as many Palestinians, kill Slavs, kill Russians, kill Ukrainians, have Chechens behead Russians, have Chechens slaughter Russian children. That's what happened in the Beslan massacre. Because the devil loves it when we kill ourselves. Just as the devil used Judas, just as the devil used the greed of Judas. Judas was greedy. He wanted the 33 pieces of silver. He used that greed. And he entered Judas, and he used his greed to do a diabolical will, to do a diabolical mission. And then what happened? Judas got the 33 pieces of silver, and the devil abandoned him and said, "Pep, are you happy now? You just murdered a man, an innocent man, and now, well, here's your money." And Judas threw the coins at the Pharisees, and he left in shame. And that desire for that greediness that he had probably filled an empty void inside of him. And he thought, if I could just get the coins, I'll be happy. And he got the coins, and it's like, well, now what? Now what? You've just murdered a man. Are you happy? Are you happy with your 33 pieces of silver? He wasn't happy. And the devil watched in glee as Judas just killed himself. So that's what the devil wants. He wants us to destroy humanity. He wants humanity to destroy itself by any means necessary. Greed, power, all that stuff. Good question. Mr. Alex, let's see, my favorite health channel. Yeah, there we go. Alex, you should research Zionism, but also the Jewish, etc. See, I gained 40 pounds when I became a security guard. Had nothing to do but eat. Yep, that's correct. Calories, listen, when it comes to weight loss, it's just, the formula is very simple. Calories in, calories out. If you go to sleep with a slight calorie deficit, you're going to wake up a little bit lighter. That's just the fact. When you're unhealthy, your estrogen increases and your mental health decreases 100%. Makes you docile. 6 gazillion % true. 100% true. When you, and I know this from experience, I didn't learn this from reading. I learned this from personal experience. When you are a lard ass, you lack motivation, you lack spirit, you lack zeal, you lack will, you lack all that stuff. You have no spark. And when you start losing weight and you get lighter and leaner, you feel better, you have more testosterone, you feel stronger, like everything changes. Welcome to Shoebot University. You learn geopolitics, religion, life, health. I mean, we talk about all sorts of stuff here. Understandably, brainwashing takes a while to cleanse. Absolutely. Absolutely true. That says something about American security. Yeah, it does. It's like let's see here. Let's see here. It's like the church history father route for Prots. Oh yeah, absolutely. When you're a Protestant and then you start reading church history, you start becoming Catholic or Eastern Orthodox. It's like okay, I already read that. Basically, if you are anything but a fellow Jew, do not think if you stood in their way that they would treat you any different than the Palestinians. Yep. And once you start disagreeing with them, once you start deviating from them, even by a little bit, you become an enemy. They start calling you an anti-Semite. They start calling you pro-Hamas, pro-terrorism. So it says here, let's see here. There's Jewish scripture that says that in the end, the whole world is against Israel and that God comes to save them. Yeah, there's also a Jewish text called the War Scroll. It was part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can read about it, and it says that that the Jews will slaughter every non-Jew on earth. That's literally what it says. It says that first the Jews will fight against the sons of Ham and will slaughter all the sons of Ham. That's the Africans, and then the Jews will actually no, sorry. It says first the Jews will go to war with all the sons of Shem who are not Jews. So and the Jews are going to kill them all. So that means all the Arabs, the Assyrians, the Phoenicians, right, the other Semitic people who are not Jewish. And then once the Jews kill all of the non-Jewish Semites, the Jews are going to go to war with the Hamites. That's the Africans, and they're going to kill all the Hamites, all the Africans. And then after the Jews kill all the Africans, then they're going to go to war with all the sons of Japheth. That's the Europeans. It saves the Europeans for last. And it says that in 10 years, the Jews will kill all of the sons of Japheth. That means in 10 years, the Jews will kill all the Europeans. And then the Jews will dominate the world. It literally says this in the War Scroll, which is very ancient. We're talking 2,000 years old. And this was something that was believed in the time of St. Paul. So it gives you an idea of what people in Judea were thinking. It gives you an idea of what people in Judea were believing in around the time of Christ. This is what Christ was fighting against, this insane genocidal ideology. And you're seeing it in real time. They could be intentionally wanting their crimes to be seen by others, true. I hate when people do whatabouts. Yep. Bro, we're talking about you. Yeah, like if I do wrong, right? If I do wrong to someone and someone says, "Hey, you did wrong," I go, "This other dude did this," right? I mean, that's bad faith, to say the least. I can relate to Ted's journey. I had to jettison a lot of evangelical teaching regarding Israel. Yeah, absolutely. Regarding rereading Galatians 4 was through the apostolic view was the turning point. Absolutely, 100%. Trevor Green. You become more assertive. Your brain functions better. You're more difficult to control. 100, dude. This is so true. This is so freaking true. When you are overweight, when you're flabby, you are not happy. You're not happy with yourself. You hate yourself. You lack motivation, will, zeal. You just lack so much of that spirit, that makes you human when you are overweight and overeating and you're lazy. Once you start cutting the calories down, losing weight, like, dude, I was 230. I was 235. Yeah. Early this year. And I told myself, like, I got to make a change. I used to be very fit. I was in very good shape in 2009, 2010. I was doing kickboxing and I did a lot of physical training. And through me just kind of dealing with injuries and becoming a kind of a bookish nerd, I was like, I don't need exercise. That's the old me. I'm going to be a bookish nerd. I'm going to fill my mind with knowledge. I'm going to work out my brain. And that ended up leading me to becoming overweight. And I would lose the weight and then I'd gain the weight back and lose the weight and gain the weight back. And one thing that I realized over the years is that when you are, when you're lean or when you lose a lot of weight and you cut down calories, your brain actually starts to change. 100% your mind begins to change. And right now I am around 200 pounds. I was 235 for a long time. And then what I did was I just cut off snacking because I was injured for a while, I had a bad shoulder. So I avoided exercise for a while. So I didn't get hard into exercise, but I really just started dieting and I cut off all snacking, like no snacks. So I snacked here and there once in a while, but for the most part, I'll just put it this way, virtually no snacking. And that changed everything. Like, okay, I had a meal, no eating. Wait until I become really hungry, then eat. And that was it. 2 meals a day. I'm telling you, you cut off snacking, and by snacking, I don't mean fruit or carrot sticks. I mean chips, Doritos, potato chips, that type of stuff. When you cut off snacking, junk food, carbs, and all that stuff, you lose weight. 100%. And I went from around 235 to 200. Last time I weighed myself, I weighed myself yesterday, I was like 198. So I'm trying to get down to 190. When I was in really good shape, I was 190. So I'm trying to get down to that. But yeah, your brain functions much better when you are at your healthy weight. I have a tough time speaking down because of this. I don't know what you're... Yeah, I have no idea what you're referring to, Mr. Diesel. It's good your dad isn't here. He'd lose his shit more than you do. No, not really. He actually said last stream that he was wrong. I mean, I don't think so at all. We talk about this all the time. This guy must be on Twitch. Nope. Nope. Whose comments is he reading? I don't know what you're talking about. These are the yet comments he's responding to. It's not this chat. Nope, I've been reading nothing but this chat. Let's see here. He's taking a while to respond to the comments. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to read all of your guys' comments, guys. Yes, he is. He even made an announcement. When that happened, I instantly thought it was CIA. Okay. How do we escape this crisis? How do we counter the endless war strategy? How do we encounter... Well, I think the worst thing we can do is lash out. I think the worst thing that we can do is react. I think the worst thing that society can do is react with violence. Because violence... I mean, listen, if history tells us anything, it's that violence leads to more violence. And if America becomes disorderly and destabilized, like Syria, what will happen is America will be under absolute despotism. The French Revolution led to Napoleon Bonaparte. So if we have absolute tyranny, if we have absolute instability in this country, it will lead to massive amounts of tyranny. You will have millions getting killed because of civil war, because of pogroms. So I just don't see how a good solution is violence. I don't see how a good solution is lashing out and attacking people. That's the worst thing that we can do as a society. We will spark or we will pave a path towards our own destruction if we do that. That's it. I think that we as a society need to insist that we stop fulfilling the interest or supporting the violent interest of Israel. I think that's a start. That's what I believe. I think Israel has way too much undue influence. I think the Zionist lobby has way too much undue influence. If you don't believe me, just look at John Mearsheimer's book, The Israel Lobby. It's an excellent, very informative read. And I think that our pro-Israel sentiment has led to literal murder, which is what's happening in Gaza. And I think that should be one of our biggest issues right now. I think our biggest issues as an American society is for us to talk about the crime problem, to really push for tough on crime laws, to really push for a stronger police force to prevent crime, not just arrest the perpetrators, because we like to tout this idea that America is a free society. But we cannot have a free society if we are afraid to walk down the street. A true free society is a safe society. We have to really insist on going tough on crime. Or else we're not going to have a good country. We're going to have a shit third world country. When I was in Spain or when I was in Italy, I was able to walk around without anything bad happening to me, without any fear of anything bad happening to me. I remember going to downtown Madrid, walking through downtown Madrid at 11:30 at night, people everywhere, no one worried about being mugged or shot or stabbed or whatever. I went to the subway system of Italy. I used the subway system a lot when I was in Italy, and never once saw violence, never once saw people lashing out, never once saw dysfunctional or antisocial behavior, not once. And in America, you see it all the time. Why? Because we allow the loonies to roam around the streets. We have a crazy person problem in America. And we have too many weirdos in America. And so we have to open up the crazy houses again, put the loon bins, get the loon bins off the streets, get rid of the criminals, make America a beautiful country. Make America a country that people actually want to visit. Make America as beautiful as a beautiful European country. Like Russia, if you look at Russian subways, they're really nice, really clean. Look at Poland. That's what we need to do. We have to make America a stable, beautiful country. We should not be striving to make America into a giant Syria or a giant Iraq. And I think we should also be insistent upon American politicians not being slaves to foreign interest. And I believe, this is what I think. I think one of the greatest things that we can do as a society is make a new policy for all politicians in which all politicians will be treated like NASCAR cars. So when you watch NASCAR, the cars are speeding through. I'm not a NASCAR fan, but I know what NASCAR is. It's racing. The cars are speeding through, and when the cars stop, you see what on top of the cars. You see the cars are covered with advertisements. Politicians need to be treated the same exact way. Everyone who is running for any political office in this country needs to have patches all over their clothes that represent all of their sponsors. And the more money you get from a particular company, from a particular interest group, organization, the bigger the patch. And if your shirt doesn't have enough room for all the patches you have, then you have to use your pants. You have to be like the guy in the movie Office Space who says, "Where's your patches?" All the politicians need to do this. And if we can do this, we can have a system where politicians go before the people and try to convince them why they should vote for him while he has all the patches on his clothes. And people will look at him talking, and they're not even going to be paying attention to his words. They're going to be looking at all the patches to see where he stands. APAC, big, fat. And he has to basically, or she, the politician, the candidate, will be forced, if he wants to run for office, to stand before crowds and effectively declare before the people, "I am a whore. And here is why you should vote for me." I think this would be a massive, massive positive. I think this would lead to a massive change in our whole voting culture. Yeah, that guy's got freaking Raytheon on his shirt. That guy, he's got Lockheed Martin. That guy's got Boeing. That guy's got APAC. That guy's like, what the hell? What's going on here? Oh, you're a whore. Oh, okay. And I think that would make a change. I think that's what we need to do. We need to make America a beautiful, clean country. Stop with all the fucking chemicals in the food. Actually bring back real American food culture, like France has a food culture, Italy has a food culture, Poland has a food culture. We have to bring back the beauty of American food culture, real American food, not bullshit. And make America a beautiful country, a beautiful, healthy country. And I think that's what we should do. And also make friends with the Russians. Don't be an enemy don't make enemies. That's what I believe. I know it's sad, very idealistic, and it's never going to happen, but that's what I believe. America has PTSD just seeing the videos of what's happening in Gaza. Yep. We'll never forget. Absolutely. God is our refuge. Absolutely. Amen. I still remember when Nick was arguing with James Alsup. It's crazy how long he's come. Wow, wow, wow. I didn't know that. The elites will be in the bunkers while we suffer. Yep. Poland and Russia are beautiful. They are. Much like Gotham City, America is becoming a third world country, really. Wasn't because the police there are tough on crime. They have a different culture. That is true. No. You're right. But the fact is that we have too many violent people, which means we have to get tougher on crime, which means not releasing murderers or not releasing criminals back onto the streets over a dozen times. Look at what happened to this girl. Very sad story. What's her name? Irina Zarutska. Irina Zarutska was murdered by a guy named DeCarlos Brown. This guy was released like 13, 14 times. And if this guy was kept behind bars, this girl would have never been killed. So we need to keep the criminals away. We have to get rid of them. Either put them in the pound, or if they're egregious enough, give them capital punishment and get rid of them. That's what American society needs to do. And that way we wouldn't have to need much of a police force, and we would have a more peaceful and cleaner society. Let's see. Academic background, family history are rich and complicated as yours. Interesting. Here. The question is, will they also use this time to destroy America? Theo, it hurts me deeply what you think about the G and woke, because otherwise I agree with everything you are saying. My range of interest, intellectual capacity, interesting. Okay, what exactly have I said that you think is wrong or mistaken? This is like season 10 of the show. I haven't seen that. Are pogroms that bad? Obviously, yeah, pogroms are bad. Yes, they are. Wife is speaking. Interesting. Why I wish her the best, really. So how would you know if Jesus returned? He won't be believed. I think those who know will know. Hexeth has a fitness plan for you. The gospel shows why the Jews rejected and killed him. The leaders accused him of blasphemy. That's correct. Greetings. Hello, Cozy in the Cut. This Diesel guy is he's just being weird. I don't know what his issue is. Like, dude, this is my stream, and I'm going to talk about whatever the hell I'm going to talk about. So you're just like spamming the whole chat. So yeah. Let's see. They are not the Israel of the Bible, etc. Okay. I think I'm going to start getting into, it's the Charlie Kirk's wife. Okay. Got it. So how then, okay, so then how do you see this game playing out? Do you see Jesus returning anytime soon? There is no way for me to know that. Not even the Son knows that, as Jesus said. Especially with technology advancing so quickly, the world would look so differently, drastically different in just 50 years. Sure. Jesus was born of the tribe of Judah. Mary was from the tribe of Judah. Jesus was Jewish and has nothing to do with the rejection of him. We have a Zionist in the house. We have a Zionist in the house who's going to tell me that Jesus was Jewish, and therefore I must worship the Jews and I must support Israel. We have another bad faith Zionist actor here. Let me see this guy. Hold on. Where is this dude? I can't. Yeah, I don't like these people on my chat. They're annoying. And they're just bad faith. Jesus was Jewish, you know. Okay, and Kitos War, absolutely. Maria Ivanova, hello. Every person in Chechnya has PTSD. The Beslan attack was not carried out by Chechens. It was by terrorists, not by the Chechens. Unfortunately, so many children have been killed in Chechnya. Well, weren't there Chechen or Dagestani terrorists who were involved in that? Because Western Ukraine has ambitions of joining strong EU economy. That's correct. Yep. Western Ukraine is the Nazi part of the country. How can Russian and Ukrainian men think the people a few miles away to look like them and share the same religions and language and think of them as the enemy? I don't know. People tend to do that, to be honest with you. You know, you have people who are like, I just want to be around people who look like me. And, well, the Serbs and the Croats look exactly like each other and they hate each other. So just because you're around people who look like you doesn't mean you're not going to be enemies. Most of the victims of the Beslan massacre were not ethnic Russian. They were Ossetians. But still, I mean, there were people. I mean, that's okay. Point taken. Correction accepted. My point still stands, though. Spirituality is more that an aspect. It is the essence. Okay. Imperialism always requires the manufacturing of consent. That is true. Money can be the primary driver, while using super pious extremists as their willing crusaders who believe in the cause at a metaphysical level. Yes, that is correct. Absolutely. Just like in the 100 Years' War, they said, the king is divine, fight for the king. And what happened? The people went out to fight for the king because that's what God wanted, and the king got rich. Sorry, Theo, one correction. Chechen people wanted independence. You can't even imagine how many people have been killed there. It wasn't about religion. It was about the land. It was worse than in Palestine. Right, they wanted independence, but they were people who were willing to behead Russians. I mean, we actually have videos of Russians being beheaded. Hi, Theo from Iraq. Hello, Summer Kareem. Do you believe the end of the world will be a religious war? Yes, I do. Absolutely. Let's see here. Turned into Nick's stream last night. I saw over 150,000 people waiting before he even started. I remember a few years ago, it was a big deal when Crowder had 20,000. Dude, you're absolutely right. 100%. Like, I checked out Nick Fuentes' Rumble account a number of months ago, and I was shocked to see just hundreds of thousands of people wanting to watch this guy, which is, I mean, it's ominous, to say the least, because what it tells us is that Hitler fanboying is rising up. Hitler will no longer be seen as a villain in the future. I said this many years ago. I told people this over 10 years ago, or almost 10 years ago. I told people Hitler will no longer be seen as a villain. Hitler will be seen like a Napoleon. He will be seen as a hero. Just as, you know, regardless of all of the atrocities that the Mongolians did, the freaking Mongols butchered 12% of the Earth's population. 12% of the Earth's population was wiped out by the Mongolians. And when you read modern day books, like if you read medieval texts on the Mongolians, what do you read, right? Oh, they're the scourge of God. They're the evil. They came when the monstrous, bloodthirsty, sanguinary hordes came into the village and they butchered everyone. Right? The Mongolians were monsters because they were. Rightfully so, they were described as such. But then what happened? Centuries later, you look at modern day books on the Mongolians today, it's like, well, actually the Mongolians weren't that bad. They had a really good postal service. They had quite an organized civilization. They weren't really as bad as they were portrayed, blah, 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 blah. The Mongols were worse than the Nazis. And regardless of the fact that the Mongolians did not have the technology that the Germans had in the 20th century, they were still able to kill tens of millions of people nonstop. I mean, they butchered 12% of the world's population. They were mass rapists. I mean, a good chunk of the Chinese population has Mongolian blood because of the Mongolian invasion of China. They went all the way to Russia, the Mongolians did. They went all the way to Central Europe. And they raped and they pillaged and they slaughtered everywhere they went. But they aren't really portrayed as being as bad. Right? So if that happened to a regime that was far more murderous than the Third Reich, what are they going to do to the Third Reich in the future? They are going to praise the Third Reich. And you are seeing the gradual signs of this very ominous denouement right before our eyes. It is absolutely true. It is scary what's happening. I am actually sincerely nervous about what is happening because we see radicalization. We see Nazism coming back. And, you know, Israel is doing evil. There's no doubt about that. But people are using Israel's evils to justify Nazism, just as people used the Bolshevik evils to justify Nazism in the past. Let's see here. There are tons of bombs, blah, blah, blah. China meets Nepal, and all of a sudden a coup in Nepal. That is correct. Yes, this is actually true. So there was a whole bunch of riots in Nepal, and basically a giant revolution happened, or a coup happened in Nepal. And what happened? You see, guys, what happened in Nepal? The Nepalese government. So anytime I hear about a coup happening in a third world country, I just look up what the leader of that country did not too long before the coup, and I'll find out why there is a coup. You see, they'll say, oh, it's a grassroots uprising. It's a grassroots uprising, student uprising. The students have had enough. They've had enough of the tyranny. They've had enough of the authoritarianism. It's awful. They're rising up. Student uprising. And then you look up, okay, who's the leader that they want to overthrow? Then you find out, wow, this leader was actually pretty close to China and or Russia. Oh, that's the reason why there is a coup. There's no such thing as a grassroots movement. There's no such thing as a grassroots uprising. That's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Grassroots uprisings are backed by external powers. Uprisings are backed by industrial, corporate interests. They're backed by superpowers, regional powers who are interested in removing a particular leader because that leader does not represent its interests. So the leader of Nepal, whatever his name was, Mr. Shawarma, whatever his name was, I looked him up. This guy, who was the leader of Nepal? Real quick, hold up. Nepal. Leader, okay, Mr. Sushila Karki. All right. Hold on, no. Not this. Who was overthrown? I hate these AI search results. Who was overthrown in Nepal? What's his name? I'm not going to get the answer because it's freaking Google. Sharma Oli. Okay, Sharma Oli. I looked up Sharma Oli. What did I find out about Sharma Oli? Well, he was very close to China. And he made a big deal with the Chinese, allowing the Chinese to build infrastructure in Nepal. He agreed to allow the Chinese to do some Belt and Road work in Nepal. The Americans don't want that. The Americans don't want China building infrastructure in Nepal because America wants Nepal to be its slave. They're like, no, you're becoming China's slave. We need you to be America's slave. So we're going to do a little uprising here. We know there's a bunch of people in Nepal who hate you, and we have them on standby. This is how America works, by the way. They have all these activists in every country in America. In every country in the world, America has an army of activists who are on standby. These people their work is funded through NGOs, through institutions like the National Endowment for Democracy, and so they're all on standby. And they get funds from, like I said, the NED, but they also get funds from the George Soros Foundation. And they're on standby. And when that country crosses a line and shows that it's no longer an asset for the United States. It's no longer to the advantage of the U.S., and it's working with an enemy of the U.S., in this case, China. America will call up all of the activists and say, okay, guys, do your thing. Bam. Do the propaganda. Hold up all the same signs. Hold up the rising fist signs. We'll organize some concerts for you guys. Here's a famous singer to sing in your country. Oh, here's a documentary that we created with taxpayer dollars. We're going to air it on in your country's television to make your government look bad. Need some more money? We'll throw some more money at you. Nothing is real. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. What happened in Indonesia a number of weeks ago? All these riots in Indonesia. So then I looked up the riots, and I'm watching some mainstream media talk about it, and they say, oh, here to talk with us is an activist, Indonesian activist, who's going to tell us about the demonstrations that are currently going on. Whatever your name is, Lila Chai Khan Pai Po Lok, tell us your opinion. And this woman says, oh, well, it's the regime. It's the regime. It's the regime, and we have had it up to here. And this woman, they brought this woman, and this is what she was saying. She was saying, we've had it up to here with the regime, and it's the arrogance of the politicians that's really what has angered the student population and the young population. They are tired of the arrogance, and so they are going against the government. They're going against the politicians. The arrogance is too much for us to handle. Bullshit. This woman was a mouthpiece for whatever NGO, whatever nonprofit was funding her. That's all she was. All this, oh, we had it up to here with the regime. It's all bullshit. All these students were backed by some external power, backed by America, the CIA, whatever. So then I'm looking at the riots in Indonesia. I don't believe a word this bitch is saying. I'm like, this bitch is a liar. I don't believe anything she's saying. So I'm just going to look up what the government of Indonesia had been doing before the outbreak of the riots occurred. So I look up, okay, what did the Indonesian government do a month ago? Turns out the Indonesian government had a meeting with the Chinese and talked about deepening ties with China. Oh, there's your answer, folks. There's your answer as to why you had these riots in Indonesia. Nepal, the same thing. All these connections to China. China, you want to build some infrastructure here? Yeah, sure, Nepal. Nope. Here's some riots. Oh, it's a student uprising. The students are uprising. Yes, this is totally an organic grassroots movement that has nothing to do with outside influence, nothing to do with external powers having interests in that country. No, nothing, not at all. It's all just a mere coincidence that the leader makes a massive infrastructure deal with America's biggest enemy, China, and then all of a sudden there's a coup that overthrows Mr. Sharma Ali. Really, people believe that bullshit. If you don't believe me, look at what happened. If you don't believe me, look at what happened to Mr. Milosevic. What happened to Milosevic in the late 1990s and early 2000s? Let's get into this for one moment here, okay? Hold on. Let's pull out the book. Let's pull out the book, Provoked, which I've been reading this 600 plus. This is a 660-something page book. This is a big-ass heavy read. So I've been taking my time, little by little, reading this book by Scott Horton. And he gets into the ins and outs of NATO, what NATO does, and how NATO works and functions. It's a very, very informative read. And look at what NATO did to Mr. Milosevic in Serbia, under the facade of grassroots student uprisings, all right? Look at this. I'm going to read to you guys just this part of the book, all right? The color-coded revolutions were essentially U.S. coups d'etats dressed up as local uprisings, primarily against Russian-leaning states in their near abroad. So Milosevic was too close to the Russians. We had to get rid of his ass. How did we do that? The NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, poured in millions. George Soros poured in millions. The CIA poured in millions upon millions. You had a U.S. general in Serbia training the Serbian activists how to do a coup. They even created a U.S.-funded documentary, and they got freaking Martin Sheen to be the narrator for the documentary, and it was all about how bad Milosevic was. They aired the documentary all over Serbia. They were literally doing espionage in Serbia, all backed by the CIA, NATO, all that. The Germans got involved because the Germans have been wanting to control Serbia ever since World War I. Actually, before that, ever since the Holy Roman Empire, the Germans have been wanting to control the Balkans. They did control the Balkans here and there, on and off in history. The Holy Roman Empire, and then you fast forward to World War I. They took over the Balkans before World War I. They annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina. During World War II, they controlled the Balkans. And then in the 1990s, the Germans were really interested in controlling Bosnia, and they were really interested in controlling Croatia and Kosovo and all that stuff. So the Germans got involved in this espionage. They started backing the student uprising because they want to control the Balkans, bottom line, and under the facade of a people's revolution, a grassroots, organic revolution that has nothing to do with outside sources and has nothing to do with NATO's interests, happened, and the people spoke, and Milosevic was overthrown. You know, there's nothing that is real. It's all bullshit. It's all manufactured. It's all artificial. All right? I'm going to read some more of this. Okay, it says here, backed by the CIA, the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, National Endowment for Democracy, NED, National Democratic Institute, NDI, International Republican Institute, IRI, and friendly, supposedly private, non-governmental organizations, NGOs, like Serbian Otpor, the Soros Foundation, Open Society Foundation, International Renaissance Foundation, and the Atlantic Council, they have had quite a few successes. Alan Weinstein, a co-founder of the NED, told the Washington Post, David Ignatius, in 1991, a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. So this Alan Weinstein guy, who was the co-founder of the National Endowment for Democracy, said, what we do in the name of helping the people was actually just covert operations 25 years ago. Yeah. It's all covert operations. Ignatius added, when Cold War era covert activities surfaced, as they inevitably did, the fallout was devastating. The CIA connection, intended to protect people and organizations from public embarrassment, had precisely the opposite effect. So basically, the CIA said, we were doing all these covert operations. And what covert operations were they doing? Let's be real here. Freaking Gladio, okay? So they were doing covert operations. They got caught. So they said, okay, we have to have a more stealthy way by which to do these operations. Let's do all of our operations in the name of charity and helping the people and going against the government through creating grassroots uprisings, student uprisings. And that's how we will do our operations. And so it says here that the CIA connection, okay, I already read this. The biggest difference is that when such activities are done overtly, the flat potential is close to zero. Openness is its own protection. So they did color revolutions in Romania in 1997, Armenia in 1998, Slovakia and Croatia in 1999, and Serbia in 2000. The NED targeted Slovak President Vladimir Mečiar. The NED and associated NGOs spent more than $850,000 in direct financial support to Mečiar's opponent. Okay, so we fast forward to Serbia, and look at what it says here. It says here that the NED, the National Endowment for Democracy, said they had spent approximately $40 million to support 18 anti-Milosevic groups in the lead up to the 2000 election. So when you hear about, oh, the people of Iran want an uprising, believe it 100%, it's all CIA backing it. And if you think that it would be a great thing to do regime change in Iran, you are a tool. Because look at who the Americans want to rule Iran. Go look it up. It's the Mujahideen al-Halq Iran. That's the name of the organization that the CIA has been working with for years. And the United States hopes that the Mujahideen al-Halq Iran, they hope that this organization will rule over Iran. Well, the Mujahideen al-Halq Iran, do you know what that stands for? Mujahideen al-Halq Iran. The People's Mujahideen of Iran. They want terrorists, Mujahideen, to rule over Iran. So they can make Iran into their little laboratory where they can do whatever the hell they want. Bottom line, that's why they want to get rid of Khomeini. The reason why they want to get rid of Khamenei is not because he's this tyrant. They don't give a shit about that. It's because they can't fully control the guy. They want someone they can control. So what does America do? They back all these NGOs from Iran. They back these Iranian diaspora activists who want to do sabotage and undermine Iran and do regime change. That's what they want to do. So they can get terrorists to rule over Iran, and they can use the terrorists as their little proxies to get Iran to do whatever the hell they want. And they can transform Iran into Israel's little playground. And they can take all the oil. They can take all the natural resources of Iran. It's professional organized thievery. That's what you see happening. And as soon as NATO took over Serbia, what did NATO do? They started to build all these companies in Serbia. Germany did the same thing. Why? That's the whole point. It was to take the land, take the resources. The Germans also came up with a brilliant plan to pour cash, around 45 million marks, into nearly 40 cities where the opposition had the most support for campaigns such as Energy for Peace, Education for Peace. Now look at the terms of these organizations. Energy for Peace sounds harmless enough. Education for Peace, Asphalt for Peace, along with large-scale support for so-called independent media. Der Spiegel explained that this was just a trick to conceal the fact that Germany, like other states, was directly supporting the opposition in Yugoslavia. They bombed the shit out of Serbia, and they did they funded all of these activist networks to do a coup to overthrow Milosevic, and it worked. So when I hear about a coup in Nepal, a coup or a riot in Indonesia, or a revolution in Egypt, as is what happened in 2011, or Milosevic being overthrown, I don't see grassroots, organic student uprisings. I see NATO at work. That's what I see. Because it's not about stopping tyranny or despotism or anything of that sort. It's about control. It's about controlling these countries. How dare Nepal exercise its own right to make a deal with China? How dare Indonesia exercise its right to deepen ties with the Chinese? They need to be deepening ties with us. That's all this is about. It's about control and power. That's all it's about. And so if they wanted, for example, when I hear about the Trump administration being friendly with the AfD, the second biggest party in Germany, at least in the German parliament, they're probably the most popular party right now, and they are a massive militaristic nationalist party. Why is the Trump administration working with the AfD? Why is the Trump administration saying, "Oh, bad Germany, you're trying to silence the right wing in Germany"? Why are they doing this? Because they really care about freedom of speech? No. It's because they want the right wing to rise up in Germany so they can use the nationalists to make Germany into a militaristic stronghold again. And so they can use the Germans as a proxy against the Russians. Because the Germans are the only people in the world who got the closest to really crushing the modern Russian military in history. World War I, World War II. So they want the Germans to come back. That's what this is. It's all espionage. It's all about control. That's all it is. And J.D. Vance went to Germany and he did this whole speech in the Munich Security Conference, and he said, "Bad Germany, you're being mean to the AfD." And it's like, well, look at J.D. Vance. He's a voice of reason. No, he's not. He is literally lobbying for a massive ultra-nationalistic militarist party that has Nazis in its ranks. This is like when America backed the Mujahideen. They want the fanatics to take over, just like they want the fanatics to take over Syria. They want the lunatics. They want it. Because then they can use Germany as a ultra-nationalistic proxy. They're falling for the same thing they fell for in the past. Use the fanatics for our good. What happens when you lose control of the fanatics? Nothing good. Hey, Andrew Tate is up again on Piers Morgan. Not surprised. He's another nice little psyop. I think you are off on that take of Germany. Please tell me where I am wrong. It's about expanding nations too that will buy treasuries, so expand the dollar. Absolutely, yeah. Strengthening the dollar. Hello, Grace B. Gray. Hello, Najib Nadam Eludgiri. Hello everyone. For when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them. Absolutely. America and Israel doesn't mind dealing with the devil to get away. They don't give a shit. They deal with the Saudis. They deal with totalitarians. They don't care. They were friends with Tudjman in Croatia. Franjo Tudjman. They didn't care. They were friends with Boris Yeltsin. Boris Yeltsin slaughtered a bunch of people at the Russian parliamentary building, and the Clinton administration applauded and said, "Good job, Yeltsin. We want more of that violence in Russia." They applauded that. They didn't give a shit because they wanted to use Yeltsin. America, okay, blah, blah, blah. Dang, 3 hours late. Don't worry. The vlog will be available for your viewing pleasure. US Aid Classic. Yep, this makes me wonder about the uprisings of students in Iran during the Jimmy Carter. Yeah, it's all Gladio, man. So I'd say here, Miguel disagrees with me. He says, von der Leyen every day giving speeches against Russia. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's no disagreement there. If you look at Der Linke Party, or if you look at the Christian Democrats, these people are all anti-Russia. Every party in Germany, or every major party, from AfD to Die Linke to the Greens to Christian Democrats, all of these parties are anti-Russia. Every single one of them. And there's a lot of history there, as we all know, Operation Barbarossa, World War I. But here's the thing, is they want nationalism to come back. They're talking about bringing back the draft. But what are they going to fight for? What is the purpose of fighting for Germany against Russia? What's the purpose of that? The thing is that the Germanic or the German militarist spirit or the German militarist culture was sort of put to sleep as a result of World War II. We all know the story. So in order to rile up young men to fight in war, you have to give them a cause. This goes back to what I was saying earlier about America doing this whole Pete Hegseth thing. They're trying to make the military appealing to young men. It's hard to make warriors out of men who are not willing to fight. It's like, it goes back to that scene in the film 300 where the Greek guy Leonidas, he tells the Persian representative, you have many soldiers. Sorry, he said, you have many slaves but few warriors. So it's hard to make warriors out of men who are not willing to fight. You have to give them a cause. How do you give them a cause? Nationalism. Friedrich Merz is, in my opinion, just setting up the stage for the future of the revival of German militarism. He's talking about bringing back the draft. He's talking about making the German military into the biggest military in Europe. The problem with Friedrich Merz is that he is not talking about bringing back militarism. He's not talking about bringing back or reviving that, I guess you could say, Prussian militarist spirit. Without that spirit, then you lack the ideological or the psychological motivation to incentivize young men to join the German armed forces. So if you look at the AfD is talking about what? They are talking about bringing back the military ethos. Again, they're echoing Pete Hegseth. So in order to bring back that true military or that true militarist spirit in Germany, again, you have to bring back German nationalism. This is what Friedrich Merz and his ilk are lacking in. This is where the AfD can become very helpful. This is where nationalists can become very helpful. If they can revive German nationalism, then bringing back German militarism becomes much more expedient, and recruiting young men becomes a lot easier. So this is why I think the Americans are backing German nationalism. Let's see here. I'd say that AfD and BSW are not going after Russia so much because most of their bases are in East Germany, where Russia is not seen as badly. That is true, but remember, I would recommend that you look into the actual plan that the AfD has for the German military. The AfD has never objected to the increase in German military spending. In fact, one of the leaders of the AfD, Björn Holke, has made it very clear that he wants to see the German military become independent, not dependent on the United States and NATO. He wants the German military to expand again. He wants it to become bigger. Also, if you compare the AfD to the rest of the mainstream German parties, the AfD has the highest number of military personnel than in any other party in Germany. They are more military personnel who are members of the AfD than any other party in all of Germany. You have to keep that in mind. So there is a strong militarist base in the AfD. Their problem is not with war against Russia. Their problem is going to war against Russia at the behest of the United States. That is their problem. They want to revive their military. They want to expand their military independently of the United States. The AfD has made this very clear. And also, yes, Salorm Loomer makes a good point. The Germans and the Soviets were allies at one point in time, and Hitler actually acted as if he was a friend of Stalin before he invaded him. So you have to keep that in mind. Musk went to Germany to court and support AfD. That is correct. That's right. And Musk wrote an article for the German press stating that the AfD is Germany's only hope. So the Americans, people like Elon Musk, which is, Elon Musk is running the biggest source for people's news, X. They're all supporting the AfD, and they're using X. Musk is using X to promote the AfD, to promote German nationalism. So we have to keep that in mind. We are literally in the midst of a massive war over our minds and our souls. And they are trying to convince us that nationalism, that ultranationalism, that bringing back German nationalism is a great idea. They literally want us to ignore history. This is what they want. They want us to completely ignore history, guys. And we have to be very vigilant. There's that verse in the New Testament where St. Peter says we have to be vigilant because the devil is out and about prowling like a roaring lion trying to see whoever he can devour. They're using deception, but they're also using facts to get us to get on this Nazi revival train. Because when they show videos from Germany and they say, "Oh, look how terrible these migrants are. This is why we got to bring back nationalism." They're using facts. They're using the fact of the migrant crisis as a way to get us to join or to applaud the revival of German nationalism. And I'm not falling for it. I don't think anyone else should fall for it, because if people fall for that, then everything that we have fought for, everything that we are supposed to learn from history, all the lessons from history will be completely worthless. My personal opinion is that EU countries are increasing their military spending as a result of pressure by the US, and often because the US does not want to spend that much. That is true. That is absolutely true. America is pressuring Germany to spend more on its military because they want to use the Germans as a proxy. This inevitably is going to lead the Germans to say, we should be independent. We should be acting more autonomously, more independently. And so it's going to lead to a massive German power in Europe. Is that power going to get out of control? Possibly. But what I do know is that the Germans are going to revive. And you will see in the future, maybe in the next 8 years, 10 years from now, 20 years, you are going to see a massive German power in Europe. And the Americans are going to want to use this power as a battering ram against the Russians. Let's see here. Ursula von der Leyen was Germany's defense minister and couldn't account for its budget and inventory of weapons and material upon audit. Okay. Well, the Germans just got rid of any limits on military spending, and the Germans are going to end up spending $1 trillion on their military, which is going to be huge. It's going to be huge, guys. Europe does need re-immigration desperately. Well, remember, when the Nazis took over and they talked about re-immigrating the Jews, we all know what that led to. And I think that this refugee crisis was done on purpose as a psyop to revive nationalism in Europe. Again, I don't have the piece of paper that says, yep, this is what happened, but this is what I deduce from what I see. Where did the so-called lost tribes of Israel go? I don't care. We are already seeing signs of Germans' revival with the integration of Dutch, Lithuanian, and Poland's military. Absolutely. And also the Germans are on the verge of completing a whole series of railway systems bordering or entering countries that border with Russia, because the Germans want to be able to send manpower and munitions to a battlefield in a war against the Russians, because they know if the Germans go to war with the Russians, they're going to be fighting the Russians in the Baltic states. They're going to be fighting the Russians in Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, and Ukraine. And so the Germans are on the verge. I talked about this in my last stream. The Germans are on the verge of completing a series of railway systems that are going to enter countries that border with Russia. And the Germans have made it clear. The reason for these railway systems is so that if we have a war with the Russians, we can send manpower and munitions to the battlefield. They are literally preparing for Operation Barbarossa Part 2. That's what the Germans are doing. It's freaking insane. And it's surreal what's happening. Turkey has begun to build their own main battle tank. Turkey is fast reviving. That is correct. That's correct. If we're going to talk about the last tribes, I'm just like, literally, guys, I'm going to start. I don't like it. I don't want my chat to be used as a platform for some freaking cringe ass 1990s Judaizing. All right. I don't want to hear about tribes, lost tribes, and Judah and Benjamin. I don't care. I do not give a damn. So let's get into, how long have I been talking? 4 hours. Hot damn. Let's get into, let's see, any good articles that I have here. Let's talk about, let me see something here. Hold on. Let's talk about Israel's strike on Doha and the significance of this. Let's see here. You know what? I don't know if that's even interesting. Does Doha interest anyone? I don't know. The next step may very well be to simply kill the hostages, blah, blah, blah. I am simply ashamed to be an Israeli. So there was an interesting article that was published by Haaretz. Let me just... hold on a second. Germany is on recession or stagnation. Many things need to happen. Listen, Germany was in utter poverty after World War One, and you know what? You still had Hitler, and Germany still became one of the most powerful countries on earth. So it doesn't. I mean, this is not like all these things that people bring up when I bring up this topic. They'll say, "Well, Germany's economy is suffering. Germany doesn't have the resources." Like, you could always, I can always go back to post World War One and post World War Two. I can always go back to the time before World War One and World War Two and compare it to now, and I can say, listen, Germany had a terrible economy after World War One. Germans were literally eating cats to survive. Germany was literally, you had German people were walking around with wheelbarrow loads of money just to buy one loaf of bread. I mean, Germany was in utter poverty, and there was horrendous starvation, and there was horrendous exploitation that was going on. Germany was a weak ass country that had zero position to be in any sort of war, and still Germany managed to rise up and be a country powerful enough to butcher 30 million Russians, to kill hundreds of thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of thousands of British soldiers, and a lot of Canadian soldiers. And that was after Germany was in poverty. So it doesn't really mean much. What's your estimation of Russia's role in all this? I don't want war with them, but they make it hard to sympathize with them when you see how they meat grind their own. I mean, listen, the whole thing with Russia, all right, the whole thing with Russia could have been prevented if the Americans respected Russia's sphere of influence and didn't continue working to surround the Russians and cut the Russians off. The Americans told the Russians that they were not going to expand NATO any more eastward after German reunification. 1999 happens. Poland, NATO absorbs Poland, freaking Czech Republic, and what was it? I think it was Hungary or Romania, breaking the agreement that they had with the Russians. And then America bombs Russia's biggest ally in Europe, Serbia, because the Serbs are pro-Russia. So who was the aggressor? And also, in 1999, the same year, America backed Chechen Mujahideen and allowed Al-Qaeda terrorists to flood southern Russia. And those terrorists beheaded and slaughtered and butchered thousands of Russians and other civilians, Ossetians, etc. So who was the aggressor in all this? Let's be real here. We have to be, if we're going to, Russia bad, okay, got it. They invaded a sovereign country. But there was a whole bunch of shit that was going on for decades before this happened. And we just act as if this didn't happen. We act as if all these events never happened. America told Russia, don't worry, Russia, we're not going to expand any more eastward. The Americans lied constantly under the H.W. Bush administration, under the Bill Clinton administration, constantly lying to the Russians, constantly telling Mr. Boris Yeltsin that Russia and America were friends. And then what? America began to do this great game strategy where they were working to control the Caspian Sea basin, working to control the North and South Caucasus, working to control southern Russia, working to prevent the Russians from using their own oil pipeline, arming Chechen Mujahideen, arming Al-Qaeda, allowing Al-Qaeda to flood Russia, bombing Russia's ally Serbia, providing a financial incentive for gangsters to exploit Russia. I mean, this was going on for years. So we can talk about the faults of Russia all you want, but remember, let's not ignore what NATO was doing. I mean, if someone flooded your country with terrorists and then bombed your next door neighbor, bombed your ally, and broke all the promises, you wouldn't really be seeing America as an ally, or whatever country that's doing this as an ally. Here we go. We're talking about the Vikings. The Germans are a Viking stock. That is true. Yes. Let's talk about the Vikings. Listen. I love history. We can talk about the Vikings. We can talk about the Russians. I'm down. I don't care. Nationalism is a hell of a drug. It is. It's a very dangerous drug too, because when people fall into the intoxicating experience of nationalism. Do you know what happens? What happens is that the people who fall under this spell are very easy to manipulate for the cause of militarism and the military-industrial complex. Some Vikings settled in Scotland. Listen, the Vikings raped and pillaged everywhere they went. They went to Ireland. They went to Scotland. They went to England. Hell, they went to parts of what are known as Russia today. Yeah. I have some Viking blood in me because my great-great-grandfather was an immigrant from Scotland. And which clan did he come from? He came from the Gun clan, Clan Gun. And do you know what the word Gun comes from? It comes from Gunnar. It means battle. The word gun comes from the Scandinavian word Gunnar, which means battle. My great-great-grandfather came from that clan. He traveled to California as a Scottish immigrant, and his clan was Gunnar. Why was it Gunnar? Because my ancestors, not all of them, some of my ancestors were Vikings. So I'm kind of familiar with the history. The Vikings weren't from Germany. They're Germanic. They're Germanic. And do you know where the Germans come from, by the way? Do you know how the Germans settled in what is now today Germany? They actually came from Scandinavia. Yep. The original homeland of all the Germans is Scandinavia. And those people, the German people, their ancestors in the prehistoric times came from the Caucasus. That's where they came from. They came from the Caucasus Mountains. And they were the prehistoric ancestors of the Germans was a people that are known by archaeologists and other scholars today as the Yamnaya people. The Yamnaya people were a prehistoric European people who traveled from the Caucasus. They went up to Eastern Europe, Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, and then from there they just kept going west. And from the Yamnaya culture, you have the corded wear culture, and you have these other prehistoric European cultures and all that stuff. And if you want to know who today has the majority of the Yamnaya blood, it's people in Germany and Austria. They have the highest concentration of Yamnaya. Hey, Ukraine is our own fucking turf. We ain't gonna let no hustler be fucking around. Absolutely. Just like Mexico and Canada are part of America's turf, and Russia doesn't fuck with them. So really, I mean, it's a no-brainer. Why would you mess around with Russia's backyard? They had to come from somewhere, did they? Yeah, that's right. Let's see here. Hey, Ukraine is our own. Okay, I already read this. For Scotland, absolutely. What are your thoughts on the idea of a planned collapse of the American economy and Israel's role in it? I don't know. I think everything's gonna collapse. I think America's gonna. I think the way that America is right now is kind of unsustainable. Like all the spending, all the debt, all that shit. It's all gonna blow up eventually. Let's see here. The steppe people from up north, yeah. The Vikings who settled in Normandy intermarried with Gauls and became Catholic and civilized. That's true. Yeah, they settled in Normandy Beach. Sutherland clan, there you go. What do you think about Isaac Herzog's visit to the UK to meet Starmer? I don't know. I never read about it, to be honest with you. The Scandinavians are the most impactful people group in the world. True. Yeah, the Vikings. A lot of Britons are of Germanic stock. They are Anglo-Saxons. Domestication of the horse. Yeah, and they also invented the wheel and the wagon and all that stuff. This dude is pretty mixed. I'm really mixed. Like Scandinavian, Irish. I got Semitic in me. Like Circassian. Like I'm all mixed up. You were a great discovery, man. You have a discourse that I have only seen on another YouTuber that I know. Appreciate that, sir. I'm happy you like it. Yeah, this is pretty much like what you're seeing right now is the basic vibe for the whole stream. Like this is how my streams are. So that's it. So I'm gonna get a drink of water, guys, because my mouth is super dry right now, and it's kind of hard for me to talk. Let's see here. The Druids were brutal. Yeah, the Celts were brutal. Yep, the Romans ended up vanquishing them. Let's see here. Let's see, what else do we have here? Hold up. Have you ever read Nihilism by Father Seraphim Rose? No, I have not. Let's see, something similar happened in Venezuela under Hugo Chavez, I think, years back. Yeah. Next is Malaysia. Yep. Indonesia, Nepal. Guess who's next? We'll have to see who's next on the list. I love when they have signs with English on them in a country that... Exactly! Yes! Absolutely! That's how you know it's all a psyop. He gave an impassioned sermon. I know. I listened to a little bit of it. Victoria Nuland and Samantha Power were in Nepal 2 years ago. Wasn't that bitch Nuland in Ukraine during the Euromaidan passing out cookies? Society's becoming polarized, correct? Let's see here. Unfortunately, I saw many photos and videos of beheaded Chechen children during the war, and I changed my opinion. I didn't know the whole story before I visited Chechnya. Who did the beheadings? Who did those beheadings? What's your ethnicity? It's so my dad came from the West Bank, but my dad was half white American and half I guess you could say Palestinian. On the Palestinian side, I have a mixture of Circassian, Turkish, and Arab, basically. And then on the white side, my dad's mom was Scottish, and she was the daughter of Scottish. She was the daughter of a son of a Scottish immigrant, and my great grandfather was a Scottish immigrant. He married an immigrant from Wales, so I got Welsh, Scottish, Scandinavian, Arab, Circassian, and Turkish. And then my mother is from Mexico, and her ancestors, believe it or not, were Spanish and French settlers. So Yeah. Utopian goals led to death. Any attempt to achieve it will lead to utter disaster. Guys, if history is a lesson to us, it's to stay away from idealists and revolutionaries. French Revolution, English Revolution, Russian Revolution, it's all shit. So stay away from any movement that wants revolutions and talks about uprisings and we got to be radical and enough is enough. You are going to get yourself fucking killed. Do not be a tool. Let's see here. I appreciate how you have been toward me considering I am an atheist. I mean, if you're an atheist, I disagree with you. I'm not going to be nasty to you unless you're nasty to me. Netanyahu was born in Poland and is not Semitic. I mean, like, isn't his last name like Novelsky or some shit? A walking billboard, absolutely. I had to, yeah. America first, yeah. Eurasian, there you go. Scottish, Irish, Norwegian, and Germanic here. And no, I do not love Hitler. I mean, I never thought that you did. Spot on. Appreciate it. Just watched your video on Charlie Kirk. Spot on. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jeff Johnson. Noodleman, Newland, Ukrainian. Yeah, it's a Ukrainian. It's like she's a Ukrainian Jewish lady, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know Spanish? I can recommend you a channel. I know some Spanish. I know a little bit of Spanish. My mother speaks fluent Spanish, but I do know some Spanish. If you give me the channel, I can probably use the CCs to do the subtitles, to get the subtitles. Let's see here. I actually visited Spain. I'm guessing you said you live in Europe, so I'm guessing that you are in Spain. I actually visited Spain back in 2015, so 10 years ago. And I will say Spain is a beautiful country, and if I had to move to Europe, I would move to Spain. Maybe Spain is not as great right now. I don't know. But when I was there in 2015, Spain was awesome. Spain was a beautiful, beautiful country, and I loved it. Revolution is sinful. St. Paul said in a letter to the Romans that all authority comes from God. Yep. I think, listen, I don't believe in this idea that revolutions are just the people rising up. Revolutions are always backed by wealthy people. And there's no such thing as revolutions that are just done by the people, like El Gente, together forever, against the man. All that is bullshit. That's all a lie. All revolutions are wealthy people's revolutions. Revolutions are funded by wealthy people who have interest. You can see this in every revolution in history, at least every revolution in modern history. So, for example, if you look at the American Revolution, it was funded by a guy named, what was his name? Morris? Yeah, right, Morris. All right, that was his last name. What was his first name? Was it Nelson? Funded the U.S. Revolution. What was his name? Robert Morris. So Robert Morris was the financer of the American Revolution. All right, he had his own interest. He was super wealthy. He was very wealthy, and he funded the American Revolution. Why did he fund the American Revolution? From what I understand, he wanted to use an independent America as a giant tax haven. That was the idea. The French backed the American Revolution because they wanted to use the American rebels as a proxy against the British Empire. It has nothing to do with liberty or any of that bullshit. The French Revolution was backed by a bunch of Masonic elites who had their own interest. They wanted to overthrow the king and the monarchy so they could take power and they could set up their own religion and replace the Catholic Church. The Russian Revolution was backed by the German government. Yes, go look into this. The German government funded the Leninist Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. You could look at the Bolshevik Revolution and you could say, oh, look, the peasants, they're revolting against the man. They're revolting against the Tsar. And that's all bullshit. The Germans said, hey, we're fighting the Russians in World War I, and we're tired of fighting the Russians because they're tougher than the British and the French. So we have to get the Russians to withdraw from the war. So what did the Germans do? They met up with Vladimir Lenin. He was some loser bum who was living next to a sausage factory in Switzerland. They invite Lenin. They talk to him at Potsdam, and then they say, we're going to give you like $75 million worth in gold to fund your revolution. And we want you to take over the Russian government and pull out of the war. So the Bolshevik Revolution was funded by a major outside power for a particular geopolitical interest. There is no such thing as a revolution that is just, el gente, unido, all that is bullshit. If you believe that, you're a friggin' tool. It doesn't exist. All revolutions are wealthy people's revolutions. All revolutions are just proxy wars done by rich people. That's it. That's what revolutions are. Bolsheviks were Jewish? Yeah, most of them were. Yes. What's your educational background and what's your daily routine like? So I have a PhD. I have a public high school diploma. I know, right? That's clever. I have a public high school diploma. Never went to university, and everything that I have learned has been through me just reading on my own, reading books. I've been reading a lot of books, going all the way back to when I was in high school, basically. But I really, really started reading. I really started getting into reading when I got out of high school, and I really love history, and I love reading history. And what's my daily routine like? I usually wake up in like the late morning time, which is not good, but I'm kind of an insomniac, to be honest with you. And then I just try to, I like to read. So right now I'm reading Scott Horton's book, Provoked. And then I also am reading this book. This is a really interesting read. Hold up. This is a super, super interesting read, guys. Like, super interesting read. It's called 1177, on this ginormous prehistoric war that happened. Well, not really. I guess you can't call it it's not prehistoric, but it's this giant war that happened in the Bronze Age in the Near East, and it's really fascinating stuff. Really fascinating stuff. I love that stuff, by the way. So I try to read. I read Provoked for 1 hour, and then I try to read this book for another hour. If I don't have anything else on my schedule, I'll read this. And then I go to the New York Times and the Washington Post, and I look at Haaretz and I see what they're saying. So it's really good, and that's why I try to learn as much as I can. Eric H. Klein, I'm reading his Digging Up Megiddo. Yeah, he's a really good writer. Sea Peoples, yep, absolutely, yep. The Konjekers, the Konjekers, and the Palestine people who invaded Egypt. They were just Philistines. And the Philistines, man, they were a massive power. They were all over the Bible. They took over all of Israel at one point in time. And Samson had to fight them. The French Revolution and the Russian revolutions were cringe. I mean, they were very bloody, and they led to the deaths of millions of people. Let's see. Japanese Prime Minister resigned, putting the country into political uncertainty. Yeah. Mr. What's his name? Who's the leader of Japan? It's not Kishida. It's Shigeru. Yeah, he resigned. The far right is taking over Japan. They're now one of the big parties now is the far right, and the reason why the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party in Japan, has lost so much popularity is because of a lot of it has to do with they say it has to do with like a rice shortage and inflation, and sure, those are contributing factors, but I think the biggest contributing factor that's leading to the rise of the ultra-nationalists, the hardliners in Japan, is the massive immigration situation in Japan. Lots of tourists, lots of immigrants from India and other South Asian countries. And Japanese people, they want nothing of it. They're like, nope. And they're voting for this ginormous far-right party. And that far-right party is now one of the biggest parties in Japan. I think that they're going to grow if the LDP does not adapt and start adopting a more hardline, more nationalist sentiment. I think these people are just going to keep growing. The LDP is going to have to adapt to this and become more hardline and more nationalistic if it's going to want to succeed in the future. The problem with Japan is that Japan killed millions of people in World War II, and the hardcore nationalists in Japan are people who love they glorify Imperial Japan, and they want to bring all that stuff back, and they want to make the Japanese military big and great again. And there's a lot of danger. to that, obviously. And the Americans want this because they want to use the Japanese as a proxy against China. So yeah. Speaking of Japan, the Atlantic put out an article about Japan and nuclear weapons and how the Japanese want to get nuclear weapons again. And it's actually really, really scary. A lot of most of the survivors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are dead, or at least a lot of them are dead, and they are an endangered group of people in Japan. They're all in their 80s, so they're all on their way out. They're all going to die soon. And once they're all gone, and I highlighted this part of the article. So it says here, let me find it. Hold on, I highlighted it. Where did it go? But basically, the article says that once all these people die, the memory of Hiroshima and Nagasaki is not going to exist anymore. Like it's going to be gone, and it's going to be the living memory of what happened to Japan is going to be obsolete, and it's just going to be history. So there's a difference between living memory and history. Living memory is people who actually lived the event and remember it. Once everyone who has living memory of an event dies, then what is left is just history and historians. And the problem with history detached from living memory is history detached from living memory is up for grabs, and it can be manipulated, and it can be ignored, and it can be just sort of left to the back burner. And that's probably what's going to happen after all of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki survivors die out. The nationalists are going to come along and they're going to say, now's the time for Japan to get nukes. All those people who survived, they're all dead, so we don't have to hear their bullshit. And that's it. And I think Japan will eventually have nuclear weapons. And the Americans will love this because the Americans can then say, look, China, we got Japan here. Don't mess with us. And the Americans, they want a third Sino-Japanese war. That's what the Americans want. That's why the Americans, they want China to invade Taiwan. They do. They want China to invade Taiwan so they can have a reason to intensify Japanese military armament. Nagasaki, one of the only Catholic cities in Japan. Yeah, and it's sad what happened to the Japanese. I don't really support what happened to the Japanese. I don't. I think it was wrong. As evil as the Japanese military was, as evil as the Japanese government was, I used to support the nuking of Japan. I used to believe what I was told, that it was a great idea, and I just don't believe that anymore. I just don't. I don't think it's right to just slaughter hundreds of thousands of people because your military isn't tough enough to face them in the battlefield. I just don't. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on that, but that's my opinion. Like Israel, like the IDF can't face Hamas on the battlefield without high casualties. And so they just bomb the shit out of everything. And they kill tens of thousands of people. It's like, well, your army sucks. And so you're taking it out on the civilian population. I just have difficulty accepting that that is the right thing to do. And it's, yeah. Japan's birth rate is very low. Yes, that's true. But the same thing can be said for Russia. And the same thing can be said for Ukraine. And those two countries are killing each other as we speak. So having a low birth rate is bad, but it doesn't prevent a massive war. First time being here, I came across your video on connection to Israel and Charlie Kirk and totally agree. Appreciate that, Jennifer. Glad you watched the video. The Bronze Age collapse 2.0 may happen, which is terrifying. Everything comes to an end. Theo published his first book when he was a teenager in Satan's Footsteps. He published many other books. Yep. I wrote my first book when I was in high school. I think my first book was pretty good. I think my second book was the best book that I ever wrote. It was a really good book, actually. For the most part, it was a really good book. It's called For God or for Tyranny. Excellent read. Whoever wants a free PDF, I can send it to them. Let's see. Author of 1177. That's correct. New York Times and Washington Post. Are you a masochist? No, there's actually some quite informative things in those publications. Don't you feel anxious that you might personally suffer disadvantages because of videos you are producing? I don't know what you mean. Disadvantages. Priest of Hiroshima has a check mark. I bring up Hiroshima and bam, Priest of Hiroshima. He pops up on the chat. There you go. Hello, sir. But Japan population is very low. Not really. There's over 100 million people, like 123 million people living in Japan. I mean, Ukraine has 40 million, or had 40 million, probably a lot less now. But they had 40 million people or something like that before Russia invaded. And I mean, they're fighting. So, I mean, it doesn't prevent war, you know? Doesn't prevent war. Look at what the Gen Z did to Indonesia and Nepal. Gen Z are ahistorical. They're absolute retarded zombies. Can I get a PDF? Sure. If you're on Facebook, you can write me on Theodore Ted Schubot. That's my public Facebook page. I like this interactive chat. Yeah, me too. It's fun. That's why I do these live streams. When or if Europe and Russia go to war, what do you think? When or if Europe and Russia go to war? That's a good question. I'll answer your question as soon as I write this name down. Theodore Ted Schubot is my Facebook page. And if you write me on there, I'll send you the PDF. Let's see. But you're right. It came from outside the post-Soviet Union to influence and destroy the remaining regions. That's right. When or if Europe and Russia go to war, who will win? That's a great question. So this is from Anthony99. That's a great question. So if you look at population differences, the EU has 500 million people. There's over 500 million people living in the EU, much larger than the Russian population. The EU, the European Union put together, has the second largest economy in the world. Now, they say China's got the biggest economy in the world. Yes, if you're talking about individual countries, yes, China has the second biggest economy. But if you're talking about a unified bloc, the EU has the second biggest economy on Earth. It makes more money than China. It makes a lot more money than Russia does. So they have the money. They have a decent enough population to make a pretty massive army. If Germany had to, it could amass an army of millions of young men, if it had to. Another thing that you have to keep in mind is Turkey. Turkey is the big wild card for Europe. Turkey has a massive young population. The youth population is very large, so it has a huge supply of young men to recruit into the military. Turkey also has a rising economy. It has the biggest army in all of the Middle East. It has probably the biggest army in all of Europe. It's beginning to develop its own military-industrial complex. It is on the verge of operating its own fifth-generation fighter jet, known as the Khan. It's on the verge of creating its own tank. So it really is on its way to becoming a fully independent country, militarily speaking. It is also a major geopolitical chess piece for the European Union and for NATO in general. It controls the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean Sea. So that makes Turkey that means that Turkey has a very important geostrategic position. Turkey also is a massive power on the Mediterranean Sea. So Turkey's got a lot of cards. And Erdogan, who currently rules Turkey, stated that if the Europeans want to make their militaries powerful again, they're going to need Turkey. And he's right. Because Turkey, like I said, massive army, massive navy. They're on their way to making their own indigenous air force. They are competing with Israel over who's going to be the biggest dog in the Middle East. Turkey is a big player. They're right next to Russia. They're right across from Ukraine. They're right next to the Balkans. They are the access way. They are the transition point between the Middle East and the Balkans, really the Middle East and Europe. They're a pretty big player with a lot of cards. Turkey and Germany have something in common, and that is that historically they are the biggest enemies of the Russians. The Ottoman Empire had many wars with the Russians, all of which it lost. Germany had two massive wars with the Russians, World War I, World War II, we all know. And so the Germans and the Turks, they both have this in common. So Germany doesn't like Russia. Turkey doesn't like Russia. They both have long histories of war, very destructive wars. So Germany wants to be the biggest military in Europe. Not only that, but Germany wants to create the biggest military in Europe and connect that massive military force with European auxiliary forces, the Dutch, Scandinavian militaries, possibly the French, etc. So the Germans want to create this massive, basically, Reich, a Fourth Reich. And they're allied with Turkey. Now remember what happened in World War I. The Germans and the Turks were allies against the Russians. So if the Germans are going to go to war again with the Russians, and they are certainly planning on that, they're going to work in collaboration with the Turks. So Russia has a very low birth rate. Their economy is good, but it's nowhere near as good as that of Germany. And they don't have as big of a population as these European countries put together do. So really, if you have a Germano-Euro-Turkic alliance, and Turkey also manages to get troops, to pull troops from Central Asian countries that are pro-Turkey, like Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, you're talking about a massive military force. You're talking about Germany with all of its ingenuity, with all of its industrial strength, with millions of German soldiers, in conjunction with Germany's European auxiliary forces, soldiers from Denmark, the Netherlands, possibly France, Scandinavian countries, Finland. And then on top of that, Turkey and all of its allies put together. You're talking about an army of millions upon millions of men. Add to that the ingenuity, Germany's ingenuity, Turkey's ingenuity. In a conventional war, the Russians are going to have a very hard time. And I think initially what you're going to have in the future is an Operation Barbarossa Part 2. And it's going to be ugly for the Russians. It's not going to look good for the Russians. And I think a lot of Russians are going to die, sadly. But remember what happened in World War II. The Russians were losing. Tens of millions of Russians were being killed, but they managed to prevail in the end. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think the Russians are going to lose big initially, but I think in the end they will prevail. That's my prediction for the future. But that's a really good question. California has an obesity problem. I'm sure it does. Let's see here. Russia has a pool of North Koreans that can't fight with less upkeep, which is above standard. Well, I wouldn't say that. Listen, I wouldn't say the North Koreans can't fight. I'll have to give the North Koreans credit because the North Koreans, they sent what, like 8,000 troops into Kursk to fight against the Ukrainians. And over 100 North Koreans were killed. So over 100 out of 6,000, 8,000 men isn't the worst. So I wouldn't say the North Koreans are the worst fighters. I'll give them more credit than that. And also remember that 30,000+ Americans were killed fighting the Koreans. Those guys, don't let those little 5-foot-tall kimchi people fool you. They're some tough people. They're some tough fucking people, those Koreans. Let me tell you. Korean people are tough people. They are tough ass people. Let me tell you, they're nothing to be messed with. North Koreans, South Koreans, Japanese people, Vietnamese people, they are some tough ass people. Let me tell you. Yeah, they're short and everything, but don't let them fool you. Oh, they eat soy sauce. They're soy boys. Don't make that mistake. Don't underestimate them. Don't underestimate them. I'm a size 4 and gained weight from my size 3 thanks to my COVID jab. Oh no. That sucks. Everything Relative Theo has had several other channels and YouTube's canceled them all. Yep, we are blessed. Because this channel has grown all of a sudden, I am now in the danger zone. So don't be surprised if this channel gets taken out. If this channel gets taken out, And it will be, if this channel gets taken out, it will be my 4th channel to be taken down. So if I get taken down again, I will just go to Rumble and X, and I will just congregate there. And so if you see this channel gone, then just know that I'm in Rumble. That's where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be in Rumble, and it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck because Rumble doesn't have the audience size that YouTube has. Rumble doesn't have the diversity that YouTube has. By diversity, I mean people who have different views and things of that sort. If it doesn't matter what you talk about on YouTube, you will find people who are interested in what you have to say. No matter how niche your interest is. Whereas with Rumble, people are in Rumble for one reason and one reason only, and that is because they hate liberals, and that's it. So Rumble would be a difficult place for me to do videos in, but I mean, I still want to do videos. I love doing videos. I love live streaming. And if YouTube takes this channel down and accuses me of some bullshit, then I mean, I was like, I don't know what to. I wouldn't know what to do at that point, because if they take this channel down, it will be the 4th time that YouTube has taken down a channel of mine, and it sucks to make a bunch of videos and then see them all disappear. So, and it sucks to really work hard on cultivating an audience. You know, I've been running this channel for 6 years now. 2019 I started, so yeah, 6 years. I've been running this channel, and I've cultivated an audience. I've cultivated a core following and a core audience. And if I have to see all that just disappear, I'm just going to be like, fuck it. There's no point in doing YouTube, because the problem with YouTube is, this is my biggest problem with YouTube. YouTube's a great place to get an audience. It's the best place. Like, nothing can beat YouTube unless you want to go on X, or maybe X. But again, X, if you're not right wing, you know, hardcore right wing, you're going to have difficulty up there. But the great thing about YouTube is that it's a place to garner an audience, and you don't necessarily get all crazy people. You get mainly normal folks. And that's the great thing about YouTube. The problem with YouTube is that YouTube is almost arbitrary with how it imposes the rules, you know, who it imposes the rules on. You can have someone like PewDiePie play a prank and get 2 Indian guys to hold a sign that says "Death to all Jews," and he's still on YouTube. And if some smaller channel with, you know, 6,000, 5,000 subs did that, they'd be in big ass freaking trouble. They'd be in big ass trouble. So it's very selective on who it imposes its rules on. Someone could say, like, I've seen people say all sorts of anti-Semitic shit on YouTube. Nothing happens to them. And I'll say one thing about Israel that's not anti-Semitic at all, and it's like, no, you're penalized, you're done, your channel, your video's gone, you're gonna be suspended for 2 weeks, and all this horseshit. It's bullshit, complete bullshit. You should do a backup of important videos. Yeah, I have all my videos are saved on a all of my videos are saved on an external hard drive. I'm Ted's #1 fan. That's great. You should do a backup. Yep. I got everything on external hard drives. Can we petition to help your channel if they take it down? You might be able to. So there's a story that happened earlier this year where this Japanese dude did a video criticizing the most recent Assassin's Creed video game, because the Assassin's Creed game was like, I mean, the game sucks, but the Assassin's Creed game does all sorts of stuff to Japanese history that's just downright disrespectful and just weird and cringe. And this Japanese dude, he didn't say anything racist. He just said that this video game is ahistorical and it's not historically accurate, and all this stuff. And because they have in the game, you play a black samurai. And there's nothing wrong with playing a black samurai, but it's just the way they went about it was cringe and weird and just ahistorical. And this Japanese dude said, yeah, I don't like this game. And he gave his opinion as to why. And I watched this whole video. He didn't say anything racist, nothing. YouTube took the video down and he appealed it. And then YouTube put the video back up, and then YouTube took it back down, and it went back and forth like 3 or 4 or 5 times. This guy's video got taken down. And eventually, there was a huge number of people on X who were writing YouTube. So on Twitter/X, YouTube has a public page that you can write to. So you don't have to write them. You don't have to DM them, but you can just send a message. You can just write to them on the public Twitter page. You can at them and then say, "Hey, YouTube, WTF." And so many people went on to YouTube's Twitter page or X page and was just writing all sorts of negative comments and saying, "Hey, YouTube, bring this guy's video back." And eventually, because there was so much attention, there were so many messages, YouTube brought the video back up. So yes, there is a way. If a video gets taken down, or I think if a channel gets taken down, definitely if a video gets taken down, you can definitely, if you can get enough people on X to say, "Hey, what the F?" YouTube will bring a video back up. Yasuke, yeah, that was a really. I mean, besides the story, the game just sucks. Like the gameplay, the graphics suck. The way the characters move, the fighting in the game sucks. Like everything about this game is trash. Everything about the last Assassin's Creed game sucks. Everything about it sucks. It's true what you say. To find out the rules over you, simply find out who you aren't allowed to criticize. Yup, absolutely. You should do a backup. Yeah, I already did that. Can we petition? Okay, yep, absolutely. Are you on X? I just discovered yesterday on, yes, I have an X account. And I post up all of my articles. I post all the links for my articles and videos on X. Usually I do. Did you back up all your work for Rumble Odyssey? No, and I should. Oh my God, I'm just too lazy to do it. The reason why I don't is because Rumble, it just takes so long to upload a video on Rumble. It's so much faster to do YouTube. But you're right, I should. You had a lot of cool videos on your last channel. I did. Yeah, I had some great videos on my last channel. It was 10 or 15 years ago. What was? But they have nukes. There will not be conventional war. There's a conventional war right now between Russia and Ukraine, and no one has launched a nuke. So nukes are what are dropping nukes is what's done as a last resort. But before nukes are dropped, you have conventional warfare. Is what I would say. Erdogan is a great geopolitical strategist. Yes, he is. Do you think the land grab that Israel wants to do has something to do with the Persian Empire? No, I don't think so. I think it has something to do with this idea of greater Israel, and Israel just being the most powerful country in the Middle East. That's what I think. How does Theo know so much about history? I'm trying to get on his level. It's just, I'm not the fastest reader in the world. I'm actually a very slow reader. But what I would say is read books on World War One, World War Two. Read books. I'd recommend this book. This book is super educational, guys. Like super, super educational. Very educational read. Provoked by Scott Horn. It tells you everything about how NATO works. If you read this book, you're going to be educated. I mean, really, you're going to be educated on NATO. Also, I mean, subscribe to some newspapers, like read the New York Times, read Washington Post, Haaretz, if you want to learn about Israel. The Atlantic is a decent one. The Economist, like subscribe to some newspapers that you really like. And also read foreign websites. I read RT. I read Russia Today. It's a great website. You can learn a lot about how Russia sees the world. I read RT or Russia Today. I read DW, which is the German news site, one of the main German news sites. I read Welt sometimes, which is another German news site. I read a lot of different things. Go on Google News. Go to Yandex, which is the Russian Google. Yandex, Yandex. Go on Yandex. Look up the news on Yandex. That's the Russian Google. See the German publications. You just have to take an hour or 2 hours of your day to read something. Read a book. Cultivate the knowledge. Start slow and be patient with yourself. Don't try to rush everything, because that's how you skip facts that are really important. But take your time, go slow, and have a thirst for knowledge. And as long as you have that thirst for knowledge, you learn things. You really do. You learn things. It's like exercise. If you exercise consistently, You could do deadlifts, and you can do medicine ball workouts, and you can do kettlebell workouts, and as long as you do, it doesn't matter, like you do kettlebells, you do dumbbells, you do medicine balls, you do a mix of the of all of them, you do cardio, kickboxing, heavy bag work, uh, as long as you're doing things consistently and you're giving your body enough time to recover, and you're doing things consistently, and you're just kind of not eating junk food in between meals, I mean, you're going to see results. It's just about consistency and keeping at it. That's really what helps you at the end of the day. The Berlin to Baghdad Railway was one of the key reasons for World War One. It happened at the cusp of the change from coal power to oil. Yes, you are correct. The Berlin to Baghdad Railway was really a massive part of World War One. The the Ottomans, when they entered World War One, they joined the side of the Germans, and the Germans were the ones who were developing that railway system. And the Ottomans said, "Hey, we really need this railway system if we're going to logistically be able to fight the Russians and the British." And so the Germans began to develop it, or they continued to develop it, and they were using Armenian labor. The problem was that the Turks kept killing their workers, so the Germans didn't like that very much. Um, but yeah, I mean, the Ottoman Empire was fighting against the British in the Middle East, and they were fighting against the Russians in the Caucasus, and the Germans were definitely involved, and they wanted to work with the Ottomans as an ally to go against the Russians and the British. And the Germans actually had plans to, basically take control over Turkey after World War One, because Turkey was a weak, uh, economically poor, dying power, and the Germans knew this. And the Germans said, "We'll use the Turks to beat the Russians and the Brits, and then once we're victorious, we'll just put our officials in Turkey and we'll call the shots in the Turkish government." And people say, well, that's not true. I mean, there was no plan, but that is true actually. And it makes sense, because the Germans, they had a lot of leverage over the Turkish military. There were a lot of German commanders who were leading the Turks in battle. I mean, the Germans were all over the Turkish military. So the Turks and the Germans, they have a very long history of being allies, and they're allies against the Russians right now. And they will be allies against the Russians in the battlefield in the future. So that's my theory about this whole thing. That's my understanding. Let me see something here. Yeah. Let me see something here. The scramble of Turkey. Yeah, Theo, you thinned out a lot this last year. You must know what you're doing. Yeah, you're next, man. Keep going. Next for what? About weight loss. I when I got out of high school, I was just an absolute weak ass nerd, and I was into reading and all this stuff, and I knew I needed to get myself physically in shape. So I went to a kickboxing school, and it was the most obscure. It was this obscure kickboxing school. It was on a terrible location. It was on a corner location, not on a road. It was on a corner location, out off the road, but it wasn't on the side of the road. You had to really drive into this one neighborhood. There was a neighborhood that was just apartment complexes that were filled with college students, and there was a small little cheap restaurant nearby, and I remember it would get super dark at night because there wasn't any roads. There weren't any cars driving around. I mean, there were cars, but you were not on a main road, and there was just this obscure ass taekwondo kind of um, American kickboxing, like old school type kickboxing school. And the owner of the school was this guy who did kickboxing back in the 70s. And he was part of that Chuck Norris. He wasn't famous, but he was of that style of kickboxing that basically mixed American boxing with Taekwondo. It's basically the same style of remember Joe Louis, not the boxer, but the kickboxer, that style. It was the Joe Louis style. And the owner of the school was this old white dude who trained in Korea, or he trained in I think he trained in Korea. He was a old Navy sailor, and he did some training in Okinawa. He did a lot of Taekwondo, and then his son was doing all the classes, and his son was fucking jacked. Like the dad was this old fat boomer. The son was this super athletic Taekwondo kickboxer dude who could jump up in the air, do super freaking high kicks. The guy was a machine. He was scary. He'd kick the shit out of you. And he taught me pretty much everything that I really had to know about fitness and how to get stronger and how to get leaner. He taught me almost everything that I know about that because I didn't know anything. And he was like, start slow. And he started me on push ups. He was like, all right, do lower reps, do 10 reps, do 10 push ups. Okay, now, and then weeks later, okay, do 15. Weeks later, now do 20. Okay, weeks later, okay, let's try to do 30. Weeks later, okay, let's try to do 40. And eventually it's like, okay, let's try to do 50. And then he would make us do pull ups. He's like, you gotta learn how to do pull ups. And I couldn't do a single pull up, not a single pull up at all. And he did this method of teaching pull-ups that was so helpful. He's like, all right, grab the bar. You can't do a single pull-up. Okay, fine. He'd grab your feet and he would push you up. And he's like, now do it. Okay, you could do one pull-up now, right? Because the trainer was supporting your legs. And he would make you do that all the time. And then eventually, after doing that for so long, you could do one pull-up. Say, okay, you can do one pull-up. All right, can you do another one? No, I can't do another one. All right, let me grab your feet. All right, keep doing them. Keep doing them. Eventually, I could do two. Eventually, it came down to the point where I was able to do 3, 4, 5 pull-ups in a row. And he would say, okay, I want you to do like 10 pull-ups. Oh, I can only do 5. All right, no problem. Hold your feet. Do 5 more. Keep going. I mean, and he was so like he was crazy. The dude was nuts. He was crazy, this dude. But he was a he was a good trainer. He really knew how to instruct you. And so when I left I trained there for 2 years. And when I left it, I kept a lot of the things that he taught me about training and intensity. Everything has to be intense. And so I still do cardio kickboxing, and I do that. I try to do cardio kickboxing once a week or so, and it's a lot of fun. I'll never once you do intense cardio kickboxing and you see how it changes your body, you can't stop. Your dad looks more physically fit. Well, my father lost a lot of weight, and my father cut out a lot of carbohydrates from his body. Theo, what do you know about the Bohemian Club or the Bohemian Grove? The Bohemian Grove was something that was exposed by Alex Jones back in was it like late 1990s or so? And it was basically a bunch of Republican politicians who got together and they did some orgies and they worshipped a giant owl and they would burn an effigy as a mock sacrifice to the owl. It's pretty scary. And it really did reveal the demonic nature of the Republican Party. I mean, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's real. You can see the video. I saw it many, many years ago, and I never forgot it. And it really showed that, wow, the Republican Party is just evil. Do you see Ukraine still existing in a few years? I see Ukraine being broken up. I see Russia controlling a part of Ukraine, and then I see the Europeans controlling whatever is left, and then I eventually see the Euros and the Russians fighting each other over Ukraine. In World War I, one of the big centers of combat, one of the main objects of the war was to control Ukraine. And the Germans were all about it, and the Russians were definitely all about it. And the Germans and the Russians in World War I and World War II, they wanted Ukraine. And the Germans wanted it badly. And what the Germans did was they backed the Bolsheviks to take over Russia. And then once the Bolsheviks took over Russia, the Germans said, Ukraine is ours. And the Bolsheviks said, you got it. And the Germans got it. And the Germans said, okay, Ukraine is now an independent state. So Germany makes the independent state of Ukraine. That happens during World War One, or right after World War One, and then 1940s, the Germans and the Russians are killing each other over Ukraine, and they're killing each other over other parts of Eastern Europe. They're killing each other over Poland. Why? Because the Germans, they have this idea of creating uh, their own sphere of influence. And I mean, going all the way back to World War One, they saw Ukraine as a sphere of influence for Germany, not for Russia. So really, when you see this whole contention between the Germans and the Russians over Ukraine, this is not something that can be traced back to 2014. This is something that can be traced all the way back to World War One. This is something that can be traced back to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, where the Austrians wanted to control Ukraine, and they were using the Ukrainian nationalists before World War One, even, or was it before? Actually, no. Yeah, before World War One, they were using they were backing the idea of Ukrainian nationalism. So this is based on a very long history, and this is not going to change anytime soon. People say, "Oh, the Germans aren't going to come back." Look at the history; you'll see. They're always going to want to control Eastern Europe. And it goes back to, Zbigniew Brzezinski and whoever influenced him. It goes back to this idea that was very prominent during the Cold War that said, basically, whoever controls Eastern Europe controls Europe. And if Russia can control Eastern Europe, if Russia can control Ukraine and Belarus, then Russia becomes a Eurasian power. Because if Russia can control Ukraine and Belarus, then that would mean Russia being smack right next to Central Europe. And at that point, Russia would be a Eurasian power. Take Ukraine and Belarus away from Russia, and Russia is just an isolated Eastern power. So the Russians need those two regions to have any sort of serious geopolitical significance. So when the Americans and the Germans come and the British come and they say, "Oh, we're going to take away Ukraine from you," you're taking away Russia's essential component to becoming a serious power. So I don't see the EU existing in the next decade. You're probably right. You're probably right that in the next 10 years or 10 years from now or after 10 years from now, there is going to be no European Union. If the European Union disintegrates, what will become of Europe? What will become of Europe is the most economically powerful country is going to dominate the continent. And that's going to be Germany. And the Germans will say, "Okay, we're going to establish our power." And it's not going to be called the European Union. It's going to be called something else. And the Germans will be much more overt, much more explicit about an idea of German power. And it'll essentially be a Reich. So, yeah, I agree. I don't think the EU is going to survive forever. I don't think the American empire is going to survive forever. No empire lasts forever. I think the American empire will eventually cease to exist. And here is a theory that I have. I think that America is going to be so bogged down with internal turmoil, political divisions, and the like, that the rest of the world is going to be watching America, and they're going to say, "Why in the hell should we even obey anything America says?" And they're going to go on to do their own damn thing. And it's going to give an incentive and a green light to regional powers to really boost up their powerhouse. Turkey will say, "Yep, America's got its own problems. America's dealing with internal turmoil. So we're really gonna go full gear, third gear on our empire, our aspirations for empire." The Germans will do the same thing. The Israelis are going to say, "America, they're stuck in their own bullshit. They're got all sorts of political divisions. They got all sorts of instability in America. Oh, what are we going to do? Well, there's no point in listening to America. So let's just kill all the Arabs. Let's kill all the Arabs, the Arab Israelis. Let's kill all of the Arabs in the West Bank." And the Israelis are just going to go full-blown genocidal because there will be nothing there to restrain it. Yeah, America, I know, America's not doing much, but they are restraining Israel to a certain extent. You take America out of the picture, you have a Second Temple style savagery that hasn't been seen since, the era 40 years after the crucifixion. I mean, really, that's what you're going to be seeing. It's going to be insane. I would say that EU is already the Fourth Reich with a bit of fencing power, French power. Yeah, it's a economic Reich, right? That's true, but it's not this Reich in the sense of being this explicit German power. It's a power that's under German. That's okay. It's an economic bloc that's dominated by German power, but that German power is dominated by the United States. And so they call it the European Union as a way to say that it's not really a Reich. It's just it's a block of European countries. But yeah, Germany is the biggest economy in the European Union. But I think what's going to happen is an explicit German power with an explicit German Reich. That's what I think is going to happen. Speaking of the Italians, those fellas are really funny. Watched Lancia versus Audi and the story of Lamborghini. Good stuff. Interesting. Got to stop APAC. Yep, they won't have the money. Who won't have the money? Macron is cooked. Yep, he is. He's about to get replaced by eventually the people that will take over the French government will be nationalists. And when the nationalists take over, don't fall for the trick because those people are no damn good. How did Franco get rid of leftists? Was it exile, deport? Well, I mean, there was a whole civil war in Spain. A lot of people died. I don't see European countries using different currencies. The euro or some other currency will be used, maybe, or maybe it'll be the German Deutschmark again. I would say that the EU is already the fourth. I already read that. I'm hedging my bets on Italy, Hungary, and Spain. They're already breaking off. Yeah, Italy has probably the most anti-EU sentiment than any other country currently in the EU. When I was in Italy, everyone I talked to hated the EU. I never met one person who liked the EU. There was one lady professor who was a liberal, and yeah, she liked it. Everyone else hated the European Union. Let's see here. Not if the border isn't there anymore. It won't be. 5 years from now, everything will change. Absolutely, yeah. 5 years from now, it's going to be a very different world because 5 years from now, it's going to be the 2030s. And every decade, the world has a dramatic change. Just look at 2020, right? It's a lot different from 2015. Let's see here. I think Ukraine as a country is cooked. I agree. What a great legacy having a student give respect and appreciation for lessons given so generously. Let's see. I made a presentation about that pact. Really interesting. Brest-Litovsk pact. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a really important part of history. The Brest-Litovsk is basically when Ukraine was carved out and Armenia eventually became an independent, supposedly an independent country, independent on paper. But the Turks invaded Armenia and lost in a quite humiliating way. Grove is only Republican. I thought politicians of both parties. I heard it was just a Republican thing. Do you see Ukraine? So okay, I already answered that question. Let's see here. You're correct in regards to NATO provoking Russia and breaking every agreement with them since the end of the Cold War. However, the Russians have sadly been far too slow to realize they're being played. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they got played too many times, but I don't think Putin is falling for it. Theo, did you have any contact with Charlie Kirk? I did not. No, zero contact. Haaretz, Al Jazeera, Jerusalem Post. Yeah, those are good places to go. Al Jazeera, Haaretz are great websites to learn things. Jerusalem Post is kind of right-wing hardliner. I would also recommend a website called Middle East Eye, which is really interesting. Another thing also that I will add is, well, I think Turkey's gonna fuck the Israelis in the future. I think that's what's gonna happen. Israel and Turkey are in a huge rivalry right now over who's going to be the biggest dog in the Middle East. And given the fact that Iran managed to just devastate Israel, and Israel wasn't able to intercept all the missiles, and it needed America's help to intercept enough of the missiles, it tells me that Israel is really a paper tiger. Israel is a paper tiger. And I think think about this. Israel has been spending most of its history fighting insignificant enemies. It has. It's been spending most of its history fighting Palestinians who throw rocks. Israel has never faced a serious enemy on the ground until it actually had to fight Hezbollah on the ground in southern Lebanon, and Israel had to retreat because it could not fight a paramilitary organization on the streets of South Lebanon. Israel had to bomb Lebanon. That's why Israel bombs Lebanon. That's why the last time Israel attacked Lebanon, Israel did not send ground troops. They just bombed because they know if they send ground troops into Lebanon, it's going to be high casualties. Hezbollah has tens of thousands of fighters. They have Shiite militia fighters as their allies. They have bunkers. They have huts under the ground. They have snipers. They have drones. I mean, in a conventional war where you have ground troops, Israel would have high casualties. So think about it. Israel is terrified of fighting Hezbollah on the ground. Do you think that Israel will be able to fight and defeat the second largest military power in NATO? Because that's what Turkey is. Turkey is the second largest power in NATO. Do you think Israel will be able to fight and defeat Turkey? No. And right now, Israel is constantly pissing off the Turks. They bombed Qatar recently, which is a major ally of Turkey. They have bombed Syria numerous times, even though Turkey told them, hey, back off Syria. We're here to keep Syria in order. And Israel just bombs Syria. Eventually, there's going to be a fight between the Turks and the Israelis, and the Turks ain't going to be nice. And they're not going to be anywhere near as easy as the Palestinians are. The Turks are going to, they're going to ravish Israel. Yeah, they had to retreat, and believe it or not, when they had that war in what was it? I think it was in 07 or 08 in Lebanon. The Israelis actually never fought Hezbollah. They fought Shiite militias who were allied to Hezbollah. So they never even fought real Hezbollah fighters. They just fought Shiite militias, and they couldn't even advance past those militiamen. They were running away. They had to run out of Lebanon. It was a huge humiliation for Israel. So Israel can't fight a paramilitary organization in Lebanon. You think they're going to be able to fight Turkey? They're going to get their asses kicked big time. Someone would have to replace Erdogan. Yeah, Erdogan is on his way out. He's going to retire. He's an old man now. He's not going to stay in politics for that long. He's going to leave. What eventually will happen, I think, is Turkey is going to have a nationalist government. Islamism will still be a factor, but it's going to be a very nationalistic government. Yeah. Your comments on the flotilla bringing humanitarian aid. I mean, Israel attacking flotillas, I don't like it. The way that Israel is starving the population there, I don't like it. Erdogan took out Bashar al-Assad for the Israelis. I don't think it was for the Israelis. I think it's more for just his own expansionism. Grove is Republican, but I'm sure Dens have their own thing. I'm sure they do, yeah. By the way, I'm going to definitely be tuning into the stream a lot. Appreciate that, Mr. Ofon. Glad to have you on. I think the world may be dramatically different even within 1 year. Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Definitely. I mean, the world is different now than it was in 2022. The world is different now than it was in 2021. So yeah, every year you have these minor shifts, and then every 5 years you have a major shift. And then every 10 years you have a immensely dramatic shift. And I think that's been the pattern in history. I think the world may be, okay, I already read that. I can't believe your live stream is still going. Yeah, I actually should stop because I don't want to go too long because it's kind of getting late. Why do Russians still entertain friendship with Germany? Because they think that, from what I understand, the plan or one of the strategies of Germany is to basically get the Europeans to turn against America. And that's what I think the plan is, because there's a Scott Ritter who is an expert on Russian politics. As much as I have disagreed with him in the past, he is an expert. He's got a lot of knowledge on Russia. He wrote a whole article on this, and he said that one of Russia's goals for Europe is to try to convince the Europeans that NATO is unreliable. And so Russia invades Ukraine, which is a neighbor to Poland. And yeah, at first there was this whole honeymoon phase where Poland was super excited and they had baby strollers for the Ukrainian mothers, and they brought in 2 million, 3 million Ukrainian refugees. And look at what's happening now. The Poles are telling the Ukrainians, hey, get your fucking ass to work. We're tired of funding you guys. Sorry for my language, but that's what the Poles are telling the Ukrainians. And this is exactly what the Russians want. The Russians want divisions within Europe. They want divisions between the pro-NATO, pro-EU people and the people who are Eurosceptic, NATO skeptic. And the reason for this is because they want Europe to split from NATO. And if they can get these countries, if they can get the EU to break apart, then it would be much easier for the Europeans to say, EU is basically an extension of NATO, so what's the point? We're just going to break away from NATO. And there will be no NATO at that point. And so Russia's goal is get the Europeans to pull away from NATO so that the Russians can then make alliances with European countries. And the Russians know that if they make an alliance with Germany against the United States, the American empire is pretty much done at that point. Because going back to Zbigniew Brzezinski and the Mackinder strategy, you have to control Europe if you want a serious power. If you want to be a world power, you gotta control Europe. If you don't control Europe, you're not a world power. America controls Europe, so therefore America is the global empire right now. So the Russian strategy is we want to sow a sense of unreliability on the Americans. You can't rely on the Americans. So look, we're invading Ukraine, and we're right next door to Poland, and you guys aren't doing a damn thing about it. And look at how all these European countries are, and all these European politicians, and all these American politicians are so against the idea of putting troops on the ground for Ukraine. And if you guys don't want to fight for Ukraine, what makes you guys think that American troops are going to be sent in to fight for one of you guys if maybe you guys end up in a war? Well, that's a good point, right? That's a good point. I mean, the reason why Americans don't want to fight in Ukraine is because they don't want to fight for anybody. So if they don't want to fight for Ukraine, what makes you think they're going to want to fight for Poland? Or what makes you think they're going to want to fight for Germany? And Donald Trump comes along and he makes it even worse. He says, well, if you don't pay your fair share of your GDP for NATO's defense, then I don't give a shit if Russia even invades you. This is what Donald Trump said. And that added a sense of great distrust. Great Britain leaving the European Union got Angela Merkel to say, well, we really can't rely on those damn Brits. And this is what Russia wants. I'm not saying this as a criticism of Russia, but this is just the reality. This is what they want. They want that discord between the Westerners so that the American empire weakens. This idea of relying on the Americans weakens. And it's easier for the Russians to pull those people into an alliance with Russia. And if Russia can say, hey, Germany, you need oil, you need natural gas, we got plenty of both of those things. How about we send natural gas and oil to you directly? Germany says that's not a bad idea. And that's what Germany did with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And then what happened? The Americans destroyed it. Why? Because they don't want Germany to be close at all to the Russians. But the Russians want that because the Russians know if we can have an alliance with Germany, that means we're right there in the heartland of Europe. And that means the American empire is pretty much dead. If you have an alliance between Russia, Germany, Turkey, because the Russians also want an alliance with Turkey as well. If they have an alliance with Turkey, then they remove America's control over the access way from the Black Sea into the Mediterranean. So if the Russians can have an alliance with the Germans and the Turks, and then add that to their already existing alliance with the Chinese, the Russians run the world. Because with China, they're right next to Central Asia. They border with Central Asia anyway, but with China, they're right there with Central Asia. They're right there in Eurasia. And then with Germany, they're right there in Central Europe. And those who control the heart of Europe, they control the world. So Germany at that, or Russia at that point, would be a massive Eurasian power. A 5-hour stream had this playing in the background most of the time. This guy is brilliant. Appreciate that, sir. God bless you too, Mr. Gabriel. 40K style tithe for NATO protection. Crazy. Yep. Qatar is learning its lesson. And that's the thing, is Israel bombing Qatar. You have to keep that in mind. Qatar and Turkey are deep allies. They have deep ties. And so Israel bombing Qatar, I mean, what does that mean, right? The Hasburist, the pro-Israel people, they'll say, well, it's because they're in the middle of a war with Hamas. Well, it's very disingenuous to make this argument that, well, they're at war with Hamas, so there's no rules. Those Hamas officials were in Qatar for a very long time, and they were in Qatar to be the negotiating team with Israel, and they were in the middle of discussing a peace proposal that was proposed by the United States, a peace plan that was proposed by the United States. That's what they were there for. That's what they were doing when they got bombed in Qatar. So they're in the middle of negotiations with Israel. They're in the middle of discussing a peace plan proposed by the United States, and Israel decides to bomb them in Qatar, which was being used to host the negotiations between Israel and Qatar. So Israel is basically saying there are no rules that we are willing to follow. We have no rules. We don't care about the rules. We'll bomb an ally. Qatar is a major American ally. America's biggest military base in the Middle East is in Qatar. It's the Al Ubaid base is in Qatar. So Israel has no rules. That's it. Turkey says, hey, stay out of Syria. An American proxy is running Syria, and you're bombing Syria. We're trying to keep Syria orderly and united, and you're bombing them. And Israel doesn't care. Turkey says, hey, this is our little airstrip here. They bombed the airstrip in Syria. Iran was in the middle of negotiations with Israel, and Israel bombs Iran in June of this year. Hamas is in the middle of negotiations, and they were doing the negotiations in Qatar, and Israel bombs Qatar. So what does this mean? That means we can't really rely on Israel, even if we're trying to be reasonable with them. I mean, look at what happened to Assad. Assad told Israel, let's talk. For years, the Syrian government was telling the Israelis, let's talk, let's have a conversation. And there were secret meetings, believe it or not, between Syria and Israel. It was I actually have written down here when these secret talks were done between Syria and Lebanon, Syria and Israel. Let's see here. When were these secret meetings done? Yeah, in 2004. So in 2004, September of 2004, and so in between September of 2004 and July of 2006, Israel and Syrian and Israeli officials had secret meetings in Europe with the goal of coming up with a peace deal between the two countries. And eventually, Israel and Syria made an agreement that Israel would return to the June 4th, 1967 border between two countries. And in return, Syria would stop supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and would even distance itself from Iran. And eventually, Syria proposed that the talks shift from an academic level to an official level. And the Israeli government refused. And Bashar al-Assad told the Italian newspaper, Il Repubblica, that now is the time to have negotiations. Israel, talk to us. We're willing to have conversation. And what happened after 9/11? Well, before 9/11, the Israelis were asking the Americans to overthrow Assad. The Zionist lobby was pushing for the overthrowing of Assad. And then after 9/11, the Israelis went into third gear, pushing the Americans to do regime change in Syria. And eventually, the Americans, eventually NATO did that. They pushed Assad out. We all saw that happen this year. So what the hell was that about? So what is Israel really, what message is Israel sending? The message Israel is sending is, we're the boss. We run things here. We don't care if our enemies are doing negotiations in a country that's not even at war with Israel. We're going to hit Qatar. We're going to bomb the Iranian consulate in Syria. We don't give a shit. We're going to do a Pearl Harbor style attack on Iran in the middle of negotiations. We're going to bomb Gaza even after Hamas made an agreement and released a whole bunch of hostages. Isn't that what the Israelis keep saying? Well, if they just released the hostages, well, Hamas did release hostages in the first phase of the peace agreement, or in the peace plan that was brokered by the Trump administration. And after the first phase, because they agreed that the peace plan would have 3 phases. Well, during the first phase, Hamas released a whole bunch of hostages. Israel released a bunch of Palestinian prisoners. And then Hamas said, okay, let's do phase 2. And Israel said no. And they bombed Gaza, and they killed hundreds of people. And the reason why, or one of the reasons as to why Netanyahu doesn't honor any peace deals or doesn't honor any sort of peace plan, is because any sort of peace settlement will be objected to by the hardliners in the Knesset. And what the hardliners in the Knesset want is for Gaza to be purged of Palestinians. That is what the hardliners want. And any sort of negotiation which allows for the Gazans to remain in Gaza will be rejected. They want a complete purging of the Palestinians. That's what they want. So Netanyahu wants to maintain his political coalition, because if he remains in power, that means him not being tried for corruption. So it's all just it's a big game of corruption, and it's like the old African proverb, when 2 elephants fight, it's the grass that's crushed in the end, and the people are the grass. Let's see here. The beef with the Orthodox Church and Muslims comes from around the year 1000, when King Bolan the pagan, who converted to Judaism, got beat by both the Muslims from the north and the Orthodox from the north. That's interesting history. I didn't know that. Let's see. PM Rabin, 1995. Yeah, he got assassinated because he was going to actually going to go forth with the Oslo Accords, and Rabin, was murdered by some lunatic named what was his name? Amir Gilad or something like that. I forgot his name. Assad was Israel's break on themselves. Once he was gone, boom, Israel went freaking nuts. Yeah, that's a good point. And they wanted Assad gone because they wanted to do whatever the hell they wanted. And now they're going to have to deal with Turkey, because another result of Assad being overthrown wasn't just the rise of Israel, but it was the rise of Turkey. So now they're dealing with the second most powerful country in NATO. I mean, in a conventional war between Israel and Turkey, guys, Turkey is going to ravish Israel. Israel's days are numbered. They are numbered, and they are banking on American support. That's why they're desperate. They're so desperate. They see all of their support declining amongst the American population. They see their support declining even amongst young Republicans. Even amongst young Republicans, they see their support declining. They are desperate. They are desperate. And when people are desperate, when their livelihood is at stake, when their whole empire, their power is at stake, they're going to do some very destructive things. Very destructive things. Let's see here. Too many copyright strikes, guys. People already complain about the music. Yeah. Right now I'm playing Elden Ring music. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's no copyright strikes on video game music. Who's control? Who? Israel or America? When do you think the war will resume again with Iran? Eventually, the war between Iran and Israel will resume. I don't know when. Maybe a month from now. Maybe 6 months from now. I don't know. But who controls who? I think Israel is controlled by all the Zionists who live in the United States. That's what I think. Not much background music. Yeah, it's not that loud. That's why. Let me get it louder. Hold up. Let me just yeah. I got the Elden Ring music at the back playing. Have you heard of the Raise the Colors movement? Yeah, I have. I think it's just a giant Zionist psyop to get the white man all riled up with nationalism. And it's not really a coincidence that it's being led by Tommy Robinson, who's a massive asset for Israel. And he's a big Zionist. I think the goal of the Israelis is to use the Europeans as proxies against the pro-Palestinian movement, because Tommy Robinson represents it. And Tommy Robinson is saying that the pro-Palestine movement is a huge problem. So he leads that movement, and he could tell his people, hey, let's go against the pro-Pal movement, and thus make himself into a proxy for the Israelis against the pro-Palestinian movement. You should do a collab with Ruben Gisbert. I'm serious. I'll have to look him up. Ruben Gisbert. I'll have to look him up. You couldn't be more right. Don't mess with Turkey. Yeah, it's true. Turkey's a tough country. Second biggest country in NATO. Second most powerful country in NATO. Scorched earth psychopaths. Yep. I remember people recommending Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley. Oh, you're talking about the music recommendations? It was so annoying. That's one thing I hated about doing musical recommendations. Guys, I still listen to music that some of you guys recommended to me. But damn, dude, when you guys would sit there and be like, well, could you play some Ozzy Osbourne? I'm like, no, I'm not playing no Ozzy Osbourne. Do you think the Jews of the Bible are a different group of people? I think that there is the ethnicity that we know as the Jewish people are a very mixed people. I think there's nothing controversial about that. The original Jews, or the original Hebrews, were a Mesopotamian people who were descendants of Abraham. The thing is that the Hebrews would go around to other countries. They went to Persia. They lived in Persia for centuries. They were in the Babylonian exile, right? So there was a lot of intermixing that went on, and they were also in Egypt for 400 years. There was a lot of intermixing that went on, and so I think that the Hebrews, or the Jewish people, have always been a mixed people, a mix between Semitic and whoever else they mix up with. So when they were in the Persian Empire, they mixed up with people. When they were in Egypt, they mixed up with people. And also when they were in the Roman Empire, they got mixed up with people. And also, remember, Judaism used to be a very proselytizing religion. So there was a lot of converts from other races, from other groups. And even in the Old Testament, it talks about how there were Egyptians who converted, and there were people in the Persian Empire who converted, and there were Africans who converted. And there were Arabs who also converted as well. So that's why you have Arab Jews. And there was a lot of conversion, and there was also a lot of intermixing that went on. And this type of thing was going on even before Christ. And then you have a lot of the Jewish people, the group that we call the Jews, going into Europe. They went to Russia, Germany, Eastern Europe. They went to Turkey. And everywhere they went, they made converts and they mixed. And so the Jews are a very mixed people because of this history. If you look at the genetic makeup of Ashkenazim, or Ashkenazi Jews, they are a mix between European and Levantine Semitic. And if you look at the genetic makeup of Palestinians, you will find a lot of overlap between Ashkenazi Jews and Palestinians, and that's because of the Levantine Semitic relation that they have. There is a genetic overlap between Ashkenazi Jews, Iraqi Jews, and Palestinians, and Syrians, and Lebanese people. Huge relation between the two. Some Jews look European because, remember, a lot of Europeans, not a lot, but a number of Europeans converted to Judaism, and also there was a lot of intermixture that went on. Some Jews, a lot of them, especially if you go to Israel, are really Middle Eastern looking. And that's because of other Semitic peoples converting to Judaism. And that's also because of the fact that the original Hebrews came from Mesopotamia. If you look at Lebanese people, a lot of Lebanese people look like Israelis. And if you go to Syria, you will find people who sort of look Israeli as well. So I would say that out of all of the Middle Eastern people who look closest to the Israelis, it's the Lebanese. And the reason for that is very clear. It's because they're both Levantine. And the Hebrews originally spoke Hebrew. And the Hebrew language, if I'm not mistaken, was spoken by the Canaanites. And the Canaanite language was spoken by the Phoenicians who live in Lebanon, whose descendants live in Lebanon. So there's a lot of relation there. The Jews are not fully Semitic, but they've always been not always, but for the longest time, they've been a mixed people. And because in ancient times, in antiquity, in antiquity, they were always converting people and always mixing. So yeah, Levants are Lebanon and Palestine region. Yeah, Levantine or Palestinian, yes, and Syrian, and I think Iraq is also part of that. But Israel also is a part of that. And I remember going to I used to go to the Maronite Catholic Church. I went to the Maronite Catholic Church, which is the official Catholic Church of Lebanon. And I remember seeing people, looking at them thinking, man, these are Israelis. They look so much like Israelis. And that's because they're related. Some Israelis, some Jewish people, you'll never know that they're Jews. They look 100% European. They'll have to tell you that they're Jews. And that's because of the European ancestry. But some Jews, you look at them and you just know that guy's Jewish because they have a certain phenotype that is rooted in the Middle East, ultimately speaking. Ryan Dawson, yeah, I've looked at some of his videos. It's not his fault. He's putting out his info that they put out there to blanket the real truth. I've seen Zios actually admit this, but then they say, well, Cain killed Abel. I don't. Levants are okay. I already read that. Do you ever hear from Olivia anymore? I always appreciated her educate. I think she was here. Wasn't she here today? There is nothing wrong with the music of Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley. How many people? Yeah, I know, but people would recommend to me. People would request that I play Elvis on this show, or they would request that I play Ozzy Osbourne, and I don't want to play Ozzy Osbourne. I want to listen to music that's unique. I was playing Flying High again. Do you know what's a band that makes some really good rock music is Spirit Box. They're a recent rock band. They popped up a few years ago. Some of their songs are really weird, but they got some bangers. They got some good songs. Comments on UN meeting September 22nd to vote on formalized Palestinian statehood. Yeah, it's all going to be figurative. I think that if Germany comes along and says we recognize a Palestinian state, I think that would be a pretty big deal. But a lot more countries are recognizing a Palestinian state. I know that Spain did it, Ireland did it, Norway did it. I think Turkey also recognizes a Palestinian state. France has said that they intend to do so, and so have the British. We'll see if they do that. But if they do that, if the British come along and say we recognize a Palestinian state, I think that would be a pretty big deal. Because then Turkey could come in and say, hey, Britain, you got to help this state out. This state keeps getting encroached upon. Thoughts on Ryan Dawson? I think he makes some very good points about Ukraine and Israel. You couldn't be more right. Dumbest with Turkey? Yep. Absolutely. You can't just base lineage on how they look. Well, I kind of can, though. What I'm saying is, if I see 11... Ugh, music is way too loud. What I'm saying is... You know what I'm saying. The Lebanese and the Israelis share a common look because they share genetics. That's what I'm saying. British recognizing a Palestinian state would strain their relationship with the U.S. quite a bit. Yeah. How often does Mossad turn down missions like the operation in Qatar? I have no idea. How come all conspiracies we can get is about the small hats, desert people, but we never talk about the Vatican or the monarchy? I mean, we could talk about the Vatican. I've done a lot of videos on the Vatican. You can look it up. If you go on my channel and type in Vatican, you'll see. Believe it or not, I can look at someone from England, and before they even open their mouths, I know that they're English. There's a certain look that English people have. People from England. I can just look at them and say, that guy's not American. He's English. And almost always I'm right. You look like you're in pretty good shape. I mean, I'm not like in amazing shape. I went down, I was 235 and now I'm 200, 198 to 200. So I'm trying to get down to 190. When I was in really good shape, I was 190. When I was in even better shape, I was 185. But 185 is kind of difficult for me to maintain. I'll be honest with you, because I have to do a lot of, I don't know. I was doing a lot of kickboxing training when I was 185, and then eventually it just went up to 190. I don't know why, but I just stayed at 190 for a long time. And then eventually I went up last year, this year, I went up to 235, and I was like, I got to make a change. This is not good. So I went down to 200 and 198. I fluctuate between 198 and 200. I know many Orthodox Jews who are light blondes, especially in London. Yeah. Yep. Sometimes I just like hearing talking discussion here gets it late. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very relaxing experience. How tall are you? I'm 6'2". Trader your comments here. I didn't know you did a Vatican. I would love to go into depth on your videos. Yeah, if you go on my YouTube channel and just type in Vatican or Catholic, there's a lot of videos I've done. I have a lot of videos I've done on the Vatican, guys. You Christians have to understand Canaanite is an ethnic group. The Canaanites in the Bible are the Canaanites at the time. Sure. Eclectic musical taste except death metal. Yeah, I think you're talking about Spirit Box, right? I like Vasil Yatsevich. I'll have to look him up. Vasil Yatsevich. Sounds Russian. Your channel might get taken down by music labels. That's if you're using heavily copyrighted material. But if I use most of the music that I play is video game music, and video game music tends not to really lead to, from my experience, it doesn't. I've never had any issues with it from my experience. Let's see how Ashkenaz have Mid-Eastern origins. Vast majority of them are Khazar, remaining, and not even Jewish. That's where the European genetics come in, or the Turkic European genetics come in. Like I said, the Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, are super mixed people. I lost a lot of weight in 1 year of military service, came down from 80 kilograms to 67 kilograms at 185. $80 kilograms to 70. What's 80 kilograms? Is that like 160 or 190? What's 80 kilograms? £176. That's not bad. The carnivore diet made me lose 45 pounds in 2.5 months. Well, if you're eating nothing but meat and you cut off carbs, yeah, you'll lose weight super fast. 2.2, so like 176, okay. Anyone watch Professor Hamamoto? I've never heard of him. I'll have to look him up. What's going on with Israel? I don't know. A lot of things. Blonde Lebanese. Yep, I've seen blonde Syrians too. That goes for Christianity too in the Vatican. Why do they need homeland, home country? I don't know. The Vatican? There's like a whole history about why the Vatican is not under Rome. It's its own state. Because they want to get away with some shit. Didn't Pope Benedict, wouldn't he get out of the Vatican with a private plane so he could avoid detection because he was involved in some pretty nasty stuff? Are you Jewish? No. No, I'm not Jewish. My dad came from the West Bank, so close, but not exactly there. Well, having the same genes, yeah, doesn't mean that that's where you came from. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's not necessarily that's where you came from, sure. But if you have Lebanon and Israel right next door, and they share a lot of genes together, I mean, it's pretty obvious as to why that is. It's because they're both Levantine. Pope was asked to visit Gaza. I hope he does. How often do you stream? I stream every Friday. I tend to stream every Friday. And I try to upload a video a day, although sometimes I'll upload a video every other day. And the main reason for that is because I'll record a video and then it takes a while for me to prepare and then record a video. And then I have to edit the video. And the editing is what takes a lot of time, like adding B-roll and cutting certain parts out. That's what takes the most time. So I'll prepare and record a video, and then I'll just say I'll edit it tomorrow. And so that's why sometimes I upload a video every other day. Professor Hamamoto is conservative in values and belief like me. Okay, I'll check him out. I would recommend some music, but I'm not sure what type of genre you're into. I don't know. Problem with doing musical recommendations is you have the YouTube copyright problem. I just found him and my question just got answered. Good content. Appreciate that, Mr. Driftspeed. Appreciate that, sir. All right, guys. I think I am done. It's been almost 6 hours of streaming, and it's been a lot of fun. This was a great stream. I'll be seeing you guys soon, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun, and I'll be seeing you guys soon. And I'll probably upload another video tomorrow. I recorded another video. I just need to edit it, so that'll probably be done by tomorrow. If not, then Sunday. And we'll just take it one day at a time. And you know, it's funny that my video on the whole tragedy that just happened, I did not expect it to get the number of views that it has. And today, Netanyahu said that there is a conspiracy running around saying that Israel may have had something to do with what happened with Charlie Kirk. And I read that and I said, "Oh shit, Mossad is on this channel." Mossad is on this channel, guys. So we're in the danger zone. You know, we're in the danger zone, which means that this channel could be disappeared. Hopefully it won't, but it could be disappeared. If this channel disappears, I will be just moving to Rumble. It's going to suck. It's going to be painful because Rumble is not as friendly as YouTube. I'll be real with you guys. It's not as friendly as YouTube. But it'll be something that I will have to do if I want to continue to do videos, because if YouTube takes this channel down, then I just don't want to do another channel where I have to build everything up from scratch again only for it to get deleted. I don't want to go through that because I've gone through that 3 times already. This is my 4th channel. So that's it. But we're in the danger zone. You know, I had 5,000 plus subscribers and now I have 12.4 thousand. And so we're in the danger zone. This is the time when we get all the Hasbros watching us. This is where we have all the pro-Israel people watching us. This is where we have pro-Israel people flagging videos and reporting videos for hate speech. This is where they try to get the EU system or the YouTube system to delete videos and to possibly even deactivate accounts, ban accounts, things of that sort. Believe me, I know this from experience. When I did my first YouTube channel, I ended up getting up to, it was like 6,000 or 7,000 subscribers. And then boom, YouTube got rid of the channel because they said, "Oh, well, you know, you did some bad things." And I didn't, all I did was talk about Sodom. And then I did a second channel, and that channel got taken down for the same reason. And then I did a third channel, and then when I was doing that channel, I was talking a lot about the Israel lobby, and eventually I got accused enough times of spreading hatred, which was bullshit. I was just criticizing Israel, and I was also warning people about the revival of Nazism. YouTube eventually destroyed the channel. And every time I've had a channel get destroyed, it was when it was not too long after those channels reached a sudden uptick in views and subscribers. So this is that point of the channel. Right now, this channel has reached that point where all of a sudden there's an uptick and the audience members grow and the subscription number grows. And every time, in my last 3 channels, every time those channels reached an uptick where the audience members increased precipitously, that's it, not too long after those points, the channels got taken down. So right now, we're in the danger zone. We're in the danger zone. Just saying. Just saying. So we'll see how this goes. If I get taken out, then I will just be going to Rumble. I'm going to hate it at first, but I'm sure eventually, knowing myself, knowing how persistent I am, I will eventually grow an audience there. But it'll take much longer than growing an audience here because Rumble is a little bit more tribalistic than people here. I'll be honest with you. Mossad is definitely watching, Mr. Lumor. Yep, Mossad is watching. Anytime you do a video that gets 100,000, 30,000 views, 230,000 views, believe me, they're watching. They are watching your ass. And they want you gone. They want you freaking gone. Hope to catch one of your streams again. Yeah, I just found you from the Charlie Kirk, but you did. Also, you are not the only YouTuber to link Mossad to the death. Yeah, other people are making they're connecting the dots. Peace, fellow chatters. Yes, sir. You too. Thank you, Thea. We just heard some theology. That's right. That's right. There is hope. There is always hope. That is true, Jennifer. Let's see here. I currently weigh 202 pounds at 6 feet tall, and I think this is my optimal weight at the time with my current sport activity. That's great. Yeah, I'm at I fluctuate between 201, 200, 198. Yesterday I was 198. So, but yesterday I really put myself at the day before yesterday, I put myself at a caloric deficit. So I ended up losing weight. I have very few subs, but whenever I uploaded videos related to Palestine or Ukraine, I got strikes or video rate. Yeah, it's not uncommon. Unit 8200, chill out. Yep. Absolutely. The mother makes it clear that genes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Protection and stability to you, sir. Please stay safe. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about asking, but what I asked earlier, I'll be more careful. No problem. Judaism today is matrilineal. That's correct. Thank you. There we go. All right, guys. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys later. Thank you, Susan, Kataru W7, Sommer, Kareem, Monkey Brain, Toruk Atrak, 33AD, WD40, Ofon, Short Farrell, John Doe, Chris Gallardo, LA Parker, Drift Speed, Grace Joy, Genevieve loves dolphins. Let's see who else we got here. Sim, Sweet Body Fit, Mr. Glowsticks, Park Forest, Sophia Martinez, and Goose Hunter, of course, Salor Malumor, Mr. Russian Cyrillic Letters, Eric Robertson, and everyone else, Gabriel, Darth Revan, Miguel Romero, Leo, Rusty Shackleford, Lily, Cesar Perez, Gypsy Bird, and everyone else. I'll see you guys later. It was a very, very fun stream, very relaxing and enjoyable stream. Pretty much, I think I pretty much covered everything I wanted to talk about. Yeah, pretty much covered everything I wanted to talk about. So it was a lot of fun, very relaxing. I enjoyed it very much, and I'll see you guys very soon, God willing. And yeah, you guys just heard some theology. God bless. Hold on. Well, you made on point assessments of the Kirk's assassination, though it may not be tied to Mossad. The chance is not unlikely. Good night, Mr. Sammer and Drispy. I will ward you from the enemy with my chaos magic. Oh boy, no, no, I don't believe in magic. God bless WD-40. And be well, guys. Be well. God bless you guys. And be well. You guys just heard some theology. God bless.